like he's just in his old house. There was a child when he was like playing with his family on his little bike, feeling safe and forgetting all his troubles, forgetting what he needs to do, who he has to pay, and just not feeling inferior. Just not feeling inferior. In this room, worries and all the rules of what you can do and what you can't do just vanish. The only thing that counts is respect. Respect your brother. Respect your brother. Respect your brother. This room is a magic room, but it's really not about the room itself. It's about the people in the room. It's about the moments you share, the smiles, the looks, the music, the DJ. It makes you feel like you're one thing. It makes you want to live forever. Instead of just thinking that it's you against the world. And you think, well, why can't we always live together like this?
Sweet Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the ELSA League. My name is Helbert and I'm joined by some special guests today as we walk you through the remote panel, which is actually, I think, the first time I've personally ever done this, so it's kind of cool. But without further ado, let me introduce who will be joining us and what I like to call a host, two analysts, and Jubber. Yeah, good. Now the bad jokes out the way. Of course, a man who needs no real introduction because he's introduced himself by winning various important tournaments in the South African scene. Adastam, welcome to the panel. Of course, he'll be joined by one of the old faithful of the casting environment, and that is, of course, Scarpy. Scarpy, good to have you. And of course, the brunt of the joke, but one of the best in the business, Jubber, good to have you alongside us, sir. And I think that's all the casters, all the panelists. No one else is doing panel, I think. Yeah, good, fantastic. Moving straight along. So, this has been a little bit, let's say, put together. Not always at the last moment, but with some. We're working out of the Corona environment. Let's go. This is the new normal, so remote stuff is obviously how it's going to be, and we're trying this out for the first time, so hopefully it will go well. But without further ado, let's get into the topic at hand. Gentlemen, let's chat this grand final. We're about to go to the draft, in fact, so not a huge amount of time to talk about these teams, but let's go there quickly. Senior Squad versus Salt, obviously making it all the way. Gentlemen, what's your predictions?
Well, I think Adastam and I, we made a little bit of a pre-game bet. So Adastam's going with Senior Squad, right? I'm going with Salt.
I do believe that was the challenge you issued to me, yes?
Yes, okay.
I believe Adastam said something like he believes so strongly that Senior Squad will win this that he will take his shirt off on the stream if it doesn't.
Exactly.
Jabba, do you take out of it as well?
I did, and they were having a competition. He was going to have a hairier chest, so
yeah.
maybe
there was a reason why I didn't
make it.
There was a reason I didn't make this bet with Jabba because no one wants to see that.
Yeah, you can't afford to see that.
I can't go onto a panel with that with you, Jabba, and not make a joke. I mean, it's just natural.
I know.
Okay, naturally though, we're talking about these two Doe teams going up against each other. It sounds like what I'm getting from it though is that, jokes aside, and without trying to insult these sides or anything, but we feel that Salt is the stronger of the two.
I don't know.
It's I mean, they've both made it to the final, so they've managed to claw their way through the entire league. So I wouldn't underestimate Senior Squad by any means, but it is names that we've seen in Salt. Salt are names that have been around for a while. Senior Squad, maybe a little bit of unknowns, but definitely deserve to be in the final. So I think it could still be anyone's game.
I'm eager for the matchup between Cloud and Fook. I think that's where a lot is going to pivot going into this game. So I think I even think Adastam can agree with me. He recognizes quite a few of the names on Salt's side, and so I favor Salt a little bit. But again, two of my old teammates are playing there, so maybe I'm a bit biased.
Yeah, I agree with that. I recognize everyone on Salt. I can't say I've seen anyone from Senior Squad before. So obviously, for me, I think I favor Salt a little bit just in terms of players. Senior Squad's definitely the newbie here, but they've done well enough to get to the finals. So I'm expecting a good series. The first couple of bans went out pretty quick. Okay, that's an instant first pick Pango.
Comfort.
Sorry, I'm going to jump in because I just asked one point.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite familiar with the Senior Squad players.
Okay.
In particular, Fook, Penance, and our Enview. Now, I haven't seen these guys a lot in high-tier competition, so I'm not too sure how they perform in this kind of environment. However, I can state that those guys are pretty handy when they arrive on your team in a pubby. So, best information we have from these guys at the moment is I'd say that they're probably sitting around the 4 to 5k mark, that kind of thing. But remains to be seen what they can actually do. I do also though feel that the side of Salt is probably a little bit stronger, even with that insight. There, people like Cloud, he's a phenomenal Dota player, and I must have been quite impressed by the way that Not Hero is holding his offlane lately. So, my little tidbits there. But sorry, I was interrupting the draft. I actually want to talk a little bit about these bans. Scarpy, anything you like, don't like before we jump into the picks?
Well, I expected a Mars ban instantly. I can't actually see what. Okay, so Clockwork and Necro. The Mars ban I was expecting. I know that Cloud's been practicing, and quite a lot in the mid lane, and they're also very comfortable at throwing it into the other lanes. It's one of those picks that you like, where you can pick it up early, don't know where it's going to go. And I think Salt's been playing really well around that, and the Pangolier pick pretty much emphasizes that. Not surprised to see Void Spirit banned out. In fact, all these bans make a lot of sense. Lycan is maybe an interesting one for me.
Adastam, do you agree? Anything that you find interesting or think we need to bring some attention to?
So yeah, pretty standard meta bans, like nothing out of the ordinary, pretty strong things all around. So with the Pango pick, right, which is fine, it's pretty flexible. They came with the Clock Neko, which is most likely their offer in duo. Maybe the semi-flex on the Necro in terms of can be mid/carry. But interesting that they're bans. When you pick up a Necro, you want to kind of ban stuff that counters it very hard, like maybe an AA. But Shadow Demon also actually does a really good job of countering the hero, like in terms of its ulti, like it's just super slow, and its W, can't recall the spell's name, like the 40% like HP loss on a Necro, a hero that has to like survive fights. It's very interesting that they picked it up, but they didn't ban accordingly for it. So interested to see how that works out. I can't imagine the Necro having too good of a game because of that.
Yeah,
I gotta agree, hey, that disruption is very strong against Necros. There's a kind of delay, a very clear animation that goes off when you reposition somebody. So I hear exactly what you're saying. Also, yeah, sorry, Java, go ahead.
Am I in a different game? I don't see any Necro.
yeah.
You can see the name.
You can read the words. I know reading is hard. It starts with an N, then
Ends with an
followed by
S.
an E.
Great news. Scarpy is in fact a teacher, so he's got you covered there, Java.
No, it's not
just
showing.
help me. So
You're sharing your
trying to
screen,
read.
and the there's no heroes on top. It just says Clockwork and Necrophos. We're looking at your screen here, aren't we?
Yes.
Can you read the words?
No.
Try it.
Okay, moving
Moving
right along. Java, any of the heroes that you can see that you do like?
Wait. All of a sudden, the game is okay. All right. Because there was no names. If you're looking at my stream, there is no avatars sitting over there. So
Yeah, we're looking at your screen, Java, but we can see the
Moving
words.
right along, gentlemen. Java, are there any heroes you do like that you can see?
Well, the Necro I do like the Necro. No, because I haven't seen the draft yet. So give me a moment.
Grimstroke getting
Java's
picked
just
up.
playing into Ricky at the moment.
Whatever you do, do not leave, Jabba. We're watching.
I'm in
your
another
screen.
game. I'm in another game. Don't worry. I'm in another game.
Okay, so Grimstroke's a bit of an odd pick, right? Because you kind of pick the hero to combo with a support or something, like a Lich, to get the double ultimate. So Grimstroke and Necro, there's almost no synergy with double Reaper Scythe, because you generally go on a target and Reaper Scythe them, right? So it's extremely unreliable to hit the second one on a target that's also low. So the synergy is very bad between them. Now the next thing is Grimstroke is a hero kind of like a Lich that wants to dominate the lane with Inkswell and Q, right? So now the problem is you've got a Pango who can swashbuckle out of almost any situation that Inkswell's going to hit them with, and you got a Shadow Demon who can disrupt and prevent that, and now as well as a Tusker. So this Grimstroke laning potential, like kill-wise, I think it's going to have next to nothing because of these factors, and it's going to have a really I don't see where it fits into this draft because of that. It's just I don't think it's going to do anything.
Yeah, I like Salt's pickups so far. I mean, they picked up two things that can provide a save. So whatever core they pick up can feel relatively safe because there are two supports that can potentially save whoever from that Necrophos ulti that we were talking about. The Grimstroke cohesion with the Necro is a bit questionable for me, but now they got two good answers for it in these sort of team fights. So I think I like Salt's opening a lot more. And Tusk has been a really hot pick lately. Dominates lane, just does fantastic work with very little items, which we've been seeing a lot of. With picking up these heroes that don't need a lot but can do a lot with as little as possible, such as the Pangos, the Tusks, and even a Shadow Demon on top of that. So I feel like Salt feels safe at whatever support they're going to be core they're going to be picking up after these two support picks.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. just with this fourth pick, it's got to be something that like is going to set the tempo. I feel it has to be like an Ember Spirit or something that can get in there with Grimstroke. They need something like that synergizes well with the Grimstroke to make space and get up in the front. Because so far, okay, Gyrocopter. I'm not sure how I like this one actually.
I mean, the missiles aren't too bad if you getting the 2 missiles down, but I think that's about it.
Okay, so from it. Yeah, they still have the potential for something like Ember later in the draft to go mid, so it's all right. But as you can see, like I don't see how the ELSA can just get on top of the Gyrocopter, and there's almost nothing you can do about it. So I think this game so far at the moment, I'm favoring Salt's draft. The only thing I'd say about Senior Squad is they do at least have ways to push out lanes with the Grim, which is nice. They might be able to buy space with the Gyro. Where Salt, their lane pushing potential is basically only a Pango at the moment. Because both supports aren't really the best of it, so they're more reliant on fighting. So if Senior Squad does a good job, I feel they can like split the map at the moment. Because Salt's catch, right? What is it? It's not that high. There's no like drink initiate from a Srada or something, right? It's like very weird initiations on like a Shadow Demon Disruption, a Tuskar Snowball, and maybe an Ursa Abyssal. So it's really weird setup. So I think Senior Squad, if they play right, they can just get good vision and play around it and let the Gyro farm up very well, while the Necro just kind of sits in the lane and makes space. And the Clockwork can kind of just protect him from these kinds of ganks. So I think like draft-wise, Senior Squad's still in it just because of this Ursa pick, in my opinion. So I'm not the biggest fan of Ursa.
What do you want? Like, surely there's a 5th pick here that you go, like, you know, something that's TV disable, long range disable, that satisfies the need you're looking for.
For Salt.
Okay, so yeah, for Salt, I kind of like Storm Spirit here because if you look at their draft, the only lockdown they have is a Grimstroke, whatever that bug thing is called. I can never remember. That's the only lockdown they have for him, right? So it's super good here. They obviously. Senior Squad does have last pick, so they can make the lane a bit hard, but like that's like the perfect initiation, right? It completely stops what they want to do. Also, maybe something like a Ricky you could also possibly do because it's really good versus Necro. You just have to obviously like lane Pango mid, Ursa off lane, but it's a little bit of a weird thing, but it could work. But they need some kind of initiation or like scouting hero or something. I feel they need that. Otherwise, Senior Squad, if they play out, they can just like run around them.
Jabba, you have a knack for this kind of thing. What is the last 2 picks in this game? Use the crystal ball in front of you.
I am going to channel my inner ability.
He's rubbing the crystal ball. As you can see.
Rubbing it. I'm rubbing it, and I'm feeling like there's going to be a Queen of Pain and a Templar.
Queen of Pain from Salt.
So I'm thinking the TA is going to be put on the side of Senior Squad, and then you're going to have the Quap on the side of Salt. Something to initiate.
Well, let's see what's oh my! Okay. It's not, but it's fantastic, and I think in a way it also answers what you were talking about, Adastam. Something that provides some kind of long-range engagement. It is catch, form of its tornado. It's been too damn long. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Field, the Invoker. I'm so excited about this one. Is this awful? You guys tell me, what do you think? I love it, just because it's Invoker, though, and with no merit to that suggestion at all.
So the Coswex idea is really nice, right? Because you can get the Tornado Initiate and the EMP is really good for Sneko. The only problem is it's open to cheese right now. Like, I obviously don't know how much Senior Squad plays cheese, but stuff like a Meepo, not so much Meepo, but like a Broodmother here is just game winning, I feel. But Phantom Lancer. Okay, so that's actually an interesting pick because PL can actually lane really well versus Invoker middle. So,
do you not think they might put Necro mid or put the Gyro mid and then maybe just pause one the PL?
No, so I think they'll want the Necro versus the Ursa, most likely, or versus the Pango. They can just put the PL middle, in my opinion, because PL versus Invoker is actually a really good matchup for the PL. Invoker can't really do anything versus it, so that's like a one lane already. And if Tuskar rotates on you mid, you've always got your doppelganger to get away. So Tuskar's can't really ever rotate mid. He's committed to a side lane, right? So that automatically takes away his roaming potential because he has to stay top or TP bottom or do something like that. He can't just rotate mid and get kills.
I think it's going to be
next-
interesting to see that matchup though, because Cloud does play the PL mid a lot, and it's also been a comfort pick for senior squad. So I think to see that matchup, Cloud also knows how to somewhat deal with the PL mid. Maybe even if they're going to do some sort of switch around, because PL, like you say, is a really strong counter to it. So I'm going to be intrigued to see how they do that. It looks like Fook is going to have to play off position. He's usually plays mid, probably going to play elsewhere now. So interesting to see how that matchup is going to function.
Okay, on that note, I think that's enough from us, and I'm sure the in-game viewers have probably heard enough dead silence, and that's what they get for not joining the stream. But sure. So I think without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce our casters. Mr. Von Black, are you ready for us, sir? You're after a minor delay, he is in fact ready for it. Well, you are now, so sir, please go ahead, take it away, entertain us.
Hey, Cappy, more than happy to be here. I'm pretty excited. This is the finale of something that we've been following for quite a while. And to be honest, I couldn't imagine any two other.
Were you watching? That's how it's done. Play a bit harder next time. Such simple minds.
All right, guys. So we are going to see that it's Uncle Fook going mid with that gyrocopter. I know there was a bit of a bit of an argument. I wouldn't say an argument. Just no one was quite sure what the lanes would be like. It looks like it is going to be a safe lane Phantom Lancer, and I think something that the panelists didn't point out with regards to the Grimstroke into the Pangolier is that ultimate, whilst it doesn't really combo with anything that senior squad have, it is able to stop the Pango's rolling boulder, which is quite useful. I'd say maybe not worth the pickup, but it is something that we will probably see during this game at some stage. I've got to say, Cappy, I'm not 100% sold on the Invoker and the PL picks. If the PL is going mid, I think a different story. It does very well versus the Invoker. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like they need.
Thirty seconds remaining.
Oh, Cappy.
Play a bit harder next time.
Yeah, look, Cappy. I think draft-wise that even though I might not necessarily agree with all of Salt's picks, I think that it is a slight outdraft for the side of Salt, and yeah, I expect to see them dominate the laning phase and transition into the late game off of that. It is interesting to note that Salt have put Santa bottom lane. That's a +5 air quotes Shadow Demon. Which you would usually expect to be safe lane, but what they've done is they've put Sparkles with Blight, and this Tusk Ursa is honestly such a ridiculous combo. Having tag team on the Tusk, as well as the Ursa being able to overpower and hit incredibly quickly, we can probably expect quite a few kills here. I definitely think it's an Ursa favored lane with regards to the Necro, and here we go. Penance in trouble here. Oh, here we go. Not at all.
No, you don't.
Oh boy. Alright. Yeah, it's a bit of a misplay from Not a Hero there. His swashbuckle was of cooldown, and he should be realizing here that Inkswell onto Blackout Maniac, who's able to close that gap so quickly, is very, very dangerous for him, and he needs to be saving that skill to get out of trouble, really. Yeah, I think to be a decided by skill. As we can see here, it's even with regards to last hits. I think it might be a slightly Invoker favored matchup, but nothing to write home about, really. Yeah, absolutely. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, he does. But by the time that he levels a Cappy, there's going to be a snowball on the Tusk, which is going to lock him down, as well as the ice shards, which makes it incredibly difficult because that ghost shard duration is not enough to get you out of trouble when you're locked in like that. And with regards to the Shadow Demon and Tusk pick, I think that Tusk does a little bit more with farm than Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon not needing much to be effective. So we'll probably see farm prioritization on the Tusk as opposed to the Shadow Demon. It's just a nice lane switch. Their mid lane, oh boy. Yeah, very nice rotation there. It's also very very important to note that Invoker really and truly battles if he has a bad start. With that cross-wect Invoker that we're going to be seeing... Oh no, never mind, he's going Exhort Voker. That's... oh, very nice. 10 times mostly against Salt. Okay, so we see this Invoker going the cross Exhort build, and he's queuing up a Midas. So the more pressure that's put on him, the more difficult his game is going to be. Sorry, we missed that kill on Sparkles. Yeah, that's alright. I still feel like that was really well played by Santi. He manages to get the bounty rune, contested by 2 heroes, and he kills with Mowgli. Penance. Yeah, that, as we said, it's a really tough lane. We can't expect much from Penance. He's going to have to almost rely on coming back from his use of Reaper's Scythe and potentially jungling. If he maxes that Death Pulse, he might be able to take care of a few stacks. But laning wise, this is pretty much a foregone conclusion. Yeah, Cloud's taken a level in Wex now, so he is able to go stalk away. Oh, INV needs to be very careful here. Yeah, for Blight, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, I think the way that Senior Squad deal with this draft is to focus their prioritize the mid lane. They need to be shutting down Cloud. Cloud's entire late game is predicated on the success of Cloud in this mid lane, and if Senior Squad can delay that at the very least, they're going to put themselves in a good position to get something out of this game, or at least to contest, the superior draft.
My brush. Like a match already dimmed and damp. Your minds.
Oh, very nicely done by Sparkles. That's very, very bad for Senior Squad, and a nice reprieve for Cloud from this lane. 18. Alrighty. 18 denies for Cloud in this mid lane. He seems to be doing just fine. And with those 4 levels in Exhort, he really should be outlast hitting the gyro, or at least dominating the last hitting contest with Appler. Yeah, this feels like it's not a great Clockwork game. There's so much save versus it. I mean, you've got the Tusk Shadow Demon, so that bottom.
We outnumbered you.
Yeah, a little bit overconfident there. I think he managed to get a kill out of both of those sort of scenarios, and I think he just overextended there a little bit. Alright, so nice stats there. Oh, top lane. Penance in trouble again.
Yeah, Penance.
Oh, never mind.
Will be okay. I will worry for Clockwork. Snowball, Sparkles, puts himself into one to guide the lead forward onto Penance. Blight is there with the ground shock. But the shard's causing a little bit of movement pathing issues, so no one's really caught in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he missed those shards there, unfortunately for him. Yeah, Cappy, this is a real tough Clockwork game. There aren't any supports that he can pick off or pick on at the very least. And yeah, in terms of his ability to do anything in the early game, it's quite limited. We might see a bit more of an impact later game with the Clockwork being so disruptive and being able to zone out the enemy team. But for the time being, he's... no offense to him, it's not his fault, but pretty useless.
That's how you counter Clockwork. You just pick strength-based supports. Snowball out, Sparkles finds Penance. However, the Reaper Scythe is on the background, is dropping quite low. Fook will pick up the kill. I imagine he got an auto attack or some rocket barrage.
Yeah, it was an auto attack, so very nice for him. Alright, Javelin up on Not a Hero. He's putting out the damage. He's really hurting Blackout Maniac here, and he doesn't have any more regen. This lane is just gotten very...
Radiant's middle tower may need a hand.
Cloud, he's working his way towards those drums of speed. Really good item on Invoker. Little stats, a little bit of mana regen, attack speed, movement speed.
Okay. All right, and he's not going the Midas. Okay, that's apologies. That was my mistake. He is going the drums. Yeah, I like the item a lot. It allows him to team fight early. Seems to have left a faded brooch in the jungle there. I'm not sure what that's about.
Whereabouts?
In that medium camp, he just got it. Yeah, maybe he just missed it.
Fook into the jungle. So obviously Salt's draft looking stronger, but there's nothing in it at the moment. Guess it just worry about late game. That's what Senior Squad need to think about what they're going to get, what they're going to itemize to have a chance of taking Salt head on in a fight. 84 last hits on this Voka.
Yeah, Cloud's having a great time.
Black Armenian though, he's not that far away. Top lane, Penance again, the target of all this aggression. I did see Ursa use the Enrage, so he doesn't have it. There's no status resistance or damage reduction for him. He will leave Sparkles behind. IRNVU with the cogs, locking him under the tier 1 tower.
It's always such a prevalent thing in Dota, Cappy. It's just being overconfident, seeing that things are going well, and in your mind you assume that you can do more than you can, and I think that's a classic case of that over there.
Yeah. Play it, be humble, sit down.
Just remember the limitations of your hero.
Yeah, Cloud wants this mid tower. They're going to use the fortification. Tornado with the midi ball combo. Fook, he's burning hot. They even bring in Santa. Nice Sanity's, not Sanity's Eclipse, the Shadow Demon ulti, Sunstrike, and will miss, but the poison and the Demonic Purge enough to get the kill. Cloud picks himself up a double in the mid lane. They're tripping over my words there.
That's okay, it was Disruption and Demonic Purge.
Demonic Purge. That's a good one.
You're welcome, I'll be here all evening.
Thank you, sir.
It seems like they did find that faded brooch, so that's obviously very helpful for Salt. I find it to be one of the better tier 1 items, in my opinion. I know. Where has it gone? It's been teleported to...
Penances. Yeah. I'd be so scared of this Blight Ursa, like... Just ground shocks. Gets a few bashes off, like you gotta go Shroud, but it can tank through that, especially when he has the Enrage. As we see now. Not afraid. Getting some overpower stacks onto Penance. As Cloud and Sparkles make an aggressive move up into the Radiant Triangle, but there's no one here for them to kill.
Yeah, that early mid-tower dropping for Senior Squad is a real problem. And we can see that by Cloud and Sparkle's movements. Okay, they need to be careful here. Clockwork hook shot in.
Finds Cloud, he gets 2 inside the cogs. The backup from his team is there. Senior Squad gonna immediately drop the call, but the snowball dodge from Sparkles. Keep his core alive. The Reaper side there, they cut down any chance of existing. And Penance gets himself a double, bringing down the Tusk and the Invoker.
That is huge for Senior Squad. Really well played, and a great hookshot by IRNVU to start that. And
Hero getting down on the tower. They got the Inkswell too. However, the swashbuckle away buys the space and time. Doppelganger to disperse that disarm. Blight picks up Mowgli bottom, and looks like they'll set attention to Blackout Maniac. I don't think he survives this.
Two cases in very quick succession of both teams overextending, and it's a pity, as I was just talking about how important it is to take that middle tower so early, and Cloud and Sparkles overstaying their welcome in Senior Squad's jungle, and quite rightly getting picked off.
There's a nice ward here from Salt, giving a vision of all this movement going around this Radiant Triangle. Both teams will just settle for the bounty runes. And Blight's gonna hit Ancients. Almost got that basher. Like 400 gold away.
It's a really big item.
Yes.
Penance in loads of trouble here.
That's not good.
IRNVU hookshot in.
Slip the leash if you would. Cloud stuck at the cogs with IRNVU, who does pop out. He's taking a lot of damage. He will fall eventually. Not too sure what it was that killed him. Probably that last Exort auto attack. Mowgli coming forward. They do not get the Inkswell. They get a nice big call down. Gonna hit onto Sparkles. Not a hero. Swashbuckles out of that damage as Penance trying to chase him down the jungle. Cloud, 2-man Meteor with the deafening blast. It pushes them back. Senior Squad on the back foot. Can't keep on chasing. However, Salt do lose 2 heroes for that exchange.
He's not on top of things.
Yeah, they do. But Senior Squad rotating their entire team, and Blood is just free to farm bottom. If they get this tower, I think it's worth it for them, and it'll be a pretty good exchange. Nice rotations. Okay.
Dyer's top tower isn't well at the moment. Dyer's top tower was utterly destroyed.
Penance, I mean, you just wait and save up for Guardian Greaves. Like, is this the choice here? What are you trying to purge off? Shadow Demon?
Look, Cappy, I think it has more to do with the sustain. And what Senior Squad need here is they need something to stall the game. If it gets to late game with the Gyrocopter PL, you're just naturally doing more damage. I think that in the late game, Senior Squad might just have the upper hand here. So what that Greaves is going to allow them to do is push early, but also a bit more sustain in fights, and buy as much space as they can for the Phantom Lancer and the Gyrocopter.
Black Maniac, he's got the Diffusal Blade on the way to him. So already done there. And look at this deep warding. We haven't seen this much this tournament. Salt throwing these wards like behind the tier 2 tower, probably just to check couriers. Even if they check, it's probably better than putting the ward up here on the high ground. You know that usually most teams do, because that's easy to ward. But you do get sight of this camp when you are entering it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good ward. I personally like to call those wards that you put on the normal ward spots toilet wards, because they just get dewarded so quickly, like in a matter of seconds.
Very quick. Blight, he walked into the Roshan pit, but the rocket flare from Clockwork is there to scout him out, so we'll back away from the ultimate objective, which is testing his strength, as ELSA wants to do, against an enemy that is bigger and stronger than him.
I don't know if Roche is bigger and stronger than an ELSA. I think ELSA wins that.
ELSA wins that most of the time.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think it, though. Like, if you have a size difference.
It's like when you go out partying with your mates, and there's that small guy that's very quiet but quite built.
But he can drip, bro.
And he can drip people.
He can drip people. Who got dripped? It was Penance Tarkles with the uppercut, throwing this Necrophos into the air. The call down, Fuchs made the rotation, instantly getting a very big flak cannon out, forcing Salt away from this engagement. Not a hero, gets a swashbuckle to safety. He's still got a homing missile on top of his head. I don't know if Senior Squad will chase us under the tier 1 tower though. Gotta play it safe. Hey, nice tie-in with the punching thing. I just watched Penance get uppercut as we talked about it.
Oh, very cool.
Well played, sir.
Very well played.
All intended.
I really like the way that Senior Squad are playing this out, Cappy. They are honestly applying pressure where it's needed, forcing Salt to not gain any momentum whatsoever. And in doing so, I mean, let's look at the net worth graphs. In doing so, buying time for the Phantom Legion base to its fullest potential.
And that he will. Slowly but surely. You did bring up that both Senior Squad and Salt like to play Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's their most pick position 1 hero, with Blackout Maniac. Both teams. With Blackout Maniac playing it quite a lot, as well as Sparkles and Cloud being able to play the Phantom Lancer.
Penance, he wants Santa. The hook shot misses, but I don't think they need it. This Necrophos able to run down and melt through squishy supports like Santa. Well, with relative ease.
With relative
Mid lane, not a hero, goes forward. Swashbuckle going to be followed up by the Rolling Thunder, trying to lock down Fuchs. Gyrocopter as Cloud, he scored himself up in the Iron Man. Cogs with the tusk with the snowball, and the uppercut throws Fuchs into the air, brings him down. That bird ain't going to fly no more. Well, for 40 seconds.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Salt needed, Cappy. Getting that kill on. Yeah, and it's effectively an easy rush if.
He's scared though.
Never mind.
Penance has finished the Guardian,
as he should be,
which is a big item. I mean, that Necrophos was there.
Sparkle's been dusted.
Bit of a problem.
He's going to get out of it just fine.
He's abusing that snowball incredibly well. I must hand that to him.
Yeah, he's playing this Tusk really well.
Necrophos, he was 0-3 though. Penance, he's now 5-3. Come back, kid.
Yeah. As we said, it's about that Reaper South, Cappy, making sure that you're taking fights with it. And obviously with the Necro securing the kill with the Reaper South, he's getting the majority of the gold. But he's also, I think his positioning and his farming at the moment has been very, very good. He's exactly where Salt are not until that South is up, and they've been fighting off the back of this.
Black Hole Maniac approaching that Mantis style. He's still about 3,000 gold away. So we won't be seeing his face for quite a bit of time, but that Phantom Lancer, yeah, I definitely think it wins here too.
Yeah.
In the case, Cloud finds RNV with a well-placed tornado, lifting up this clockwork into the air, and Blightus flicks forward, doesn't hesitate, pops the enrage, brings down IRNVU.
Very nice pick off there. This is exactly what we expected to see from Salt, where they're using their momentum off the back of a great lane for the Ursa and just picking off kills, applying pressure with towers, and that's what we see them doing finally. Blood does need to be careful here. I don't think this is a free Roche. He has all his teammates nearby. I think that they pick up the Aegis here, and they'll be looking to take some objectives off of it.
Like, he's been wanting to Roche, and his team just haven't bothered, so he's had to get up, and finally they're like, alright guys, let's get into the pit. Senior squad up on the high ground. They smoke too. There's a ward planted down by Santa, but the smoke blocks that. IRNV with hook shot in on
Oh my goodness! Oh, puppy pauses. Oh wow.
What a time! No, man. That's not okay.
There better be a good reason for this. Okay, lag on Ursa. What a hook shot by IRNVU. He gets in there just as that Roshan is about to fall. I'm very interested to see what the outcome of this will be. Wow.
No, okay. Well, I mean, Roche has got 148 HP. Ursa is stunned. How long is he stunned for? Bash is 1.65 seconds. Battery assault. I don't know, there's a lot of, I'm doing like a beautiful mind here, bro.
Cap.
Yeah? Hello, Matt? 2.0?
I am here, sir.
There you are. Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can. There was some issues earlier. It was cutting out a little bit.
Oh, okay. Apparently, some people can't hear me.
Yeah, it cuts out. Every
on the stream. Okay. I think it's just Discord, probably.
Yeah, today's been quite a big exercise, but it's looking cool. I hope you guys like the panel. It's quite sick to have some of the top faces and names in South Africa's Dota 2 esports. What do we call that side of things? Entertainment industry? The esports industry? Just sitting here.
Talent.
Talent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Talent's good.
Talent's good. Some of SA's best talent in the Dota scene, just hanging out for ELSA.
Yeah. Alright, so Blight is reconnected. Let's just set the scene here for you guys. Our NVU has just hookshotted into the Roche pit. He has stunned the Ursa with the Roshan having minimal HP. I'm not sure if our NVU can take it down himself before the stun is over. That being said, we have a Sansa that has disrupted himself just outside of the Roche pit, and Senior squad are moving.
And the unpause. Snowball in from Sparkles, the call down, Roshan drops the Aegis, is going to be the Clockwork who picks it up, nice soul pine from Mildly, getting a two-man link on Sparkles, and this Ursa who pops in rage almost instantly to keep himself alive. Penance now, he's got the Guardian Greaves, he's going to try to chase them down, he's got a Ghost Shroud up available too, try to slow them down, going for it, Cloud caught in the middle, blows the Tornado out, and the Ice Path to block off this Penance Necrophos. But that's a pretty big win for Senior Squad, killing two supports on Salt's team and snatching the Aegis of the Immortal.
Yeah, it wasn't even Snatch Cappy. They actually killed Roshan and took the Aegis. So, I mean, huge swing there for Senior Squad, and really, really commendable. As soon as the Clockwork is up, if Rocket flared in, they got vision of what was going on. Our NV moved in very quickly, got a beautiful hook shot off at just the right time, and they managed to take that fight. Yeah,
and they just push
I can't imagine it going better.
Mid lane now, onto this tier 2. Senior Squad got the momentum behind them. Fortification from Salt. Keep this tower alive for 5 seconds. Throws out multiple damage. You see he shoots more projectiles from the tower. Fortified, but the Guardian Greaves and Necrophos, like, how do they kill the Necro? Does anyone have a Spirit Vessel? Does anyone have a burst sort of thing? No.
We're still waiting for the Spirit Vessel and Sparkles. That might take a while.
Found the Rolling Thunder. Drums pop by. Gyrocopter. Cloud going to try lock down Penance with the Ice Wall. The punch up from Sparkles. Ghost Shroud to keep him alive. Blight really, really low. Trying to get away from Blackout Maniac. Has to fuse the Enrage as this PL burns now slowly to the damage from the Meteor. The Swashbuckle there to kill him down. Salter throws the Demon Purge onto this Clockwork. He's locked down. Not a hero in the rings. With the Swashbuckle out of face of danger. Sparkles will be left behind as the Sacrificial Lamb. But Salt can walk away from that knowing they took the PL. Took down the big core that Senior Squad need.
Very nice fight by Salt.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Really good stuff. Blight almost died though.
Yeah,
Blight was very close to dying.
Sorry, Cappy, you keep cutting out for me as well, so it's a little bit difficult to follow.
Okay.
But we'll work with it. I'll try my best.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do after this game.
Yeah.
Not a hero. He's getting some nice rolling thunders off.
Yeah, he really is, and he's managing to just escape with his life every fight. But these Rolling Thunders really controlling up the fight nicely for them, and I think it's almost safe to say that his disrupting of these fights is maybe a little bit, or was a little bit better than our envy in that fight. So very well done to him. Well, what we've also seen, and it's an interesting interaction when you've got a Clockwork and a Pango in the same game, is that a Pango is able to bounce off of the Clockwork cogs, and there's been a few times now where our Envy, with full intention of saving his teammates, has actually offered up another bounce or another surface for the Pangolier to bounce off of with his Rolling Thunder.
And that's not ideal. Definitely not ideal.
Yeah.
You're trying not to help the enemy in these games.
Yeah, that's the general idea.
Make it harder for them to win?
Who knows, Cappy? Who knows?
Oh, who knows? Cloud, homing missile on his head. And they kill off the homing missile just before it hits him. That's pretty neat. That's tidy stuff. No one ever hits the homing missile when it's on me in my games.
Sorry, Cappy. I'll try better next time.
Please. Like a manic, he's got the Yasha. He has enough gold for the Ultimate Orb too, so that Manta Style, not a far off dream, and his net worth is going up like there's not much in it. Necrophos and PL are just behind Cloud and Blight.
Yeah, some decent wards up there in the mid lane. They spot Cloud getting aggressive into their jungle, although Salts are going to obviously know that there's a ward there, and we should see a D ward pretty soon.
Cloud's picked up an Arcane, and he's posturing to make a aggressive move mid, maybe onto Penance. The Tornado misses, the EMP follows Cold Snap too, but it doesn't lock anything down. So they lose the element of surprise, will disengage.
With flair.
So Necro saving for the Shiva's God. This thing is going to be really difficult to bring down.
Yeah, it really is, and again, it's another item that's just holding up Salt and buying time, and that's what it's all about, yeah, Cappy. The only way that Senior Squad win this is if they take it late. The PL doing fantastically well versus the Invoker, and Gyro being able to output so much damage at a later stage in the game. We'll probably see him be picking up maybe potentially even a Divine. This is a pretty good Divine game in my opinion. Penance in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Ice Wall down from Cloud, trying to lock him down. They get the Cloud Ghost Cold Snap 2 on his head. Snowballed in from Sparkles, the uppercut, Penance, he still has the Guardian Greaves, he still has the Ghost Shroud keeping him alive as Not a Hero comes in with the big man, stuns from his Rolling Thunder. They do throw out the Reaper's Scythe, will knock through Blight. So the Ursa is dead for 95 seconds, and there's still a lot of Senior Squad players alive, able to chase down Salt. Cloud got the homing missile on him, he just used Ghost Walk too. Disarm from Not a Hero, buying some time. I think he might let himself die, possibly. No. Swashbuckle in 2.
He's going to get out of there just fine.
But killing the Ursa and the Tusk, really big stuff for Senior Squad.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. Apologies, guys. We've just got some more problems with Blight. I think I'd be having a few net issues.
Even us here, I can hear. Yeah, it's lagging out a little bit.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit hairy. Let's hope that it passes over quite soon. Alrighty. Cappy, Salt committed so much to killing that Necrophos, and he just survived.
Yeah, he
Talking
lived,
about delaying,
and he got the
he's
Reapers out.
doing... yeah, and he got the Reapers out. He's doing such a fantastic job, and I believe it has to do with itemization and realizing his role within the team. I mean, you can't commend the guy more than that. Tanking so much damage, managing to stay alive, managing to help his team turn the fight around, and in the end, Senior Squad win that exchange with Blood going down as well as the Tusk. Really well played to Senior Squad. It's nice to see this. They're meeting all of their conditions to win.
I just had the pleasure of playing a game with Penance just before this, that ability draft.
Okay.
Matt will recount the what are my nightmares and what are his treasured memories of that game.
Yeah, I'm
Penance
very
said he
surprised
was
that you're
keen
bringing
to-
this up. I would have thought you'd want to forget about it as soon as...
I really do. But Penance was on my team, and he was saying, yeah, he's very, very keen to get into this next game. Like, they were ready, and he sounded quite confident, so it's good to hear. The Senior Squad are playing well, so...
Alright, Cappy, I'm not sure if you finished talking or not. I can't hear.
Yeah, this is weird. Maybe we should move back to our other channel, Saxonwald.
Yeah, okay, let's go.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh,
This
that's
is better. I just need to let
way
Shippy know.
better.
Yeah, I don't know what's... I think there's just too many people in that...
Oh no, never mind it. It must be, would imagine, I have to just restart after this game. Okay, and we're back, guys.
Let's just keep it going. SS Fook. It's got spider legs on the gyrocopter. Quite a nifty item to let you... Really good on gyro, actually. All that mobility and that movement speed. That's what you want.
Yeah. And guys, don't forget that Gyro has pretty much a 0 turn rate, so movement speed is even more effective on him than most heroes.
Senior Squad going to take the tier 1 bottom. A little bit of gold for all their players. This PL is 7 gold behind Cloud's Invoker. Oh, the tables have turned.
Oh yeah.
Our Envy's Clockwork. Is Roshan the next target? It's still up in a while. Both teams will settle down. As soon as Blackamania gets the heart, I'm sure he'll be happy to maybe start taking some bigger fights. Showing his face a
I
bit
think
more.
so. And as the Necrophos starts to fall off with regards to tankiness, we'll be able to pick up. He's going to be so flipping difficult for Salt to deal with him.
Penance.
It's also the interesting statistic. Senior Squad have a 100% win rate with Phantom Lance.
Oh,
I don't know if you knew that.
Well, Blackamaniac's clearly the PL player we've all been needing but don't deserve.
Yeah. Well, at least 100% win rates in their last 5 games.
Which is good. The games, because we didn't actually tick some of the games on recorded because we
Yeah.
top lane, Reaper side, finds Sparkles again, not a hero. We'll just shield crash up onto the high ground.
Yeah, Salt need to be so careful here. They can't be beating kills like this. They need to take control again, and they need to make sure that they are not allowing this PL or gyrocopter to farm, because it's only going to get more difficult from here.
Does the Shadow Demon scale well? I mean, what do you make illusions of later? The gyrocopter, possibly? Or whoever. You're obviously going to save things or disrupt things. No pun intended. But there must be a target you go on as the Shadow Demon.
I think Yeah, I think the Phantom Lancer is the one, and the nice thing is even if it's an illusion, there's a chance that it can make more illusions, so it works out pretty well, pushes the wave quite nicely. That being said, Senior Squad do have a gyrocopter who's able to clear out those illusions with relative ease. I don't know, it's starting to feel like this is turning into a bit of a difficult game for the Shadow Demon. Yes, he has the save for the Reaper Scythe, but I don't think we've seen that happen once yet.
No.
Maybe it's a positioning issue. Maybe it's simply the type of fights that have been taken. I can't say.
I just gotta say as well that the net worth, like this game is so close right now. Now they were at a stage, 6 minutes ago, it was 4K net worth, definitely heading in favor of Salt, but the net worth is now tied up. And bottom, not a hero. He's got a shield crash and a swashbuckle, losing a lot of his mana to the Diffusal Blade of that Blackout Maniac. Phantom Lancer will get a Rolling Thunder of Salt. Cloud now in to secure the deal, try buy the space and time that he needs for PL to escape. It's all that good. Santa throws out a Demonic Purge onto something. No, banishment.
Disruption. Yeah, he threw it out onto a PL illusion. Cloud also using the Cold Snap. I don't think they saw that Blackout Maniac got out right in the beginning of that fight before Cloud Tornado EMP'd.
And this Clockwork has the Titan Sliver. Really good on him.
Sorry, the Clockwork
has the Titan Sliver.
Okay. That's pretty useful. He is the frontliner, and that magic resistance, status resistance, so useful for him to get in and out and just cause more problems for Salt. Oh boy, this is really unfortunate for Blight. I don't want to test, any of his deaths to it, but it is a bit unfortunate seeing as he's been having such a good game. I know what it feels like to be lagging, Cappy. I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, no, we all know the feeling. It is unfortunate. But most players, I think, from what I know, Senior Squad are quite gentlemanly. I don't think they are.
Yeah, they seem like hell of a nice
people.
guys.
Yeah, we haven't seen any bad stuff.
You
got to play with Iro NVU. Great player, I gotta say. He's quite versatile.
Yeah, he is very versatile. He happens to be the most versatile player in the Senior Squad team.
Yeah.
He's played 12 different heroes across this tournament, and
this Discord is really struggling here. Should we quickly restart our Discords and come back in?
I think so.
Yeah,
let's try our best.
Alright.
Alrighty, how are we looking there, Cappy? Can you hear me?
Good. Yeah, I can hear you nice and clear. Maybe it was just that.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, that sounds great now. Let's hope.
Okay, fantastic. Happens. We fixed the problem.
I hope so. Just a hard
people.
Reboot.
Yeah.
Wait for these players for Blight to load back in.
Oh wow. Cloud is going to have his Shiva's guard up. It's on his way to him, and obviously being such a good item versus the Phantom Lancer, I think that they'll be looking to take a fight immediately once he has it.
I hate to break it to him, but Penance already has one up. And he's almost at Lotus Orb. So, shit. I mean, sorry.
Poop.
Now, Penance has done really well. Like, I feel like they told him his lane is the sack lane. It's going to be the hard lane that he gets. You just got to live. And he's done exceptionally well from that stage to stay in this game and delay, as you mentioned, delay Salt from hitting those objectives too quickly.
Yeah. Really has been a stand-up performance from him thus far. Let's hope that he can continue it into the late game. I'm very regards to I envy you not going for the Spirit Vessel first and foremost and into a halberd. I've just noticed that now. The Blade Mail being relatively good versus the likes of Invoker and Shadow Demon, but I don't think that it is that necessary this game. Anyway, each to his own, and we have seen him playing pretty well this game, so who am I to say anything with regards to that?
Nothing.
Nothing. It's very easy to stand on the outside and make assessments, guys. These guys know what they're doing.
It's really... these guys are way better than us. Well, most of us. Those who can't play, cast.
Correct.
Well,
I'm not going to... Yeah, I'm not going to fight that at all.
Yeah. Just wait for... I'll put this up for now while we wait for...
For Blight. Oh, goodness.
We come for you.
His need is down completely, ish. They're gonna take this 4v5?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they can wait, okay. Oh no, Blight. What's just gonna happen now? I don't know how the admins deal with something like this.
I think if the other team is willing to wait, Cappy, then it's...
That's fair. Well, everyone go get a drink, something, some water,
Yeah.
whatever you do on your Sunday.
We'll keep you entertained with some music.
Yeah, we can do that for the moment. It might be a little bit of time, so Senior's quite happy to wait. But we will wait just as well.
Okay, cool.
Right, we are back in it.
Tower.
Let's get involved. If we're right back off, Blight has reconnected. As it stands, it's slowly becoming Senior Squad's game. Like the longer this goes on.
Yeah, as we spoke about, definitely edging the late game from the side of Senior Squad. That being said, we do see a Shiva's Guard on Cloud. This is a very effective way to deal with the Phantom Lancer and makes it a lot easier to kill off his illusions, also slowing his attack rate and speed.
Cloud's also got spider legs on him. I like that on Invoker. That's really nice. Just you can reposition so quickly to get that key tornado off for initiation. And he's not afraid to throw them out. I've noticed he's very happy to put out tornadoes very quickly. Has he got the cooldown already? Yeah, that's why. Minus 10-second cooldown at level 20 for Invoker. 2 tornado, making that spell so easy to use. Such a good form of initiation. And it debuffs, for those who don't know. It purges things from enemy heroes.
Righty. And Salt posturing to take this bottom tower.
And here we're gonna force out the fortification from Senior Squad, keeping the tower alive a little bit longer and letting it throw out some bonus projectiles.
Haste.
Right, they think better of it. Okay, we seem like we're in a bit of a stalemate here. This is very advantageous for Senior Squad guys. The more that they are able to farm, the better, as we've spoken about. And right now they have a whole bunch of space with very little pressure from Salt.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Cappy, we haven't spoken about the net worths currently. It's interesting to note that Senior Squad are slowly creeping up. Their cores getting in, all 3 of them in the top 5 net worth.
Forward from Not a Hero, hook shot. I envy you, gonna find Cloud and buy himself some space. I don't know if the rest of his team are gonna try and assist him. There's a lot of Salt heroes here, not a lot of Senior Squad ones. I think Clockwork will fall. That he will, unfortunately. PL
Very nicely played by Cloud there.
Yeah, no, he did really good. That use of the spider legs. That's how you use them.
Yeah. I also like that Envy used that hook shot to get out of trouble. A bit unfortunate that he couldn't stay alive there. But without his other teammates being around, you know, there wasn't really much of a chance. That being said, during all of this, losing a Clockwork whilst being able to get farm in your cores, I don't think it's too terrible. I don't think Senior Squad are going to be too upset about that at all.
Nah, Fuko was busy pushing the mid lane, and Black Maniac, he's very close to his Heart of Terrain. This is becoming a bit of a concern for Salt.
Yeah, I would say that it is.
Blight thinks the solution is to go into Roshan. Might as well be. He's got the Abyssal Blade and the BKB available to him. So does he have the Orb of Destruction. But they do move away from the Roshan pit. Something gave it away. It's a sword up here.
I think it might be that and a combination of a bit of PTSD from the previous fights.
Black Maniac trying to get the doppelganger up onto this ward spot here, so they didn't have to use the ward, but it failed. So Mowgli has to put the obs down, which does suck a bit. Probably wanted to save it.
Unfortunate.
Doesn't always go according to plan.
No. We see a blink on Not a Hero at the moment. I'm not sure how I feel about this item in this game, Cappy. I think if they're going to be contesting against the PL, they need a bit more damage. And there's not really much that they can jump on in the backline, maybe bar the Grimstroke. I guess it's okay. For positioning in that rolling boulder, it's probably going to be fine. But yeah, I would have preferred to see a little bit more damage coming out from Not a Hero.
We'll have to see. Maybe Blink Dagger is going to show something. He's going to do some crazy play with the Blink Dagger.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, that's all we can do is hope. Uso wants the Mignolda.
Yeah, I think it's a great item here. I think it's another method for them to deal with the Phantom Lancer. Whether it's going to be enough remains to be seen, but definitely an insightful pickup.
Smoke from Senior Squad coming from their triangle, walking right past the Roshan pit, heading north to the enemy jungle. Behind enemy lines are NVU. He's been waiting there. He's like Owen Wilson, and he pounces just as the movie ends to find Taz. Sparkles will get a snowball off just before the homing missile connects. It won't save his life. Buys a little bit more time for Cloud to throw the tornado EMP meteor combo, which does not really find anything. Fook doesn't have any mana. Use Spidelegs to go up the high ground. Senior Squad not afraid to go on the Salt heroes as they retreat back towards the safety of their base. Won't catch anything though. Glimmer Cape used and Ghost Walk. Outpost will fall to Senior Squad though. And the pressure on the tier 2 top will continue. Blackout Maniac leading the charge. He has the Heart of Tarask finished. Big item. I mean, and Fook can just melt those illusions even if disruption comes in. Blind blinks forward, finds the Abyssal Blade in the BKB, going immediately onto Fook, who uses the BKB in return. He doesn't have enough damage to stay alive. He's just bashed the whole time by this Abyssal Blade. Mildly too in a lot of trouble. Blight just not saving any prisoners. Cloud using the spider legs to walk up the high ground. The fight continues. Phantom rush forward onto Blight. PL looking for the engage. He can't find it. He needs the help because not a hero is throwing with all the rolling thunder spells he can. Disrupting Blackout Maniac's line of attack. Salt now. Blight in a little bit of trouble. The Reaper's side from Pendants. It brings on Blight. Salt on the back foot now. Tuss using the snowball to engage. Finds a 2-man stun. IMVU. He's still alive. Gold get uppercut into the air. Is not a hero. The focus of Blackout Maniac is just so damn big. This Phantom Lancer has gotten out of proportion. Salt don't seem to have the answers for this. 110 seconds without Blight's Ursa. I don't know 2.0. It's looking like a Senior Squad match here. Or Senior Squad game.
Yeah, it really is. And if they can get this tier 3 off the back of that Cappy, that's perfect. They do have, Salt do have an Invoker that's perfectly capable of defending high ground, but by himself it's a little bit questionable. Buyback from Not a Hero. Oh, let's see if they can hold this. They get a Rax as well, Cappy, that's huge.
Rax is big. Not a hero blinks forward with a swashbuckle or blinks away. After using it, Shiva's Guard. Cloud, they're going to get the call down. BKB forced out onto Cloud. Blackout Maniac, he doesn't do any mana drain through that. He will turn his attention once again onto the Rax. Senior Squad, knowing this is how they win the game, take the objectives. There's nothing Salt can do to defend besides throwing out disruptions and disarms, but the doppelganger cooldown, which is 1 level away for Blackout Maniac, is going to make things so difficult. Imagine we'll take that Penance though. The result, Sunstrike, Deafening Blast. Clouds finds the kill. SS now on the back foot, must retreat. Sparkles goes forward with the snowball. Penance, he is dead. Blackout Maniac finds Santa, who just overextended a little bit forward. This PL still quite large. Fook, he's holding onto a lot of spells, a lot of abilities. BKB up again for him in 26 seconds. Do Senior Squad take the racks? Yes, they do, and will disengage.
Oh, beautiful passage of play there, Cappy. Unbelievable stuff. And it looked like it was Salt's fight. I mean, they managed to kill off Uncle Fook. They managed to kill off... they managed to kill off Mowgli as well, and it still ends up being a Senior Squad fight. That PL Hart doing so much work. Something we didn't notice, that there was a fresh BKB on Cloud, and he has to use it defensively, which is something you almost never want to do. It's so unfortunate, and they don't manage to get anything off the back of that item.
Using the spider legs again, comes over the high ground, get the tornado, Fook past the BKB immediately. They got the Cloud, they got the smoke for him. Invoker locked down in a very bad place. Tuss with the snowball save up onto the high ground, into the creep camp. They do follow him up. Blackout Maniac, he's not afraid, got the double damage on him. Sparkle's gonna uppercut him to the air as Blood has respawned. BKB enraged, it brings down Maniac. He is dead. Senior Squad in a lot of trouble now, while IO Envy is, he will be just food for the machine that is Ursa. And Roshan is left open. Blight should just go in there and finish it.
Yep, this is a free Roshan for Salt. Very nicely done. And I think that double damage on PL actually working to his detriment, because Ursa was managed or able to focus him down, knowing exactly which of his illusions the real one was.
Blight picks up the Aegis of the Immortal. Salt gonna push down the mid lane.
Oh, Cappy, this game is so exciting. It's back and forth the entire time.
Suddenly things just kicked alive like 5 minutes ago, and they've taken a bit of a stop now. Cloud going to TP bottom, push out that wave. They do fortify that meteor. I like that. I do like that. A little bit more damage onto the tower from the range creeps. Just a little bit, because Cloud deals with creeps like a hot knife through butter.
Dire's middle tower was smashed into pieces.
Tier 2 mid falls. Senior squad on the high ground. They're still waiting 28 seconds for Blackout Maniac to respawn. Need their Phantom Lancer. They have any hope of defending. And there's an Aegis on Blight. They know this is the time. They realize that it doesn't matter how many buybacks you force. You gotta sometime make the play. Or maybe not. Bogus 25, what do you take? The Radial Deafening Blast, which we did see quite a few times.
Yeah, it's definitely the item here, especially against the Phantom Lancer. That's the perfect level 25 talent, actually.
Yeah, that's great. It does a fair amount of damage as well.
Yeah, it really does.
It's pure, I believe, too. It's a lot. It's a really good spell.
Mm-hmm.
Havakama found by Blight.
Righty, and going back to Not a Hero's items, he is going back for the Aghanims, which I think is exactly what he needs. They just need AoE damage for this Phantom Lancer, and as much of it as possible.
Radial Deafening Blast showing what it done. Blight even putting the alacrity onto the siege creep. Helped this wave push, but PL very easily able to clean up a creep wave. All those illusions. There was a stage, I think when you first start playing this game and you come up against illusion heroes, it's never a fun time.
Yeah.
It's something you just don't know how it works. Like Ricky. Oh, Ricky is a new player. Goodness. You don't know what detection is.
Luckily for us, we're not watching new players here.
Yeah, true.
These guys
There's
know
no
what they're
Ricky.
doing.
Yeah, they do. They do. So they can deal with the PL. Clearly, usually Phantom Lance are considered to be the counter to an Invoker.
No, yes, absolutely. Classically, the Phantom Lance are doing very, very well versus Invoker. Serene Core picked up by Cloud now. He's starting to look very, very scary.
Yeah, no, that he is. So EMP finds Phantom Lancer. Just uses the doppelganger. Nothing special. Clockwork on the hunt, but they don't have detection for this Invoker yet. The strange dust, there might have been a misclick from Mowgli.
I think they were just looking for the Invoker if he might have stuck around.
So, Pangoliers, he's got the damage item now. He's got the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
It's really cool. Does he get a reduction on his... Yeah, on the Rolling Thunder, but not the Shield Crash. Well, not yet. Malgi, oh no! 4 staffs the wrong way.
It's not a reduction, Cappy. It's so what happens is when he shield crashes, he gets an AoE swashbuckle, or it goes out perpendicular to each other in 4 different directions.
Tier 3 falls very quickly to Salt's lineup. Grimstroke forced to buy back. Lots of wave clearing abilities being used. But no heroes being affected. Blink forward from Not a Hero. He's got the Rolling Thunder up. Doesn't find anything for the initial engage. Soul Bind through the BKB. Blackout Maniac, the cooldown too. They want to sum it up. The cheese eaten by Pangolier as they go into Blight Sursa. He's so low. The Aegis has popped already. Cloud forced to use the Deafening Blast twice in initiation. But Sparkles, he's still alive. They get the uppercut onto the Gyrocopter. Blight blinks forward. He's got the Aegis. He just popped it. He's got the BKB too. And he's just too big to bring down Blackout Maniac. Man fighting against the Sursa. The Enrage finally used to disengage. Cloud is still alive in the back, just throwing out the tornadoes as 2 buybacks force out on Senior Squad, forcing Salt to disengage.
Oh, very well played by Salt there. They realize they have a double catapult wave. They make the call to push, and they almost get that Rex. I would just like to point out that that the Grimstroke Soulbind was really, really valuable there, and manages to stop Salt from grabbing that Rex and stopping the Rolling Thunder from Pangolier in its tracks. Very, very useful. Yeah. I don't think that senior squad could have played that any differently. Oh, ninja gear.
It's ninja gear for. It should give that to the Phantom Lancer, I assume.
I think so. I think it's just a super good item on the whole. That's like a free smoke for one player, and you can almost be permanently smoked. It'll allow the Phantom Lancer to move around the map without any issues. They might actually end up giving it to IR Envy or a pick-off hero that they have. Let's see how they use it.
Penance. So in the front line, they got the Spell Prism on 2, so reduce cooldown to all of his spells, as well as some nice attributes and mana regen. Really good spell in Necro. You can just spam Death Pulse. What's it? Here, every 4 seconds. That's cool. That's broken. Sparkles finds the Boxer's Initiation on IR Envy you. Punches that robot up into the air. The rest of his team are there to clean it up. Blind actually gets that kill. Getting some more gold his way. Not too sure what he's building. Once the Yolna still. He has the gold, to be honest. He's got the surplus for the Hyperstone and buyback.
We should be seeing. He's sending his courier to the Secret Shop now.
there
He'll
we
be
go.
picking it up.
That's pretty big on Ursa. I like that. All the attack speed.
Yeah. I've got to say, Cappy, that I'm really impressed with Salt's decision-making and movements during this late game. We spoke about how Senior Squad's lineup is more late game orientated, but they seem to be honestly just moving so well and taking fights at the right time. So yeah, let's hope they can continue that.
Game, but somehow pulled it back. Like a maniac just TPs out top. He does have the ninja gear on him.
Alright.
And enough for buyback.
Got it. Gold.
Buybacks are probably gonna be the game changer here.
Yeah, very important at this stage.
Swiftly through forest shade.
Magic lamp on gyrocopter.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good here. The Phantom, the Ursa's obviously targeting the gyro every opportunity he can get. So any sort of save will be super helpful for him.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Return the next day.
Is Roshan up? No, he's not. 1 minute 46.
I'm still surprised to not see a halberd on the side of Senior Squad. It's very odd versus an Ursa. Usually there will be a hero that prioritizes it.
There's not much in this game. 14k now, and look at that. Well, the network the chart just switched. Never mind.
So tight.
So tight, but it's still, yeah. PL and Gyrocopter easily able to come back. Even against Megas, like, the Senior Squad will be fine.
They're not going to struggle at all.
Like a maniac, TP's out. Running Thunder used by not a hero. He maybe expected the PL to use a doppelganger into the tree line or whatever. It spells off cooldown. He does have it on such a low. I mean, it's every 30 seconds. 35 seconds he's got a rolling Thunder after him now that he's level 25. It's just really nice for him. And you can sort of spam it out. No one wants to hit them. See, Salt hit the homing missiles, guys. That's the difference. Whether you hit the homing missiles or not.
Changes the game, that spell.
Big time.
Obviously being sarcastic.
I don't know. It does, dude. Like, you think you're free, and then you just get whacked by a heat-seeking missile that never stops unless you die.
That's true. And even if you die, it targets someone else in your team. Or
Blood's got his eyes onto Roshan, has respawned, the big man. He's also holding a refresher orb. That'd be great on Invoker. Spotted out by the rocket flare, but I'm not sure Senior Squad are in a position. All their lanes are pushed in. Looks like they might want to contest. Will be spotted, perhaps. Might disengage. Not going to take the Roshan. IRNVU was ready with the hook shot.
Yeah, they don't have any vision up there, or any vision of them moving into that part of their jungle. Oh my goodness.
Thunder, so much mana not left on Not a Hero. Does escape though. Very elusive.
Oh boy.
Oh, they use hook shot. Trying to find Invoker. Cloud Force use the BKB. Will Ghost walk himself to safety. Was there no detection?
They had rocket flare true sights, but Cloud was able to move out of that quite quickly.
Really abusing. And they took the Roshan that time. Wow.
Immortality.
That's maximizing advantage. That's what you call space created. Like, that's how you use space, and that's how you make space.
That's quite nice, actually.
Yep. And refresher shard put on the Invoker. That's very nice. Some huge combos going to be coming out here. What do you think Cloud goes here? I think maybe an Aghanims as a sixth item, or is he
why
going
not?
refresh?
I mean, how much gold is it to get the blessing with it? It's 6,000 gold.
Yep.
He definitely could do it. Probably should. I mean, he's really given us a masterclass on how to use spider legs.
Yeah. What's really nice about spider legs as well, Cappy, is that you don't have to. I mean, you can just sell your boots. That extra movement speed from the spider legs and the ability to use it every 7.5 seconds to give yourself a boost and move freely over terrain, it really frees up a spot in your inventory. It's quite a useful item late game.
Salt really want this high ground, and they realize they have to take it. Like, it's so hard to pick a fight with Senior Squad's lineup even outside the base. At some stage, you're gonna have to go up the high ground.
Yeah.
Maybe split push. That's what Cloud's trying to do. Got a homing missile on him, but he is invisible due to Ghost Walk. As Phantom Alliance's illusions chase away these pesky Pangoliers. Not very well though, my dad. Well, Pangolier isn't very great at dealing with his illusions. You think he would be, but those illusions are tanky. High shots, finds Penance, locks him up on the high ground just by the staircase. There's no follow-up from Fuki. He's just so much flak cannon. Not a Hero, forced to use the cheese. Perhaps Salt now gonna go up with two siege creeps. Not a Hero, blinks forward, he got the rolling phantom. They're gonna throw a soul bind in the backline while IRNVU finds Santa once again to kill the support Blackout Maniac. There's the BKB on Cloud. He's still hitting him through all that damage. Blight's very low. He has the Age of the Immortal, do not forget, but they throw him into a snowball. Sparkles there to keep his core alive as the Aegis does eventually get brought down. Senior Squad forced to use the buyback on the clockwork. It's still a long fight. Cloud uses a nice big deafening blast. The radial one buyback on Dependence's Necromancer. Salt looking like they might have taken the fight, but not so much anymore. Blind Force used the defensive enrages. Fook and Black Maniac trying to chase him down, but Shadow Demon, oh my goodness, that damage from Soul Catcher bursting through both these cores on Senior Squad's side. Penance just pulled back. He's got to be careful. Uses the Guardian Greaves. They get the Reaper Scythe down onto Blight. 6-time kill streak going in favor of this Necrophos, and Not a Hero looks like he might fall too. He can't stop the Maelstrom procs as he lunges to his detriment. Cloud still assisting with a disengage. That's a lot of dead heroes on Salt's team. They do have buybacks though.
One buyback from IRNVU there, and what a hook shot, Cappy.
Yeah, what a hook shot.
What a hook shot. I cannot even stress how great it was. He gets straight to the back line, stops any sort of help for Blight, and in my opinion really changed that fight.
I want to see more IRNVU. He's really impressed me this tournament.
unfortunately, he can only play one game at a time, so...
Not a hero. That's a very aggressive swashbuckle forward. The 3-man rolling thunder find. The clockwork finds a stop on to Sparkles, who gets disrupted almost immediately, caught inside the cogs. Call down this gyrocopter incredibly low as this Pangolier still really live. Got the Lotus on 1 and 2. Blight pops the BKB, doesn't find anything. Never mind, he does. It's going to be Phantom Lancer. No, that's the big one. Blackout Maniac brought down. He is dead. Senior squad need to disengage. Nothing left for them to pick up here. It's only left for them to feed. Invoker, one more big tornado. That's a Lotus Orb. Snowball. Sparkles must have triggered that. Penance is left for dead. That is a dieback on the Necrophos. Salt might have sniffed their opening to end this game, or possibly take at least one set of racks.
They need to be careful here, though, Cappy. If they're going to take the racks, they need to do it with full confidence and not lose anyone. There was 3 buybacks from the side of Salt. So let's hope that they can execute that, get that middle racks, even things out with regards to real estate. Yeah, and they're doing just that. Cloud does have the boots of travel now.
Yeah, got Lotus Orb on 2. Homing missile. All the homing missiles. This is a level 27 gyrocopter. The barrack should be Blight's concern. It's the buyback from Blackout Maniac. PL back in this fight. Soulbind fights 2. Fu throwing out the flak cannon shots. Blight using the in-range. He saw his Lotus Orb on him. He's melting through the gyrocopter quite quickly. The Essence Ring is not enough to keep him alive as Gyro's brought out. He has to buy back. Blight's still really, really big. He's got the Maelstrom Lightning around him. Cloud, he's very untouchable in his positioning. Keep throwing out these tornadoes on such low cooldown. Blight dropping quite low. There is no Aegis on this Ursa currently. The Icefall there. They do find the Ursa. Snowball then forward from Sparkles. Just buy some time. It delays his own death. Santa adding more delay onto the death with a disruption onto his own tusk. At least Cloud survives, and so does Not a Hero. And buyback forced out onto Blackout Maniac. He does wrap up Sparkles for his trouble. Fook will find the Shadow Demon, so elusive in the tree line. But lots of buybacks are done. It's now raining at my house.
Is it raining buybacks?
Raining buybacks and raining atmosphere. 17k net worth for Salt. They do have buybacks. A lot of these... No, never mind. Ursa has no buyback. Neither does Shadow Demon. Neither does Tusk. Oh, I didn't see this.
Yep, 3 buybacks in the previous fights.
This
do they look to just end here?
Senior squad are just gonna end this game, and Salt can do nothing about it. Cloud, he's got Deafening Blast. He finds it. The hook shot's disrupted by that spell, which is a bit ridiculous if you ask me. But this is Senior Squad's game. Blight's just dead. Cloud gonna throw out all the tornadoes. BKB popped by Fook, the engage. Now Cloud also using his Black King power as Clockwork leading the way. IRA for you. They trap up Sparkles and the Cog. Sorry, Not a Hero. Bring down the Pangolier. It's just Invoker left to defend against the Radiant team. All 5 of these heroes against one lonesome Invoker. I don't think that's how you win. Senior Squad will hit the racks, and GG well played is actually called Not a Hero. Game 1, 61 minutes in length. Crazy.
What
That's game 1.
Cracker to start this tournament! Oh my goodness, Cappy. Oh, well played to both teams, and in particular to Senior Squad. We underestimated them and they proved us wrong.
Yeah, and we're going to hand back with that right back to the panel. Let's take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the panel. Very entertaining first game. I think there were definitely quite a few interesting moments. I mean, everything from the Roshan pause to I think the what are we saying, guys? The manly push. It was certainly an entertaining game 1. And as this is a best 5, we have a lot of Dota left in us tonight. But gentlemen, welcome back to the panel. I know you have a lot you want to discuss, so I'm going to throw this straight over to you, gentlemen. Who wants to start?
I'll start. It's
I
hot.
would like
It's
to. No,
really,
no,
really
I
hot.
would like to start.
I think Scarpy needs to
So-
explain where his shirt went.
So, but that's for those that don't understand why Scarpy is topless. It's because he just wanted to show off his manly pecs.
Yeah, not because I made a bet at all.
Scarpy,
Betting is bad.
Just point to where your light is. Just show me where your light is. Just like point.
Well, it's like that way, bro. Yeah,
Take it away.
but we were talking about the game while we were watching it, and I think both sides had some pros and some cons, we could say. Just playing very slow against a PL is not usually the way you want to go, and I think anyone can tell you that. And maybe having some of the lag issues that they did really threw Salt off a bit, and that's the reason why I'm topless. But it would have been Adastam. It's what I was hoping for, but
There's always game 2. I mean, I'm pretty sure I recall Adastam saying that.
Double or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
No
what
one's
is
going to
that-
see your pants anyway, don't worry.
What does that even mean in that case? Okay.
Double
Anyway,
or
so let's just slow down a bit because I think, generally speaking, we want to talk about how the game ended. Let's talk about how it started instead. So laning wise, what was surprising? What could have been done better? I mean, we were chatting about the PL going mid against Invoker, for example, which didn't happen.
So
What do you
I
guys
think the gyro pick was. I was speaking to you guys. I didn't really like it because they didn't have a tempo setter, right? So what happened was they picked the Grimstroke to Inkswell and try get aggressive. But what happened was the Necro got items. He got his mech. But now because they have a gyro, they don't have like a Storm or an Ember or something that can like fight around him. They didn't really do anything. It was like semi-passive, and that suited them just because they had a PL and the Dire Salt didn't kind of set the tempo too much. But in terms of the lane, I think the gyro versus Invoker went pretty even, right? Like the Cockroach rotated once, killed him. But then I think it was a 12-minute mark or something. The gyro just fell way behind in net worth, which was a bit of a problem. PL versus Pango was kind of even. I think the PL could have hit the jungle a bit earlier, maybe, like once he got 6, because the Pango got his javelin and put a lot of pressure on to him. The only lane I'd say that went bad, obviously for senior squad, was the Necro, and I think that's largely due to his item and skill board. Like he rushed the null talisman instead of wand, didn't have a fairy fire, didn't take a casual point and go shot early enough, and I think the ELSA took advantage of that.
Yeah, I think we can throw on top of that. ELSA had a great performance this game. In fact, at the moments where it looked like he could have turned that game around, he was looking pretty strong. So maybe the lag issues definitely maybe got to him, but it did look like he dominated his lane. So maybe we can see a little bit more of that coming out into the following games. I think there's looked like good synergy, at least between the two of them in lane. I think the Pango, just going back to your point there, the PL did come out ahead, and I 100% agree. If he went into the jungle, he would have farmed at a faster rate. But the Pango actually just never managed to catch up. So I don't know if it was either just the pressure that he was receiving from the PL, or do you think it would have not been an issue if Pango sort of caught up and PL was just way ahead? Because that's what I saw. I felt like they just kept a bit of pressure on Pango for a while.
So the thing is, Pango is always is going to get his farm just by the way the hero is, right? But the point with the PL, when you hit the jungle, you give Grimstroke the lane. And now when you give a support a lane, they get an early Grim and they get an early, like imagine a Grimstroke with an early 4-star versus an ELSA. Suddenly his game is very different because you've got 14-minute 4-star or something that just totally kites the ELSA, right? So that's like a huge thing to think about as well, not just my farm versus your farm, right? You're also giving your support levels. I think the other thing was the Shadow Demon fed too much bottom. Like there came a stage where the PL was the PL Grimstroke just was too strong and the Shadow Demon kept feeding, right? Like I think he should have maybe just rotated with the Tuskar, whether it be mid or top, and then just try and make kills on the Necro the whole time, or even on the Gyro, try and make space. But I think he stayed bottom way too long, and that he just kept feeding, and that helped so much with PL's net worth. How many? I think there was 3-4 kills he got on the Shadow Demon. I think that's like a large reason to why he was beating the Pango in lane.
Yeah, I think Sansa did maybe swing that a little bit in their favor. We did speak about MVPs though, and I think a lot of us felt that clock's rotations were pretty on point. He was super vital for that vision over the Roshan, but we saw twice, and we saw that very awkward pause on that Roshan, but he still actually managed to snag that Roshan steal, which could have turned that fight in a very, very different way, and could have actually had a major impact on how that game ended, because that was sort of the period of time we expected Salt to finish a game, and I would have a shirt on.
Yes, so I think a quick few things to mention was Clockwork both times Ursa walked into the Roshan. His rocket flare literally hit Roche the second Ursa started hitting Roche, which is huge. Like, to have that kind of game presence for the very second he walks into Roche twice, and then to hookshot and steal Aegis, and he didn't actually steal Aegis. He killed Roche, so technically it's not a steal, but to scout out 2 times the second he gets into Roche to get Aegis, to deny it from them, is massive. That's really good game sense. I think we saw 1 missed hook shot in bottom lane, but every time his hook shots were on point. I can't really say anything bad about what he did. Like, everything was pretty much went like clockwork, right?
Is it time to throw back to
something more embarrassing than our shirt business?
I'm with you there.
I want to, before we jump into game 2, I just want to also add is coming out of the rush pit when PL actually jumped onto the higher ground, when Sparkles actually got the save off onto the Ursa, he rolled to the higher newts, and I think at that point, Senior squad was actually looking really good to try and finish out game 1. But PL dying kind of put them on the back foot, and it drew out the game for another 20 minutes. By the time the game, I think at that point their net worth was like maybe 1k in advantage of Salt. By the end of the game, I think Salt had a net worth advantage of about 13k. So, I mean, by that point in the game, you pretty much got all the items on most of your cores, and it was very difficult for Salt to try and finish out the game. And you get the defenders opportunity, so Senior squad defending high ground made it a little bit harder for Salt trying to finishing out the game, and they took advantage of it, killed them, and ended up pushing high ground. So
yeah,
I think
consider that a summary.
I think it's also largely because Dire had no tower push, right? You got a Pango. Invoke is the only way of sieging. So in order to try get racks, it was so hard for them versus Grimstroke. So that was also like a large reason to why the game was delayed, so the PL could just get farmed out.
Okay, so final thoughts on this game before we move on to what's to come and what we would like to see different?
I'd like to see Salt. First of all, they picked a very aggressive lineup, and then they kind of just wanted to farm. I'd like to see them get more aggressive. And same goes for Senior Squad. Like, everyone kind of just sat and was happy with farming, which means whoever picks the better late game is going to win. I'd like to see more tempo heroes and more like team fights. Like, that's just what I want to see.
I mean, I can buy that. I think we all love Dota for the team fights and the actions. So let's hope that comes through. Scorpy, who is probably getting Twitter followers by the thousands as we speak.
All the ladies.
Yeah.
Is that how you get the ladies?
You know how it goes. I can't walk into a room without being noticed.
For the good looks or for the lack of?
I don't know either.
Either's good enough, eh?
Yeah.
Or the neck gets banned out.
Back onto the Dota stuff, right?
Yeah. So, sorry, you were asking me a question, or are you talking about the?
Yeah, no, I was going through everyone's last thoughts. So
last thoughts of that game. What I want them to actually be doing in this game, I think Salt need to look at if they are going to leave that window open to work around their timings way better. I think if they left their window open for a PL, and Adastam touched on it in the draft, also like a Broodmother, if they have someone who can play something like that, if they're going to leave that window open, they need to play around specific timings of their own, and I feel like they didn't. And I think losing that one Roshan was actually one of those pivotal moments. So we'll see how they're going to turn that around coming into this game. But I think we're going to have a nasty BO5 here coming up ahead. So Go get your coffee.
So are you saying that we're definitely not going to have 3 in a row?
No,
Right.
I don't think so. I think it
I'm
could
worried.
go 2
I
in
don't
a
know how
row
much
now.
more items of clothing you can lose.
No,
Jabba?
no more bets.
Last thoughts before you participate in a bet against your will?
A bet against my will. So no, all I want to see is in the last game, senior squad was able to pick up like a nasty last pick PL. Maybe this time around, hopefully, Salt can maybe counter it or kind of just avoid that nasty last pick. It did kind of hurt them quite a bit, and we thought lanes were going to go a little bit differently in the beginning. I know Adastam said that we were going to have the PL mid, and they obviously swapped things around, and I think Salt had the same thinking as what Adastam did, but obviously they did change it up, and it kind of threw things in a bit of a wonky mess for them. So yeah, maybe just have a look more on the drafting side.
Cool. Well, speaking of which, we have our draft underway at the moment. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts so far?
Connell really strong opener, right?
Yeah.
But
the Rich Cockroach answer is a bit of a weird one. I'll have to see how that develops in the draft, but you're not super happy about it, but you're not super upset about it. So just 2 stable supports. But the problem is you've revealed both supports, so they could potentially try to play around it.
Yeah.
They wouldn't play it as a 3, eh? They wouldn't end up playing Clock as a 3.
I like that they feel comfortable in a hero like Clockwork, and it's going to force one of those bans, so something is going to slip through later on. I don't know if someone... I didn't get an answer. Maybe Adastam, you can help me with this one. The Lycan ban, is there a purpose behind that? Do you think it's something that's just going under the radar right now that could be quite scary, that Salt might be practicing, that, or senior squad just don't know how to deal with it?
Okay.
It's twice banned out in a row.
Yeah, so let's just look at this game, for instance. Lich, Clockwork, right? If you pick those tiers, the biggest weakness with them is they cannot deal with illusions at all. They are incapable, right? Like Clockwork, if you hook a Lycan, if you hook a PL, if you hook a Nugget, you're not doing anything. Same thing with Lich. So both supports are extremely terrible at dealing with any illusion or summon-based hero. So Lycan, they have zero control of his Lycan if they're picking that opener, right? So this game, it makes sense. Like, it's a super strong hero versus both the supports they picked. As for previous game, like, obviously it's not the same situation. I think it's just a hero that they struggled to deal with, because what we witnessed last game is both teams were just content with farming, right? Maybe they feel like they need a hero that sets the tempo a lot more in order to be aggressive, and Lycan, I think, fits that role perfectly. If you want to sit and be passive, and now you've got a Lycan knocking at your tier 2 towers at 10 minutes, you see, like, forces you out of your comfort zone, right?
Yeah. So, Devin, you and I, we actually saw Brewmaster from Salt, and they
pointed out as well. It's going to be an interesting selection for them. They are, I think they kind of try to work with the concept of having 2 players per hero kind of thing, so they can swap out if needs be. But I actually would still love to see the support panda. It's something that I really do enjoy. So let's see what they do opt to go for in the end. What are your thoughts on the support panda, Jabba, Adastam?
I suppose the Brew requires a little farm in the beginning parts of the game. It's going to take a lot to actually stop him from getting an ulti off, unless they try and pick up a silence or something that can actually disable him during the amount of time they take to kill him before he actually gets his ulti off. So yeah, Connell is just an all-round superstar at the moment. Panda requires, or Brew requires, very little to actually make plays. Maybe they're looking at just like throwing bodies at senior squad now. They don't want to go for another 60-minute game. They want to try and end this game in a sub 30-minute game.
5 seconds remaining.
We can only hope.
An axe pick, though, isn't that like one of the most hotly contested picks right now, besides Mars and Death Prophet, I think?
So they normally pick up, they'll pick up the axe, but what I've been seeing from the overseas, okay, well, look, they can't pick it now because they got the clock and the lich, but generally axe is picked up with the Phoenix because it actually works really well with it too.
Oh, the Cottles also go with the Phoenix, by the way.
But it's also to protect the egg, so yeah, even the...
So I think the reason Axe is strong, right? Because I'm going to speak specifically to the SA meta, right? So what generally happens is people want to pick more of greedy carries. Like people only want to play Juggernauts, PLs, right? They're not going to be playing Bristleback carry for the most part, right? That's like my consensus of how people want to play SA Dota. They want to pick something that carries hard. And Axe is probably the biggest counter to that like role of carry, because once you have Blink Blade Mail, almost no matter how farmed you are, it's almost like guaranteed kills, right? But if they pick something like a Bristleback, then this Axe, I feel, has almost no impact.
I'm going to tell you this now that Salt does run that core position 1 Bristleback.
Okay.
They do, and they do it quite well as well. But I think they're not scared to run offlane. If I'm not mistaken, I feel like we've seen them run it both as a 1 position and an offlaner, so they change what they're picking. So I guess time will tell what they opt for here. But
it's super good here though. With Kotl, it's so much synergy. It wins the lane. They can obviously pick other stuff, but I think it's a really strong pick here. Then they have the super mid-game lineup of beefy boys, because they can basically just ban the Timber, because they'll have like triple strength, and you just pick up the Bristle, ban Timber. I think you're sorted. Okay, so Ursa, I'm not the biggest fan. They're trying to dominate the lane, right? But you verse a Clockwork who can just cut waves and manipulate the creep wave to the point where Axe can always like be farming on the tower. And then Axe can just go cut the waves by himself when he gets high enough level. And the Ursa is most likely not going to chase him. And Kodor can't do anything to stop it. So it's a bit of a weird pick. But it doesn't make sense. Like, it's a bit weird, but I guess it's just comfort.
Yeah, that's comfort picks.
I'd like to see a different build in Ursa, because I thought his phase boots with maxing overpower is really outdated. I think that's like the Ursa build from like years ago. It's not, no one does it anymore, so I'd like to see the Treads max Q this game. Hopefully that happens. I really love this Ember Spirit pick. It's a hero that I wanted, like a tempo set or something that fights early. Super strong laner. I'm really excited to see this. And as you guys said, the PL ban. So no last pick. PL. Winky face.
Could you just stick a... What do you guys think about Magnus being picked up here for senior squad, like being played mid? Because you've got like 4 melee heroes on the side of Salt. Does Magnus actually do well in a situation like this?
From my experience, Magnus and Clockwork on the same team never work out.
I'll say Bristleback or Sven as their pick, yeah. They're just going to Majara again. Because most teams, like in SA at least, are playing their POS 1 in the mid lane. Really. So
Monkey King. Choose wisely.
Monkey King.
Oh, Monkey King. I mean, you're talking about...
Yeah,
that works perfectly, right? Because instead of having a scenario where you put everything into one spot, you zone out pretty much all the cores. I mean, I think Ember's fine with this, because he doesn't actually need to fight head on. But for things like Ursa, that actually does pose an issue about where he positions himself and how he can fight.
Yeah, so, the thing is, you might not kill Ursa with getting the stacks up, but you're going to lose your Keeper of the Light overall. But I think the Brewmaster is the thing we must really watch in these team fights. He's going to control the tempo of the team fights a lot for Salt. So his positioning is going to be very important. And I don't think they're going to be too scared of the Monkey King. I think laning sucks against the Monkey King.
But that's the power of Monkey King. Like, he lanes very well, and he kind of gets a lead that he sets for the rest of the game through that, right? The only, our favorite senior squad's laning stage here, as long as Lich doesn't get caught out by the Tuskar, I don't think they can lose that lane. They should win mid with Monkey King, and I think the Clockwork can just pull aggro to the point where Axe can always just skip creep waves later on and farm jungle at the same time. So I see senior squad winning 2 of their lanes easily. So I definitely favor their draft going into this. As for mid game, they don't really have any lockdown for this Ember. So I think if Tuskar helps out this Ember a bit, and this Ember has a good game, they're going to have 0 answer for it. And I think that's going to potentially be a huge problem.
Well, on that note, let's hand it straight back over to the casters one more time. Mr. Von Black, are you ready for us this time?
Very much picked up my game a little bit here. I just want to ask you quickly. So, Ursa again. Yes or no?
So was that your question?
Yeah. Sound like a statement.
That's not a
but it came
question.
it's not a question.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm not the biggest fan of it, just because they have zero tower pressure, and it's like if you don't fight and keep winning fights, it's going to just do what it did last game. It's going to be too passive, and I feel.
I'm gonna say yes because everyone knows I know better. Adastam.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, guys.
Good luck with the cast, sir.
Yes.
All right, 2.0. We're back in a game 2 of this ELSA League 1 Grand Final. Salts and Senior Squad. Senior Squad being the underdogs, but picking up that game 1. And just prepping for the rune contests, basically. Basically just prepping for the rune contests. Let's get this ELSA logo up. Free marketing. You know how it goes, guys. You know what it's about. Chuk chuk. Look at what's right in there.
We see a few rotations here to secure the top runes. Yeah, and just touching on last game, really impressive performance by Senior Squad and really proving us wrong.
Yep, and we see Blight on the ELSA again. Top lane, there's a bit of a conundrum. There are 7 heroes contesting over this bounty rune. As Sparkles now the attention of Jingu Stacks. Fook there with the Rocket Barrage, and Senior Squad get the first blood.
Yes, they do, and let's hope that they can continue this sort of pace into the late game, Cappy. Because to be quite frank with you,
late game.
Oh well, if Senior Squad have their way, then yes. But the tempo heroes that Salt have in this game is really going to dictate this early to mid game, and yeah, Salt are going to be wanting to end early for sure. They have the heroes to do it. Let's see if Senior Squad can stop them.
We're going to have a look at the laning combo mid lane. Clockwork's still there. Blackout Maniac's got 1 Jingu stack, chasing down Cloud. The battery's still popped by Clockwork. IRNVU quite hungry for a kill, but his core gives up. He still has a lot of damage. I mean, Clock can just sort of sit there. He is taking a bit of creep aggro, so, but it's just a pos 4, you know. I mean, you force out the Flame Guard, you force out probably some form of regen that Ember Spirit's going to have to use a Tango. A small victory.
I really like I really like these lane swaps as well.
Yep.
Top.
Proudly got the Frost Star on him. There's 3 dire heroes running him down. Blight very hungry for the kill. Be very nice for that Pos 1 Ursa to pick that up. As Sparkles drops quite low though, his axe will find the chopping, killing stroke. IRNV has made the movement top 2, and Fook, he's doing so much work. He brings down Santa. Blight was just losing HP too, had to disengage. As Sparkles still stuck in the tree line. Clockwork hot on his heels. Will probably lose him.
Alright, Cappy, I really like the lane swaps. That's, oh my goodness, INV in trouble. This top lane, so much action.
Yeah, Eagle be blinding lighted backwards away from the heroes that needed to kill him. That keeps him alive. Will pop the healing salve, so got some good HP coming his way. It's tri-lane versus tri-lane action, top.
Yeah, and we've got the Axe versus the Brewmaster. I feel like it's far more favorable than anything else they could have done. And they stick the Monkey King mid versus the Ember, and classically the Monkey King generally does very well versus an Ember early on.
I'm concerned. I feel like Senior Squad came into this series being considered the underdogs, but it might be the other way around.
Yeah, they seem like they've come very well prepared and are making such good calls as to what they're doing in their game, and honestly going into the game plan and executing it very well from what we've seen so far.
Bottom, it looks like Axe is having his way in that lane.
Yeah, he's definitely winning this last hit competition, if there was one, and yeah, just like you said, dominating the lane.
Even mid, it's hot contention with the Clockwork Frost Armor combo. Blight goes forward with the ground shot into the Clockwork cogs as he tries to get the overpower stacks, bringing down IRNVU, which is all good and well. And now Fook in a lot of trouble. Sparkles, he's got the tag team up on him. It's extra physical damage against this gyrocopter as Maugi does a little bit of body blocking. Very cheeky stuff. Will sacrifice his life to keep the gyrocopter alive though.
And during all of that, Cloud is taken down mid by Blackout Maniac.
Solo. Very nice. Monkey King happy to get any form of advantage he can. This is still such a strong hero against the Jingu Strax. The dodge actually, wow, that It was close. Cloud almost finds it. He wants the boundless strike, does Blackout Maniac. Will not find the target. As I envy you, sneaks a cheeky little outpost. 3 minutes, 47 seconds in. Sort of just distracting Salt. Gyrocopter respawns. He's not getting any of this XP. He needs to TP in a little bit quicker. Blackout Maniac, he's diving the tower. This is a level 5 Monkey King against a level 3 Ember Spirit.
Oof.
And Jingu stacks. Boundless Strike, it's just easy pickings for Blackout. Easy pickings.
Yeah, we spoke about the matchup. It's definitely Monkey King favored, and Blackout Maniac showing us exactly why that is.
Sparkles, he's going to be brought down too. Pops the stick charges, but not enough to stop the firepower that this helicopter dishes out. It's like an Apache, really. Rocket launchers, machine guns, pull down a few nukes. Salt, looking a bit worrying. Well, they should be worried. Senior squad happy to take this engagement. Bottom, Sparkles makes rotation. Here's level 2. Just died. Goes on Penance. Pops the tag team. The Battle Hunger call turn. Penance going to use that extra armor to soak up a lot of this right-click damage that Salt are dealing out. Keeps him nice and healthy. He's just below 50% HP. Pops the self too. So, whatever Salt try in this bottom lane is just not going to work. Penance will sit there. I think we cast this game on Thursday night, where he played Axe 2.
Yeah, correct.
He had a cracker of a game. Soaking it up, the spins! God, a hero needs to be goddamn careful here. Axe is not something you want to mess with. The RNG gods are with Penance. Clearly, it would seem. Tag team from Sparkles. Blight does die top lane. Once again, Malgi will get that kill, but I'm watching Penance 1v2 here in the bottom lane. It's quite exciting. Blackout Maniac, Cloud, what is going on? Salt, their early game is just crumbling.
Oh my goodness. These lane rotations have made the difference, Cappy. Such a thought through strategy, and quite frankly, it's paying off in spades. And we spoke about how early tempo sort of lineup, and they're just not going to be able to execute it, it would seem. Oof, this is exceptionally worrying for Salt here. I've got to say, looking pretty strong for Senior Squad right now.
Senior Squad just putting on a show right now. Just outlaning really. I don't know if it was outdraft.
Outlaning.
Yeah. It comes down to the draft. You would know about it. I went through it in depth.
Yeah, I would have actually favored Salt's draft initially, only because of that early tempo, of that hyper aggression that they have, and that exciting Dota that they play, that they should be playing. But it would seem that Suicide Squad have their number. Senior Squad have their number.
Clockwork. He finds Coddle, he finds Santa, brings him down. That's another kill going to this Senior Squad tri-lane. Definitely coming off the better in this engagement is Fook, sorry.
Penance is going to go down here.
Well, that's fair, you know. There's 2 heroes here, there's one of him. He did really good the first time. But as long as this Gyrocopter is getting the lane he needs and there's no weird rotations onto Monkey King, who... actually, fair enough, you probably can't rotate onto Monkey King right now. You need at least 2 or 3 heroes.
Yeah.
Arcane Rune, I hear a Chain Spirits. Cloud was almost brought down by the Clockwork. He's got the battery salt running forward. Blackout Maniac abusing the Arcane Rune. Gets the Boundless Strike. Very max distance onto Keeper of the Light. He turns with the Blinding Light. There's 2 spells. He's Keeper of the Light with Blinding Light. Nice, guys. Chicken Magic, nothing else called Light. There's an obs right there to spot out Blackout. Bottom, Penance finds the call onto Not a Hero, goes for the dunk. It's not enough damage for the Battle Hunger. It's level 3. It might melt through this Brewmaster as Not a Hero tries to find safety under his tower. Will not get there. And there's nothing to purge it. He can't kill anything. Axe just walks away. Penance. He's loving this.
He is. I don't know if he's loving it as much as Blackout Maniac, but he's definitely loving it. Oh boy.
Malgi, they got the Lich too, and Io Envy You is not done. He's hungry. He's looking for stuff in this jungle. And Santa's a perfect target, a squishy intel hero. It's all you want as a Clockwork. Am I right? 2.0, you would know.
Absolutely.
You love it. You love it when you see him picked at the Clockwork. If I had to tell you guys, his little eyes just light up. And his beard grows a little bit longer. It's currently sitting at what, like 10 centimeters? They estimate the
Yeah, so I've been told.
The wise men estimate it's about 10 centimeters.
Dire's middle tower
Every
is under
time
fire.
2.0 gets a career kill, it grows a centimeter longer.
Well, I mean, my beard would be longer than my body by now, surely.
Oh, okay.
Blackout Maniac in a bit of trouble here. He's overextended onto Cloud. Sparkles and Santa rotate in. He's caught by ice shards and brought down. That's it's a bit unfortunate.
Smooth pickup though. It does happen. You mentioned it last game. Again, the little bit of overconfidence.
Yeah, and that's simply what it is. I guess the rotation should have been called out, but I think that the responsibility is on Blackout Maniac to check away.
Has used his primal split bottom and he's cast all the spells cannons to Penance who just tanks through it. Mowgli's made the rotation in with the frost armor. I'm sure that this axe will be okay. He's still stuck up in the air as Sparkles makes a movement too. Setting himself up in the tree line. He's got the snowball, he's got the ice shard, he's got the level 3 tag team. The Brewmaster helping him. That's a lot of physical damage. Blink forward. Uh-oh. Blackout Maniac. He's joined the party too. Gonna blink right forward onto this Brewmaster. Bring him down the dunk there. The karate chop. As the French like to say.
The French? Okay.
Yes. first nation that popped into my head.
Oh, wow. Karate chop.
Does this count? It doesn't count as racist, surely. It's European people.
No. They're exempt.
They're exempt. It's really okay. The karate chop. The boundless strike. Hey, that all-in ability in DOS 2 looks like boundless strike. But that's what Eugene's been saying this whole time. Okay. Bottom, Penance, he's again 2 versus 1. Cinder Brew with the Thunderclap, the runner from Sparkles, got the tag team. Axe cannot tank his way through that much concentrated physical damage. Unfortunately for him.
Are you okay?
Penance does die. Blackout Maniac, he's very close to Echo Saber, like, you should get it by like 11.5 minutes. 12 minutes. And Cloud is Cloud's still trying to get phase boots up, you know.
Yeah, it seems a little one-sided to me.
This gyrocopter in the off lane, we've seen it the last, not this game, but the game before, on Thursday as well. Senior Squad did the exact same thing.
Yeah, it seems that they know their matchups pretty well, Cappy. I can't express enough how it's impressed me with their lane rotations and making sure they have the best matchups in all their lanes. And to lane versus an ELSA, tri-lane or not, and still come out on top is very commendable.
IRNVU, got the brown boots. Looking for the hook shots. Just got at level 6, he's fresh and eager to get engaged. Like a archaeology major on a science tour.
That is...
That didn't make any sense, sorry, I'll
that's a terrible analogy,
yeah,
sir.
I figured Clockwork gets the hook shot in, trying to stop Ember Spirit from going for the double damage. Cloud will not pick it up as the Clockwork does, and they could possibly chase him down. Mowgli trying to get the Sinister Gaze is not there in time. And Cloud does escape.
By the hair of his chinny chin chin.
By the hair of his chinny chin chin. Penance. Cheers on him again. How many times can he spin? That's the question. Blackout Maniac with the Jingu Mastery in the top lane. He gets the boundless strike. It's just damage for Penance. Gets a dunk on one, gets the spin on the other, and that's a double kill for this axe.
Oh boy.
Wukong's command, you don't expect it until it gets you. And now this tier 1 bottom is open for Senior Squad to push in. Cloud trying his best to cut this mid wave. But there's a hero coming on him. Never mind. He's always got the protective remnants. He's a good Ember player.
That's safety remnants. Very, very useful. I am a little bit worried about Cloud's game. With an Ember Spirit, you naturally want to snowball with the hero and be constantly rotating and getting kills. He's unfortunately not getting that right, and his farm is just nowhere near that of the Monkey King.
Even if we look at Blight, like Blight's Ursa last game was much further ahead.
Blackout Maniac in a lot of trouble here.
Bottom lane, he will be brought down. Monkey King, he's spotted out by 3 Salt Heroes as Cloud leads the charge. The Rock coming in from the Earth Bruling, finds Penance, stuns him up. He will get a nice battle. Hunger off. He tries to pop the cogs to save his core, but Axe will fall. The burn damage being a lot. So much of it. They do throw Lich up into the air. It's not the position that Mowgli wants to be in. Gets Frost Armor out. Throws a Chain Frost out too. That's quite a lot of damage. All these Dire Heroes are grouped up. Assault feels the damage. Fook TP's in. Picks up that kill. Sorry, Lich picks up that kill. Fook's just there for XP.
I was going to say it was an incredibly good rotation from Cloud, Not a Hero, and Sparkles, and getting the two massive cores on the side of Senior Squad. But Senior Squad responding nicely, Mowgli getting the kill onto Not a Hero. Nice stuff.
Black Maniac he's going for the Desolator first, and then we'll try to go for the Black King Bar. You agree with that order, or should it be the other way around?
I'm not sure, Cappy. Let's see.
True. If he starts dying to, like, you know, Searing Chains and
that sort of thing, then
stuff, then it's not a good idea. Irvy with a two-man hook shot. The Ember does get out. He's got these safety remnant available. Santa not so lucky. He's just a coddle, soaking up a little bit of damage, but will be brought down eventually. Searing Chains finds a two-man stun onto RNVU, and Penance gets a little Batter Hunger to tickle the back of Sparkle's ass. And he retreats back up the high ground.
Sorry.
That's okay. Arse is illegal at the Geneva Convention.
Okay. I hope tickling asses is as well.
I envy, they just give him clockwork and he just seems to make the moves happen.
Alright, and Cappy, to answer your question with regards to this, I think that the BKB would be the safer option. I think, especially versus, you know, an Ember, Coddle, even the Brewmaster to an extent, it's incredibly helpful. It ensures that you're not locked down. Tusk isn't able to stun you, except with Warrior's Punch, obviously, and it allows you to get those stacks off and be a little bit more effective. So I've got to say, I would definitely go with the BKB first. Backup Maniac going on Blight here at top lane.
Yeah, they do want him. This Ursa doesn't have a lot of mana, but luckily in range doesn't cost any mana. You can just pop it off like it's meth. Sorry, these are really not good, like, analogies that are coming up my mouth.
Guys, please ignore Cappy right now.
Sorry, the first game was an hour.
We're currently having technical difficulties. We'll be right back.
I'll put that like, it's fine, everything's burning. Meme on.
Oh boy.
Rashad will be the focus of Blood. Help of 3 of his cores. Just trying to tank a little bit. It's really sore though. Not as sore as Ursa's overpower though.
Yeah.
So we'll pick up the Aegis. Still very far behind. This Ursa, well, Blight compared to last game, not looking anywhere near as potent. He almost had a skull. He had a skull basher last time. By this stage of the game. Senior Squad should use this to their advantage. Gyro just getting bigger and bigger, and I feel like Fook, I mean, second time playing Gyrocopter 2 games in a row, he's definitely done a lot better. He seems to be far more ahead. I like that early drums and quickly approaching what I assume will be a Maelstrom.
Yeah, it's also important to note that he has had a better start because of the lane that he's been given. So let's see what he can do as a farm Gyrocopter this game.
Yeah.
I felt like he kept coming from behind in the previous game, and now he has the perfect opportunity to show off his stuff.
Vampire Fangs on the Monkey King. Really cool. You thought he was lifestealing a lot with Jingu Mastery stacks, but now he is lifestealing everything. Like nothing.
All of it.
Nothing's left.
Yeah.
Penance got the Vanguard finish, trying to get the phase. He's actually saving for the Blink Dagger. Probably the better call, I agree with that. Don't buy the phases, just stick with the brown boots, get the Blink Dagger, get some initiation for your team. And we can start seeing some more fights where Fook will be happy to drop a cooldown. Never mind.
Penance.
Chasing the G, there's 2 TPs from his team, make there 3 TPs. Senior Squad want to fight, get the start with the Boundless Strike, locking down Blight Ursa, the call away, he's taunted, call down, Fook, gets the flat cannon too, Iron View with a beautiful hook shot onto the backlines, forces Santa away from the protected position that he had as they bring down the Aegis of the Immortal. Senior Squad going to survive a few more votes, one of the Wisps, it is down, Blight in a very bad position, locked off away from his team, turns and nukes down Mowgli as if he's paper, Blackout Maniac holding on the Jingu stacks, hit the Boundless Strike. They kill off Cloud. Ember Spirit, not a feature in this fight anymore. Clockwork running away, but Fook, he's got himself the flak cannon as Black Armenia gets the Jingu stacks for a second time. He's holding onto the Boundless Strike. 10 seconds available. Blight trying to run away. Buy himself some time and space. Walk towards his Brewmaster. Brewmaster wants to have none of this as Senior Squad chase down Blight Zersa. Boundless Strike from Black Maniac. They get the kill. 3-man wipe on the favor of Senior Squad. Beautiful
4-man if you
fight.
can't. Yes, incredible. And 4-man if you count the Aegis, Cappy. That was actually super well played and very nice awareness from Senior Squad and rotating so quickly. As soon as they saw that Penance was in a little bit of trouble, everyone rotated in and they managed to get an incredible fight off. Fook in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. All he brought down, the hook shot doesn't find any target, but the range creep is not exactly what IRNV wants, but he'll have to make do. Black Mania got an Urn of Shadows on him, turns around with the Boundless Strike. They get the Cinderbrew into the tree line. This Monkey King looks very dead to my eyes. Double kill for Salt.
Yeah.
Favor of the Brewmaster. And he will soak that up.
I feel like the narrative for both of these games has been overextending and being overconfident. Don't get me wrong, it's making for some very exciting Dota, but both teams been guilty, and in that scenario, showing us again.
Yeah, a little bit of overextension. It was such a good fight into that. I don't feel they needed to let those heroes die.
Yeah,
Definitely
agreed.
Done something else.
I think Senior Squad also needs to be cognizant of the fact that again they win late game, and it isn't a terrible thing to, off the back of a team fight, go and farm more and extend that net worth advantage that they so
reveals the
desperately
Blink
want.
Dagger. Lockdown not a hero. They're just gonna burst him with all the damage from the helicopter. That Apache help of Monkey King. They get the deny too on the mid tower. Senior Squad very awake, very woke.
Radiant's bottom tower has a nasty situation.
Do they keep pushing? I suppose they could. I mean, Axe with Blink can just keep Blink calling anything he sees. I don't know if Salt have the answers right now. SS actually dropping a bit of net worth, yeah, but they just lost a little bit because of that last silly disengagement.
This blink pickup, as you pointed out, Cappy, on Penance is so big for them. They're now able to take the aggression to Salt and not just be responding. I think we might be seeing a smoke play not too far from now where they'll be using that blink to its fullest advantage. Fullest potential, sorry.
Fullest potential. What advantage? I mean, you ever heard a teacher go, oh, he's not reaching his fullest potential. You can't get a full potential, you can't get a half potential, bro. So what is a full potential?
It's just a potential, China.
It's just a potential, my mate. No better. Clockwork throwing out the rocket flares to scout out Cloud as he makes his movement bottom, so IRNVU just walks into the tree line. A little poor Assault just gonna group up as 5 heroes around the Radiant outpost. What do you call this part of the jungle? Just the jungle. The other one's the triangle. This is the jungle.
It's Radiant's bottom jungle and Radiant top jungle. But I don't think everyone is familiar with the term triangle, so...
Yeah, true. Triangle, well, if you want to, I can illustrate. Each team, each map has one of these, where there's like 3 creep camps, you see that? And we call that, sorry, when I say triangle, when 2.0 says triangle, we mean, I just drew it, that was not the triangle, sorry, here. There we go, no, there we go, that's the triangle there, and that is the triangle there, that's what we're talking about. Dire triangle is the red one, and radiant triangle is the green one on the minimap.
Gotta say, very nice drawing as well.
Did you see that? You can see me drawing. It took me like 3 or 4 attempts for each one until I realized where the creep camps were. Penance is going for the... He's got a Urn of Shadows already, you know, like this axe is an Urn of Shadows. He goes for the blink and misses it. It's a bit of a problem. Fook won't find that kill. Sorry, Blackout Maniac won't find that kill. Who comes up the back line is not a hero with the help of Santa. He's got the Will of the Wisp. Wants to throw it down. Connell so good at this lockdown. Will find Blackout Maniac. Axe is isolated on the sidelines. The punch up from Sparkles. They're going to nuke through Monkey King. Gets one boundless strike off, but it's not going to help doing anything as Blight pops the Enrage. Turns into Axe. Penance. He is alone. Very alone. Will be brought down. And Senior Squad need to disengage. Can't help any of their cause. Keep on farming, boys. Keep on farming. Fook got the Black King bar available to him. It's really nice. And the Sparkles last game, I don't think he rushed the Blink Dagger. I think he went something else. Can't remember.
No, he didn't. He went the Urn of Shadows. Oh, Cappy, this game, the dynamic of this game has changed so much. Cloud is caught up in farm. They're now showing their potential with this early tempo, and we can see that with regards to the net worth lead and how they're playing right now. They're happy to take these engagements. They want to look for pickoffs. They want kills, and definitely a renewed energy from the side of Salt. It's got me all excited, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, they're picking out Roshan. It's maybe up in 10 seconds. Let's see.
Oh, and I envy you doing the same thing he did last game. Every single time Salt moved towards that Roche pit, there's a rocket flare. They are so aware of the fact that Salt are looking for the Aegis.
Maybe one of the biggest reasons that they pick Clockwork?
Potentially. I think it's also just a comfort here on our envy. We've seen him play it twice prior to this, and it seems like they play very well around him. Even when it's not a great Clockwork game, he's causing so much trouble in these fights, constantly disrupting, and just from what I've seen, a very, very good game awareness as well.
Gets the call. Sparkles is the target. And Senior Squad don't waste any time in nuking him down to his bare molecules. There's nothing left. Sort of dancing up the side here, Senior Squad. Want the vision?
There is vision.
Yeah, who's in the back line? It's not a hero. Blackout Maniac's there to seal any breaches in the defense. Clockwork comes in with a hook shot, and they're going to pick up this Brewmaster too. Senior Squad, that's 2 quick kills in the space of 1 minute.
Yeah, very out of position there from Not a Hero. I'm not sure what he was doing there.
Maybe a little bit upset, maybe a little bit. I mean, that first game was long. Remember, this is a grand final. We talked about it last time. BMT, big match temperament. And Salt, I don't think, are that used to grand finals, if I'm not mistaken.
Salt's a very, very used to high tier Dodo.
High tier Dodo, but finals, my man.
No, probably not.
Different
but
story,
I don't think Senior Squad either.
Yeah, neither are they. This is their first time. The Will of the Wisp, big stuff from Santa. Locks out a lot of the heroes. Fugios before sees the BKB axe. Barely alive. Will fall. Blight also got the Black King bar activated. Nothing can touch him as he chases forward. The Clockwork in a lot of trouble. Cloud will sneak up that kill with his sleight of fist. And that's a double for Blight. That was very spread out. It seemed to be lots of kills in different parts. I couldn't capture it all. But Salt definitely coming out on top of that one.
Yeah, I think Senior Squad have to be very careful here. They can't keep rushing into Salt like this. It's exactly what Salt want. They want these early engagements, and Senior Squad are handing it to them on a platter right now.
Roshan, the next objective. This guy's got the cheese and the Aegis of the Immortal.
Yeah, our envy is dead, so no rocket flare this time.
Yeah, nothing to prevent or to scout out this easy objective take. Blight will be the recipient of the Aegis. So he's got 2 lives, essentially. 1 life. He has 1 life. That's all we need. It's like Mario. You get 1 life, you die, and then, yeah, you're out of that 1 life.
You come back. Gotcha.
Gotcha. Clockwork in the jungle. As we know, smoke from Salt. Aggressive move into Radiant's bottom jungle. I learned quickly there, Tupuna. Told me a thing or two. Slide of fist with the Searing Chains combo onto Penance. He was farming the wave. Fook luckily is in the background to get the flak cannon out. It's sort of disengages. Not a hero, doesn't give a damn though. Pops the primal split Blight forward with the enrage onto Fook. He uses the BKB, but he's brought down. There's no gyrocopter for Senior Squad. They do stun up Cloud, and the Frost Blast does come out, but Axe falls too quickly after as these Brewlings race forward, getting the rock damage, stunning up all these Senior Squad heroes. And that is 2 dead. This could be an easy tier 2, possibly a tier 3 for Salt. This is a Salt we know. This is a Salt we know and how they like to play.
Had an unhappy ending.
Very exciting stuff, Cappy. Oh! When I saw this draft to start off with, I was salivating, to be quite frank with you. I love high-tempo games, I love high-tempo drafts, and Salt is showing us what it's capable of. I just sincerely hope that it's not too little too late. They need to not stop this pressure, constantly be putting senior squad on the back foot and getting real estate from that. Let's hope that they can continue with this and take it home for the W.
Yeah, we all love the W. I love the W. That's a good one. That's a real good one.
Radiant's top tower is getting walloped.
Blight, yeah, he's been wanting to show what you can do in this Ursa. Really strong hero at the moment. Top. Nice bounded strike from Blackout Maniac. Tusk, though, getting the snowball very late. It finds two. BKB popped up by Food, the Remnant forward and then backwards. He can't decide if he wants to engage. He might leave Blight behind, who does not have the Aegis. Yes, he does, sorry. He has the Aegis of the Immortal. So it's okay. Pops the BKB too. However, if he respawns, he will not be able to use it for a few seconds. Will of the Wisp cast down by Santa, locking down all these Radiant heroes. That's a three-man call. Penance, he finds someone. Who is it? It's gonna be Cloud. They dunk him down. Karate chop. Ember Spirit out of the fight for 70 seconds. Senior squad buying themselves some breathing room. There's a lot of pressure coming from Salt right now, which just seems to be non-stop. Look at all this damage. Who's doing the most? Ember Spirit, almost 4k damage in that last minute.
Gee whiz. He unfortunately falls again though, and it's like we want to see Cloud really excel here, and in order to do that, his team needs to keep him alive. Fortunately, they don't have any saves aside from the Tuskar, but I think a little bit better positioning in fights like that would go a long way.
So, Monkey King's finished the Desolator, queued up the BKB. So he believes the Desolator is better first, which might actually be the case. They're struggling to do the damage. I think they can survive these fights, but they just can't output the damage that Ursa and Brewmaster are dealing. Ember Spirit too. Blight leading the movement bottom. Mid lane. Lots of pings going. Mildly, he's quite far ahead. Has a ghost. The Glimmercape. Double Remnant from Cloud. Not enough. No, he's got the Spirit Vessel and Blackout Maniac just pops Santa like he's a... Not myth.
Radiant's bottom tower has a nasty situation.
Pops him like he's 2.0. Any suggestions? Work with the hook shot in, finds Blight, the call man too. He can't get the enrage. Will Sparkles there with the blink forward. He gets him in the snowball. Defensive cooldown from Fook. It's in the back lines. Monkey King now able to wail away at the rest of this core as they bring down Blight. That's the first Aegis of the Immortal onto Ursa. Brewmaster using the primal split. He's got 3 Brewlings. A lot of damage, though this Penance, he's able to help nuke down through them. Fook just doing so much damage in the back line as Blackout Maniac bumps forward. Primal Spring up in the tree lines. They want some more kills. Senior squad on the hunt like a bunch of predators. Shard's not going to block the escape. Retreat. Blight just uses the BKB to TP out. If Senior Squad are clever, they'll go for the rest of the kills. Sparkles being one of them gets one more snowball to defend himself. The cleanup crew are there. Senior Squad get themselves 2 kills pushing down this bottom lane of Rax. This bottom tier 2. It's not Rax yet. 2.0, have we lost you? Yes, we have. It's just me. Senior Squad came in as the underdogs, leading the... currently, just having such a great game. The net worth doesn't reflect it, but they're playing incredibly well. Taking this tier 2 should get out afterwards. It's all about how they approach high ground, though. Still a lot of this game to go as the rain actually comes down outside my house. It adds a bit of atmosphere to what's going on. Could be worse, lad. Could be worse. Could be green eggs and ham. Cloud, yeah, the Chrysalis pickup, really good. We see this a lot on these mid-Ember Spirit and Void Spirit. Just a little bit of extra damage. As long as you have the mana regen to let you use all your spells, with a Sleight of Fist combo like Chrysalis does a lot. Real, it also helps you farm. Boundless Strike, Searing Chains on Black Maniac. Sparkles comes forward, he does find the shards, lock him in place. The BKB from Black Maniac, call from Penance, locks down the Brewlings. The Monkey King is still alive as the cooldown comes and clears the area like a good old nuke does. And Senior Squad seem to disengage successfully. Spiderlegs popped on the Gyrocopter. Cox, sorry, Clockwork pops down the cogs. Oh boy. Fook, he's just soaking up all the damage here. I wonder, the longer this goes on, if Senior Squad do take this, they definitely do. Panel discussed it. Smoke from the offending team that I mentioned.
Radiant's bottom tower has uninvited.
Blight, he's hitting this tier 2, doesn't notice the Monkey King on top of his. Clockwork goes in with a hook shot onto the back line, finds Santa almost immediately. Sparkles, he's going to be forced to use the snowball instantly forward as Ember Spirit, Cloud TP's out backwards. Monkey King back up, Maniac is locked up. Blight's got the BKP and the in range, doing so much damage resistance, cleaning up the Senior Squad lineup. A Gyrocopter cannot be saved, he tries to go up the high ground. Salt just clean up, dish out the damage, and ask for a refund. There's nothing to stop them pushing in this bottom lane now. Just tier 3s open to Salt. Blight gonna lead the charge. He's a scary Ursa. Got the Abyssal Blade. Imp Claw. Isn't Imp Claw from an imp? I'd assume so. I thought imps were like, you know, they're small fellows, but they're not really aggressive like that. Clockwork goes in again. That is his buyback. Forces Cloud away from the tower that has... what's this called again? A repair kit on it, so it's regenning up. It's not enough. These heroes deal more damage to the regen than they could ever think they might. Obing Missile, Will-o'-the-Wisp, Blight sees his opening, sniffs it actually, gets the Abyssal Blade forward onto Mal. You're going to bring down the Lich. And that should be this Rax open. Another repair kit onto the melee barracks. Just delaying the inevitable. Assault start cleaning up this tower. The set of racks will disengage. Leave it, go farm the jungle again. Senior Squad are left to nurse their wounds. I envy you. He's hunting.
Rack it on.
Well, nothing much to hunt. You just gotta survive. The Senior Squad are meant to have this late game, but if Salt keep playing like this, it's very difficult.
Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment.
Salt moving northwesterly. Looks like they find Penance. The Sack's going to get a Berserker's call off, or even use the Primal Split to lock him down. Blight comes forward, and Ursa doing what he does best, wrecking through strength core heroes. Sorry, we seem to have lost 2.0 to some, I assume must be a technical, or his power went out or something. He's just disappeared. So I was going to ask you guys, if anyone's listening, then potentially I would like for people to give me fake adverts to read during the course of a cast. Things that sound cool, like lyrically, and you know, you tell me to read them as adverts, and like I'll do a cool voice, and we'll see how that goes. If you just want to type it up for me. I envy you. Want to go for the snatch? Yes, he does get it. What am I saying? Clockwork, clockwork. I envy you. Tip the hell out of him, senior squad. This man has bought the time and space every single game. He will die here, but it's just, it's so worth it. Denying that Aegis Assault. I was too busy talking about fake adverts. I'm so sorry. They can still push though. I guess Clockwork is dead. Does he have buyback? Yes, he does. His push might not last that long.
Radiant's top tower is getting walloped.
Black Armaniac getting a high ground position in the trees. He's a Monkey King, sits up there. Not like the Jackie Chan movie, more like the, you know, when Jet Li played the Monkey King. Oh, the tips! The tips! Oh, the tips! Shame, it's not Lich's fault, he's just a squishy support. Don't be mean. But this is game 2, there's still some mental, you know, you gotta play a little bit of mental stuff. Blight runs up unafraid, got the Abyssal Blade able to blink onto anything with the BKB. Penance goes forward with the call. It's not a lot. Axe, he's got a lot of armor, but Blight, big focus down, does get the in-range. Big Will of the Wisp, lost down all of Senior Squad. Food coming in. He needs to get the flak cannon damage off. He has tried to do so, but the Will of the Wisp is locking them all down. Santa helping to survive, while letting their team survive. Blight will fall, but Cloud is still alive. Gets a remnant forward. That's a lot of damage. Cloud brings down the Clockwork and the Monkey King. Fook in a lot of trouble. He will have silence, and these spider legs buybacks are just sounding aplenty on Senior Squad side. Monkey King goes back in, bursts down Santa with the boundless strike, turns his attention onto Cloud. The Ember Spirit, very elusive, more so than an Instagram filter. Mountly will get the sinister gaze, and the rampage for Cloud. This Ember Spirit just out of control as he looks to wipe out the rest of Senior Squad for a second time. This is the game he needed, this is the game that he wanted. Salt, take the high ground so successfully. Don't kill the Ember Spirit. The damage he is outputting. 12,000 damage from this Ember Spirit. On heroes that only have like 2,800 HP. That's what the axe has got. You count, that's six kills. That's 6 hero kills basically. Wow. And they take the Rex. Penance finds the call. He's got the airtime. MTM's feeling nice to him. Salt trying to come up the mid lane. Take this last tower. Well, not the last one. Yeah, it is the last one. Senior Squad are going to be facing Mega Creeps pretty shortly, which will take us to game 3. It's anyone's game. It's 1-1. Crackover Grand Final, though. I must admit, Salt seemed to have come alive a little bit more in the second game.
Middle barracks have fallen. That's the end of Radiant's middle barracks. Dire now have
Tier 4s will fall. I wouldn't be surprised if Senior Squad pulled GG here.
Radiant's middle tower is not safe.
Ready, fence, they should go. Start a first Searing Chains combo. Penance gets the call, trying to drag Brumosa up onto the fountain, taking a lot of damage from that machine gun. Will get Promo split off. Food pops the BKB for probably the last time as he gets a call down now. Blight doesn't hesitate, uses the Bissell Blade, pierces spell immunity, and brings down that Gyrocopter. Blackout Maniac with a Wukong's command gets uppercutted into the air by the Tusk, who snowballs forward into the Cogs as a 2 boundless man strike from Blackout Maniac. The Will of the Wisp, though, which is causing so much distraction, locks them down for long enough that not a hero can help to deal the damage, and GG is called by a senior squad. We're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. I think we will take a short break and then hand you over to our panel. Take a little bit of a rest.
Right, thanks very much, guys. Game 2 this time going in the way of Salt. I think a little bit of a comeback there, but of course I'm not alone to discuss it. I have some brilliant minds that can assist me. Gentlemen, what was your take on the second matchup?
Who wants to
Not all
start?
at once.
Okay. Okay, I'll go. So
Don't use fecal matter.
so second game, as I said, the laning stage was heavily favored in senior squad. They didn't actually they did a safe lane axe, which actually worked out, but they pretty much won all 3 lanes. Like top lane was fairly tied. Like the CS and net worth was really close, but the other 2 lanes they won quite significantly. I'm really disappointed they didn't take this lead and do stuff with it. Like they kind of got the lead and then they just sat and did nothing, right? And I think that's largely due to 2 reasons. I think this gyro hero, I'd like to see something else because both games I haven't felt any impact from this gyro. Like it's pretty much just an ulti and that's all it is really doing. Like I don't think it has a chance to do anything else. And the second thing is this axe going Vanguard first. I feel if he just went even just Treads Blink, like if you watch Liquid Boxy, like he does an amazing job of when he has an advantage in the off lane role, he always gets like a fast blink and makes use of it, right? Like he'll never go and just like get a good lane and then rush defensive items. Like it's just not what you should be doing in the meta. Like if you get a fast blink, you can start going around killing people, but instead like they get the lane advantage, they don't do anything. The axe goes for this Vanguard. He got repeatedly killed bottom through rotations from the Tuskar. He doesn't move from the lane, and then they just couldn't take towers off it, which means even if you win your lanes, if you can't take towers, you can't take map control, you can't suffocate them out the jungle, and all that lead just gets thrown away if you're not willing to push objectives.
Okay. Do you think that this is a problem we've seen in both games? Because I recall In the first matchup, there was also some concerns about the speed at which the game was being played.
I think, definitely, I think so. I think they need to find a way in order to get aggressive because towers aren't a priority, right? Like maybe they should just look towards picking a tower pusher, maybe like something that sieges well, perhaps, because like replace it with the gyro. Like if you just replace a Pugna with this gyro, for instance, they now have siege potential. They now have a way to like pressure towers, to take towers, to gain an advantage. So even if they don't have a traditional carry in the sense, they're at least being proactive, right? Like, or just if you're going to go for the defensive route, just pick something like a Naga or something, then just pick like the Lich Coddle or something to defend towers with. Pick this Naga and then just play the passive game. But like what they did last game, they had a PL. But this game, they don't have that PL. They have very aggressive heroes, but they play the same playstyle. And then Salt just kind of farmed their way back up to where Ember and Ursa had some net worth, and then they just fought around their Panda who had like Vlad's pipe.
It goes back to the pivotal question that Fancoke asked us about Ursa, and yes or no, and yeah, I think the Ursa was pretty good. Again, I think it was a great performance from Blight. But going back to what Adastam was talking about, tempos, pretty much everything has always been something in Dota. It's something. It's not like, oh, this meta relies on tempo. Tempo doesn't mean it. If you play any musical instrument, you'll know what tempo is. Tempo could vary, right? Maybe you have a slow paced tempo, maybe a high paced tempo, but you're dominating that Axe v who was he up against the Brewer? Yes, matchup. You 4 levels ahead of your mid laner, your opposing mid laner, and okay, top lane like Gyrocopter. I don't know, hit level 6 and maybe do something, or maybe join him, take towers, just take map control. They just did none of the above, and they just didn't take control of that tempo that they had just built up in this whole laning stage. And all of a sudden, like, hey, let's just give them a chance to catch up because we want to have a good fight. I don't know if they felt like they were Goku or something there, but it was I don't know. It just felt like they sort of slowly were handing the game over to Salt, who were not going to give that up. You know, they weren't going to be friendly about it. They were going to take it by the throat.
Well, I know at around about the 20-minute mark, I was actually looking at the win probability. And the win probability was actually favoring Senior Squad 75%, that at this point in time, Senior Squad was going to take it. And they kind of let the lead go by. And I think it came down to that one fight at the bottom. I think, Adastam, you actually said, why is the X dying at this point? Like, he shouldn't be dying. You super confused at why he's dying at this point in time. And from that moment on, I think Senior Squad started slowly giving the lead away to the side of Salt. And they had 1 or 2 good team fights, like especially like when that Rosh came about, and Fuck got another amazing hook shot off, stealing Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher. Unfortunately, we looked at the end of the game and they hadn't even used the Refresher Orb. That would have actually been pretty good on the Monkey, and it looked really good, like a good team fight, that Senior Squad was actually going to win that team fight in the top lane. And they just couldn't make anything happen of it. Cloud on the Ember Spirit was just doing so much damage.
I think there was this one moment where Adastam said they smoked up, and we were like, "Oh, the game is on a knife's edge right now. We're not too sure where it's going to go." And he's like, "I think the Senior Squad, they smoked up." He's like, "Oh, if they go on the Coddle, they're going to win this fight." And they went on the Coddle, they killed the Coddle, and then we looked up at the figures on top, and 4 people were dead, and a Coddle was dead. And you're like, "What? What just happened?" You know, and that's when we sort of came to this conclusion that even without Will-O-Wisp, they won those team fights so convincingly that they'd fallen back so far. And I think, again, it comes back to the same thing. You give too much space to a player like Cloud, you give too much space to a player like Blight, they are not going to say, "Oh, shame." They are going to take every inch, and that's the mistakes that they made.
I mean, it's interesting. Go ahead, Java.
Sorry. I was asking the lads, do you think Tuska's worth a ban now, considering that he's actually been doing so many saves for his team? Is it a valid ban, or is it still the bans that are going around? I know we'll probably get into it in the draft, but I mean, the Tusk, the amount of saves that he actually performed during this game, and the amount of disruption that he's caused, is it a valid ban? Is it a worthy ban?
I
I
think
want to say yes, just to be nice, but I don't know. It's just like
To be not, no, be honest.
I think Tusk has been the player's been playing well, but I don't know if the hero is like what do you leave in the pool then? What are you letting through to target that Tusk ban? And
Yeah,
like what does Tusk like, or what is he so good against that you want to ban him out? Because I think he's more like. Really be interested to hear your thoughts on this. So I'm opening this up but to me it feels like Tusk is more like a solid hero that provides like a generic kit that can assist against various different types of engagements. So what particular hero are you almost like enabling by banning out Tusk?
Well, I think you can ask the same question that Jabba just asked about the Clockwork, because the Clockwork still did a lot of work, and I think Salt will look at that and say, "Oh, it's really been a pain in our side." But I don't know if anyone's seen a Death Prophet in this recent patch, or heroes like that just take objectives, can turn an objective into a Roshan. They can, those are the scary things that you'll be facing. And I think letting slide any of those bans that have been put in place could lean to a completely different discussion in our next forum that we'll be having. It's difficult to say, and I think Tusk has always actually been ban worthy. It's really been a hot pick. But what are you more afraid of playing against? Or should you try and find an answer for that Tusk? I think is really the question.
Now I think what everyone wants to is Adam's opinion. Hey! To the one actual competitive player here, what are your thoughts on that?
So Tuska's a fine ban. It seems more comfort pick for them. So like, yes, you would be letting stuff through, but you're also taking away their comfort zone, right? Which in Dota is a huge thing. Just because a hero isn't meta, if they're comfortable on it and they're running it consistently, it's fine to ban it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I see a Clockwork ban from Salt, right? Like because so far this Clockwork has been playing well both games. It's a comfort pick of his. Clearly, they're first picking it. And like, it's fine to ban it rather than yes, you'd be letting through something like what a Lycan, a Mars, a DP. But if you're afraid of them on that hero, then ban it. That's as simple as bans go. It doesn't have to be like, oh, we have to ban X, Y, Z every game. Like, bans change. Like, if you get destroyed by a Meepo, right, and you have no idea how to handle it, or an anti-mage, it's fine to ban it. Like, just ban what you are not comfortable with. But if they don't think the Tusk is that much of a threat, because I think it was there and it had a presence, but it wasn't like, okay, this Tusk's controlling the tempo of the game. It's actually doing a lot of work. I think it was just more like he was there and doing his job. It wasn't like, oh my god, this Tusk's just running over the show. It got, I think, 2 kills bottom on the Axe, which maybe other heroes wouldn't have. But I think that was like the biggest contribution it kind of had, which is huge still because the Axe was so far a net worth. But again, they're not really picking Tuskar with like a Beastmaster or some like super cheese pick that it's going to destroy the lane with so far, right? Like, so I don't think it's that big of an issue to ban. Like, I'd rather be versing that than a Mars, for instance. But I do think Senior Squad needs to pick more teamfight. I think that's where they're lacking. Because like now they picked Clockwork, Axe, very pick-off heavy, but they're not picking off. So like, if you're going to play this turtle strategy, right, and not push towers and just defend forever and then try to get the net with that one, you need teamfight. Like Cutoff, for instance, is amazing, but you need teamfight. Maybe go Shaker 4 and then like a Wyvern 5 or something. But if you're not going to pick teamfight and you're just going to play the turtle game, it's not going to work out. So I really want to see a change in either playstyle or like drafting style from Senior Squad. Like, because I definitely think they have the skill to take the next game. Because this game was just like, to me, a sloppy mess, right? They destroyed the lanes. And I could not see how Salt could come back from that. Right? Like, we even said mid was a...
Mid was rough.
I don't even want to use adjectives for that mid lane.
Scorpio, what is it that you said again?
Fecal matter was applied upon the Ember.
Yeah, even though it's a hard lane for Ember, he shouldn't be destroyed that hard, right? But because they don't press the advantage, Legion Commander.
caught up.
He just catches back up, and then you can't have that. Like, you can't pick lane dominating heroes, and then when you win the lane, do nothing with it. Like, so
They
I
need
want
to
to
keep the
see,
gas. They
yeah,
need to keep their foot down.
and I think that comes down to having a different hero in place of the gyro, like just something that can hit towers, right? Like then they can pressure, but I don't know. This gyro, both games, I've felt no presence from him, and maybe that's largely due to the Ursa, because every fight the Ursa just jumps on the gyro BKBs, and he just dies. He just throws his ulti and he dies. That's literally gyro. Every fight he does nothing. Maybe what I'd like to see is like something that can jump Cloud, for instance, because Cloud, I think, is doing a lot of impact in these fights, like with his Invoking Ember. He's not being shut down, so he's allowed to put out this constant DPS in team fights with, I feel, almost no pressure. And I think if the gyro is just replaced with a hero that can do that and like jump on him and do like apply pressure to him, these team fights are going to go very differently.
What do you think they would replace the gyro with? I'm trying to think what would be a suitable kind of hero that they would replace him.
I'm sure we can give you about 110 options.
No,
Just
that's
give
what
me
I
one.
said. Something that pushes, right? I mean, I already suggested the Pugna, for instance. Something that pushes or can apply pressure to the background in terms of catch, right? So I'm fine with like both. Like you could even go something random like an Offer and Conquer, for instance, or Puck. Like it's not as conventional at the moment. You could maybe put that on support, but like just something that maybe pressures them or pressures towers. Because I feel like there's a lot of this super passive lineup with zero catch for the backline. Like yes, Clock is catch, but at a certain stage, if Clock's your only catch, it's not really threatening a core, right? Like it's not going to catch an Ember. It's not going to do anything to an Invoker if it's by itself. It needs to be coupled with something else that can jump on the hero alongside it.
I like the Clock being there, because at least then we don't have to see Cloud playing sniper or boring heroes like that. So I agree with you. I think they need something else maybe to do that actually quite deep in the draft. But yeah, as you can see, no real surprises with the drafting besides the Necro from game one will be banned out. Yeah.
I can't see the draft.
Necro.
Yeah, we'll help you through it then. We've got Center War on a band out alongside Mars and Lycan from Senior Squad, and Death Prophet, Necro, Grimstroke, Clock from Salt so far.
They're
Okay.
gonna pick sniper.
Who's got first pick? Salt.
Yeah, just click on the live. I
Oh
think.
yeah. Okay, I can see it
they'll
now.
load you.
Thanks. Yeah.
That's cool. We use this opportunity to catch up. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so pretty much same bands.
There's the
Except,
Clock.
so Salt said first pick. So it seems like Salt obviously favors first pick, and Senior Squad just favors playing on Radiant because it's been the same pick order to side 3 games in a row. Right?
So on that, I believe that ELSA do a coin toss on each individual map.
Oh, okay.
So it could literally just be the same side as winning each time.
Okay. Okay, so there's the Tuskar we're talking about. But if you look at the bans, right, like I think banning the Coddle is way better, Lycan as well, and Mars. So maybe you could potentially replace that with a Centaur. But again, Centaur's like such a strong hero that like I'm afraid to switch it out as well, right? So it's like, where do you swap out for this Tuskar?
Yeah.
You have to do it through.
It's so comfortable. Sparkles. Actually, I think I've seen them almost constantly play Tusk if it's available to them. So no surprise. And Salt were happy to ban that Dark Willow.
Okay, that's quite interesting.
Yeah. That's their sort of answer, probably their replacement for that Clockwork. Makes some ability. It doesn't really provide the same effects, but I mean, let's see how they're going to utilize it, I suppose.
You do have the Terrorizer, kind of just resets fights, I guess.
Yeah, but you want to really have, I don't know. We'll see what they pick up second. I have a feeling there's going to be a Legion Commando coming for Salt. Like, depending on what gets picked up here from Senior Squad, I feel like they're going to go stun heavy and going to pick up an LC.
I think
sense it. My nipples are telling me.
I'm not sure if
you got your shirt back on.
So
there's
that
some very disappointed people out there, Scorpy. I just
I'm sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah, chat's going mad, dude.
Alright. Far nonsense. What's the chances that it's going to be a gyrocopter? It's a Shadow Demon, so no gyrocopter yet.
Okay, so I'm really not a fan of this. Like double support again. I think it's too one-dimensional. Like you just reveal like what you can possibly do in the lanes.
Yeah,
I'm not the biggest fan of it. Like they do at least have the sorry.
I've hated this since ever. I don't think it was ever. It's like circumstances maybe, or a support that could be interchangeable, but I don't see someone playing core or Dark Willow. I hate picking up double supports. I think, just my opinion. I don't want to hate on anyone. It's just my personal feel on it. I really, whenever I'm in a team or have anything to say, I hate it. It gives away so much. Like
you need to pick when you have second pick, you need to pick something that's flexible, right? Like so if you open up with like just for instance a Shadow Demon Ember, that Ember is at least flex on mid and carry, so it's like decent and you can change up your draft still. But like when you as you said, if you pick up double support, you 100% know Dark Warriors for Shadow Demon 5, where they're going to lane. They're not going to aggro try with those 2 heroes. It's too revealing in terms of you're trying to save your core picks to have better lanes. But if you just pick versatile heroes, you can have a more well-rounded draft where they don't just counter pick you. Right?
They're gonna style on us with the mid lane Shadow Demon. Watch.
At the moment, if Sol picks up a Storm Spirit, they actually have no answer for it.
Except Dark Willow route, let's believe.
Yeah, we got a few picks. So.
You say Shadow Demon mid, right? But like I've played a lot of ranked games recently where like Dark Willow I've actually bursted middle, and it's actually done surprisingly well. I mean, this is just like a rank.
What did you play mid? What did you play mid against?
Oh boy, what did I think I played a Meepo.
Okay.
I can't remember. But I'm just saying, like, it has
I think we need to
potential.
have another conversation over here about this ranked Meepo play.
dirty Meepo.
Boost me, Adam.
Yeah.
Okay, but going back to it, so you reckon there's actually potential here for a Dark Willow mid?
I don't think so. I'm just saying, like, me personally, I think the hero has some, like, viability in the mid lane. Yeah. Like, if hypothetically speaking, we had to see one of them middle, is what I mean. Like, I do not believe it will go mid because it is hardcore tempo here, and the way these teams are playing, I don't think that'll happen, right? I can't see that happen. But now the thing is, right, they pick both their supports and they're trying to get like their 3 cores with good ends, but they have to pick their core first anyway. So like whether you picked it early or now makes almost no difference.
Yeah. Gyrocopter? What is this?
No.
Okay.
Wow. That's interesting.
I'm really skeptical about this because it's not particularly good versus Brewmaster. Like, Brewmaster has a lot of dodge stance, and Sven is a hero that hits really slowly but really hard. So evasion does wonders versus Sven. And then Sven is kind of like that one carry 4 kind of hero, right? Like, it needs space to just like sit and farm all game, right? And then come out super huge. So you kind of need 4 heroes to create space for it. And that's where Brewmaster excels. Brewmaster is kind of like a Doom. It is really good at these 4 protect 1 strats because of like the way your ulti works. You can stun, disable the person for a long time, and if they don't have like their hero with all the net worth on it, you kind of just start crumbling, right? So like against Brewmaster, you want more low CD fighting heroes that can constantly brawl and make use of the fact when like Panda holds down.
Isn't Sven off lane a thing now? Couldn't they actually play Sven in the off lane?
I mean, you can.
I can see that face. Like you actually hate the idea, but I've seen it.
You can. I can't say it's the best, but you can.
Just so we can clarify, is this one of those cases where, like, you can pick just 5 agi melee heroes and play a Dota game, or is this like it is viable?
Yeah, it's, let me say, semi viable.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
You're so friendly, Adam.
And I would.
I would be way more savage. Johnny can take it.
I think you'd only take it if you verse a low HP agi hero, right? Because then your cleave can actually harass a lot in lane. But if you're picking it first, I'm almost sure there's no chance it's going to do well.
Guys, I know where this is going.
Good
When
call,
you say
Jabba.
support Sven, old school.
As you said earlier, there's
Dark
nothing
Order
to.
will go mid.
Yeah, as you said earlier, though, there's nothing to stop the storm, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Well done, Jabba.
although the two other cores at least have lockdown now, Conquer is not really lockdown for Storm because you can always just zip out of X marks. But Sven delayed. You kind of got to zip into it because if you zip away, it doesn't disjoint it. So it's more of a tricky one, but still doable. I'm curious what they pick now. Like to me, I think you just go Ember here for senior squad.
Yeah. But that's
Super.
mid lane Kunkka. I was actually looking at their previous games and they played this Sven/Kunkka Sven safe lane, I believe. And
That's-
then
Could silencer not be a thing?
No, not versus Tusker. Oh, you mean core silencer?
Yeah, core
Yeah,
silencer,
not
like
versus
a-
Tusker.
like a mid silencer. So then you maybe still have Kunkin off lane, Sven pause one, and then you'll have like silencer mid.
So the problem with that, right, is this Tusker
Yeah.
just rotates on you, and I fear you just die 24/7. Because what's like, unless Shadow Demon is like in the perfect position every time, I don't see how you ever survive just Storm Tusker going on you in every single fight.
Hopefully
'Cause
the fact that
Tusker is like one of those. It's like semi like a clockwork. If you pick like a greedy hero, like a science or a sniper, right? All that hero does is focus you, and unless you have a super high net worth advantage, you can't really do anything about it. It's like if you're playing sniper, and 20 minutes into the game a barrier charges you. Even if the barrier just has like boots and urn, it's still like a super scary thing that you have to itemize differently and try avoid the whole time, right? And it's always at the back of your mind. If my positioning isn't perfect, this hero can just like kill me with these spells alone.
what about a Medusa here for Salt? They've never taken it late, and the games keep going late. So I'm feeling like maybe a Medusa or a Spec.
it just doesn't suit Blight's playstyle, in my opinion. I think they go.
I know you know the player, so yeah, you'd actually know
Yeah, I think they go
what
bristle
his
back.
depth of pool is.
To be honest, I think Ursa is actually pretty decent here because they got Sven Kunka. Like, if like I would justify the Ursa pick here, it's really good actually. But they might want, depends what they want. They might want some siege, but as you said, like you either versus you most likely versus Kunka or Sven, right? Like because they're saving last pick, so the chance of picking the last pick to save it for your off lane is very low. So he's most likely versus Kunka. So we'll see what they pick, but this guy seems very comfortable with Ursa. It looks like a good Ursa game. The only downside is the supports are very good at control and very elusive versus Ursa, so that's probably why they're hesitating to maybe not pick it and to go for something else.
It's a lot of head scratching though on Salt, to be honest. 17 seconds left on the clock. I still think they could probably asking the question between
Bristle's very good. But
Oh.
that's also a decent pickup.
What is that particularly answering though? Why the Wraith King over the Ursa or one of the other options they had available?
I think it's because the supports are very good at controlling. So Wraith King's a hero that he doesn't really care if he gets controlled. He's just going to have his radiance. He's going to have his aura. He's just going to be tanky. He's going to be in the front line. So even if he gets controlled and stuff and kited, it's not like the biggest issue because he still has such a huge presence by just being alive.
Oh, wow.
Right? Okay, so this is a really weird rookie game because it's not particularly good versus Wraith King or Brew or like Tusk. It's only very good versus, I feel, Storm and Witch Doctor. It's a really weird rookie game, but if he gets going, I think like the mana burn on the Wraith King early, if you can get that going, can be super strong. And the Storm, it's quite hard to catch Storm, right? Like unless you find him in the jungle somewhere, it's not the easiest thing to just blink and like smoke him.
So mid Sven. So
No.
It's a mid Kanka, right? Offense then. I think. I'm not sure. You said you know these guys better. They run mid Kanka a lot, so it's probably mid
That is an
Kanka.
offlane Sven, it looks like to me.
It's actually a pretty good offlane Kanka because Wraith King has like almost no armor. So like you can actually abuse him so much through Tidebringer, where Storm actually starts with I think 5 base armor, so like your Ras with a Kunk is not as strong. on him, but we'll see what they decide to do. Either way, I think it's fine. I'd probably rather want the Kunka in the mid position just to get levels to play with, though.
Yeah, Fuka's picking up in the mid. It looks like offlane Sven though.
Is this going to be the moment where Jubba was totally right about his offlane Sven? We all doubted. Because I warned everyone about this to a degree when I pointed out Jubba has an uncanny ability to pick things that...
He knows the SA scene better than anyone.
Too many unranked games. I don't know. He's been beaten by it one too many times. All those losses on your recent page are paying off.
Hey, that's not for public consumption.
Well,
just call me the Oracle.
Let's see if our casters in the game agree if this is going to be a offlane Sven. Was Jubba right? Captain Von Black.
That's my name. Offlane Sven, I think it's feasible. As Jubba said, he is quite a pro of the pub scene here in SA, and offlane Sven, well, we've seen weirder things offlane. I'm pretty sure he is, if you ask him about his story of nightmarish things he's seen in this game, it's probably quite long. So, forward, unfortunately, 2.0 will not be able to be joining us for the rest of this grand final. However, I have none other than one of the co-founders of ELSA to help me out for the rest of these games. Shippy, great to have you here. Okay, well, I guess maybe Shippy isn't joining me. He does need to unmute himself in Discord. Otherwise, you'll just be with me and the sounds of my lockdown week 4 voice. Salt and senior squad 1-1 in this grand finals, this best of 5, and the games have just been getting hotter and hotter. Let's see what these two teams can pump out for us this time round. Sparkles again on the tusk. This is third game on the tusk. Clearly it does something that Salt like to do.
Off to glorious battle.
Blight will secure that bounty rune. Salt looking like they take 2 runes.
This is quite exciting.
There's one left. Game 3, remember, this is a best of 5, and this is a grand final, so a lot of this does come down to a team's ability to play these longer games, play these longer hours, and be able to concentrate and play at a high professional level that we know them to be able to play at. Mid lane, Cloud against Fook, Storm Spirit and Conquer. I feel like it's probably Storm Spirit early level, and then, why did that sound American? And Kunka will definitely start running away once he starts getting points in Tidebringer. So you've got Cloud just taking a lot of damage, and that was just a level 1 Tidebringer from their cleave. Top lane, Sparkles, he's gonna start making the aggressive movement onto Pennant. Santa in front of him, throwing out the right clicks. Nice 2-man Stormhammer from the Sven, keeps him alive. And Pennant will survive. There's some good play, some good spacing, estimating where that Stormhammer will, well, how many heroes it will hit. And the power of a Shadow Demon, the cast has gone over this. Not a fan of having it pos 5, but they are a fan of it having it pos 4. But here it's pos 5. Well, I can play either or. I mean, the Shadow Demon pick here allows Dark Willow to play a far more aggressive role, and she arguably does a little bit better with a bit more farm, a bit more items to keep her going. Our NVU had a crackover series so far. Just gotta keep trading with Santa. Stormhammer thrown out by Penance to the Wraith King, who just soaks it up and turns around, dishes some nasty damage with that very sharp sword of his.
Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment.
Safe lane Ricky. Something we dread to see when we're playing against it. But here, Adastam mentioned it's a bit of a weird game for Ricky. Lots of things to kill him and lock him down. Lots of stuns, lots of lockdown. They can even nuke him. That's a big thing. Ricky, not known for his vast HP pool. He is a agility hero.
Courier was lost in battle.
Our NVU snipes Blight's courier. Santa gonna run over, give him some angry words, write him a strongly worded email. Keeps following up. He's got 1 point in Bramble Maze. Just sort of a fight over who takes the gold from this lane pool.
So ended the sad tale.
Couriers are dying. All the carries couriers are dying.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice shots. Very nice shots from Sparkles. But we've seen good shots from him all series. And we expect nonetheless in this third game. Fook, he's dropped Cloud incredibly low here. Sparkles making a move around the side. Just going to give Cloud his healing salve. Very important you keep your mid laner healthy and happy. That is a support's little book of what to do and what not to do. Keep the mid happy. And give him 2 tangos. Lest he rages. Courier! It's dead again! Heroes aren't dying, but the poor couriers are. A little bit of animal abuse, to be honest. What does SBC have to say about that? I mean, look at these little guys. They wouldn't hurt anyone in the world. This is a courier's job. Back and forth. Back and forth. Thunderclap. Forces out the tricks of the trade from Blackout Maniac. Brewmaster not quite done. Just keeps whacking away at Mowgli, who realizes a little bit too late. He can't take all the damage with the help of Tag Team that Sparkles puts out, and the Shadow Demon will fall. One more barrel slapping the ground. Shockwave to do it. Penance and Blight. 2 heroes with 2 very big swords, basically. Low, setting up the Stormhammer providing the vision. Santa now going to walk forward, does throw out the cask. However, he's trapped up in the Bramble Maze. One of the bounties will not get it, but his own death. That's what he finds there. Ire Envy will wrap that up, get both bounties too. Middle lane, Mowgli makes the movement in. Probably just a... I feel like he responded to Sparkle's movement there. Didn't quite catch that, but I assume that's what it is. An Orb of Venom, I'm still... I guess this is still a good item. He's trying to bait out the disruption. That's what Sparkle's trying to do. Because you could actually... Yeah, it's pretty good. Not a mana cost. Speaking of mana cost, Thunderclap is also quite a vast amount, and not a hero has got no more mana. But a Soul Ring. It's not too much of a worry.
Bottom tower is in turmoil.
Things up, Blackout Maniac, he senses blood. Strike forward onto not a hero. They're just standing and attacking each other. Tricks of the trade. Fuchs made the rotation in. The mid laner down. They get the X-Torrent combo. Gonna burst through him with the Tidebringer. And not a hero disappears.
Radiant's middle tower may need a hand. Radiant's middle tower is not safe.
Thanks be with you.
Blackout Maniac sitting on 2 Wraith Bands and brown boots. Still got a Fairy Fire, so maybe you guys got to hold on to this thing. Gives +2 damage to your hero. And lets you survive some adverse encounters that you might otherwise succumb to. Drunken Brawler, not a hero. He drinks the bottle and surges forward in a drunken state. Gets the Thunderclap, the shards. Tricks of the trade from Ricky. He won't save his Shadow Demon. Does a little bit of damage to Sparkles. But this is quite a tanky task. He pops the stick as Ricky blink strikes forward. Just nullifying the chance of him actually dying as Blackout Maniac really wants the kill. Will find that sharp left-hand turn from Sparkles, actually sealing his doom. So lets Ricky get into attack range. Tricks of the trade. Storm, Cloud, throw him forward, does zip forward to Fook. He's popped the torrent of the ghost ship. Doesn't even soak up the rum for himself. Never mind, he does. There it is, Admiral's rum. And X's himself as he goes back to base to region. Nice player. One of the big map hacks, game hacks you can do with Kunkka. And you're right back mid. With a full bottle as well. Silly stuff. Maugi falls again. Shadow Demon quite squishy. Primal Split is committed by Not a Hero just before he might have fallen. Very low HP. They want to find Blackout Maniac. Sparkles puts down the sentry wall. The Earth Bruling. The Air Bruling will throw Bricky into the air. The Rock Bruling will throw out the rock. As the dust has popped too, they really want this kill. Sparkles realizing he needs to get it after dropping all this money to find Ricky, but the tricks of the trade gets Brewmaster before he falls down as Blackout Maniac tries to turn on Sparkles. But Tusk will survive. Bring some creeps into the tree line with him. But very worth Blackout Maniac. He picks up a kill 2v1. They got a bit aggressive Salt. They realized they had to, especially after using all that gold on the detection. Tricks of the Trade. Really useful spell. I remember when this was Ricky's ultimate ability and Invis was his passive. I feel like that definitely balanced him out, that change. It feels a bit better. Still a strong carry, but he's not like this, you know, this pos 4, that pos 1 or whatever it is. Think forward. Look at all that damage he does. Sparkles in a lot of trouble. There's not enough stick charges to give you life, buddy. Not a Hero throws on Thunderclap. Malgi gets out some more Shadow Poison as Blackout Maniac, not afraid, blinks forward with the Blink Strike. It's so much work. They pop the Shadow Demon Poison, and Maniac looks for the kill, the stick charge. He will find a Cloud, though, in the neighborhood. Surges forward. The Tricks of the Trade dodge that last bird, and the blink away from Blackout Maniac. He survives. Cloud left standing with his socks in his hand. As there's the dust, the banishment is not well timed because that silence will time out. Blackout Maniac will need to get the hell out of here, but there's no manner on Cloud for him to chase. Sven pops the God Strength Walk into Santa's 2-man cask. It doesn't matter, there's a Maledict on him, but Sven is hungry for damage. It's an offlane one. He don't care if he died, he's quite tanky. The extra strength really helps a lot when you're dealing with magic damage. I know in the recent patch they did remove the fact that strength gives you magic resistance, but it still helps. Yeah, you won't get out of that penance, unfortunately. He's going to tip him too. Just before the end, Fook, he's now bottom, not mid anymore. He's got double braces, got an X Blackout Maniac, goes back to base to regen up nicely. Can definitely turn this into a kill if anyone from Salt would show their face in the bottom lane, but it doesn't seem to be going to happen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Denied.
Yeah, Ricky, he don't like no tower damage. It's just a little bit sore. Oh, it also saw Shadow Realm and a Bramble Maze for Santa. Got Cursed Crown on his head. However, RIO NVU doesn't find the vision to get that extra magic damage off Cloud. He zips all the way forward so aggressively into the high ground. It's more than enough to bring down the Dark Willow. Fook doesn't find a ghost ship. He's got Dark Drum on him. Doesn't look like Solder quite done. Throw at the cast forward. This Solder's up on the high ground, dishing out the damage with the extra vision he has. Disruption from Mowgli, saving Kunkka. Fook, he's in a lot of trouble. Got Maledict on him too. Salt will find that kill. The Brewlings are still available. They throw out the rock too. Shadow Demon, he's brought down. And this tier 1 tower will be Salt's as they step up the ante in this game. By that I don't mean anti-mage, I just mean the overall ante. And not your auntie either, not your Auntie Rose that you like to go visit on weekends and she, you know, forces you to eat all her leftover Christmas fruitcake. Ricky, Blackout Maniac, you don't want no fruitcake, you don't want no carols either. You want Cloud, you want to kill him. I wonder if Like, I mean, what are you going to... I've seen Penance do this before, and he rushes the pipe, but he's going for the drums this time around. Like, Pos 3 Sven can't play core. It does play core, but it can't go greedy. It can't go farming items. Seen that a little bit too much in this tournament on Faceless Voids and Nature's Prophets, to name a few. Really know what position you're playing and build your items accordingly. Very important, especially at this tier of play.
Radiant's middle tower is not safe.
Sparkles. Sitting in this weird part of the jungle that's sort of like Vietnam. And Charlie springs the trap. And when I say Charlie, I mean Ira Envy. You finds Witchshot, racks him up with the Bedlam and the Bramble Maze. It's a lot. Tusk going for the snowball away, still brought back with the X-Master spot. Fook not going to pop it too early. The punch back uppercut. Fook in the air like Mike Tyson. Stick charges available to Sparkles. Keeps him alive. Curse Crown pops at a weird range. Blackout Maniacs made the movement in them. This rookie's so elusive, so quick. He gets in the back line. Another X combo. Bring back onto Not a Hero. Doesn't find the torrent though. Neither does it find the ghost ship. And Salt respond very quickly. That's some big heroes TPing in. Blight cancelling his to keep on farming. He's almost got the Radiance. That's pretty quick. About 1900 gold away. 3-8 plus 1-4. No, yeah, 19. 2000, 2100 around there. I know that's a big deficit, but hey, I don't work for investing. Blackout Maniac. You gotta drop the smoke screen first, buddy. That's Storm Spirit. Ah, Mowgli, you didn't park your car here, did you? No.
You were out of your weight class.
Dire's middle tower is under fire.
Dire's middle tower is under fire.
Radiant's bottom tower has a nasty
These creep waves doing the work that Senior Squad wish they could do in the mid lane. It's difficult to run up into a Storm Spirit. And all these quick rotations from Salt. Really giving it all. This is game 3, and I gotta say, these players, their heads are in it. They want to win. Still high activity, high APM. 15-minute bounty spawn. Fook, he finished off the phase, but will now get himself the drums. It's tier 1 bottom Radiant falls.
Bottom tower is gone with the wind.
Blackout Maniac, he's just... I'm not sure about this decision. They sort of know he's there. They plant up the sentry. Santa, wiser to this guy's move. Sparkles will snowball forward. However, Blackout Maniac is so quick to disengage with the Blink Strike. Penance now using the War Cry as all of Salt will realize that Senior Squad are TPing in. Air Brewling to throw Ricky up into the air. But it's really a disengage. That's a big ultimate they forced out. Primal Split. Quite a long cooldown, 140 seconds at level 1.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
It's 10 for 10. Penance just got a farm. Pos 3 Sven. I played Pos 4 Sven today, but I lost. Clearly not as good. There are wards there, and Salt know it because they place them. They see Penance and the gang sitting around, farming creep waves, perhaps thinking of an aggressive move to get a kill, get a pick off, anything really. Here Cloud doing the work. He will try zip away. He's trying to dodge it. It's not enough. They bring him back with the X Fook into the smoke screen. They find Cloud. Storm Spirit out. Salt on the retreat. Ghost ship. Bad disruption into ghost ship. It doesn't connect, but everyone gets the rum, and that's what you want, especially in lockdown. There's not enough booze to go around. But if your friend's throwing them out in a ship, yeah, take it. It's free.
Dire's middle tower is under
Sound a lot better in my head.
Dire just fortified their structures. Dire's middle tower is under fire.
The pings behind the tower. Who's pinging?
Dire's middle
Brewmaster
tower
is
has fallen.
pinging Santa. Why, do you want Santa to throw out a cast? Maybe defend the tower? I don't think it's worth it. Santa knows he will die very quickly if there's an X that comes out on him. X marks the spot combo. Blight. Blackout Maniac, even going to use the God Strength cast thrown up by Santa. The Terrorize has been held to by Iron Envy. However, he's hit by the stun. He can't get it out in time, and Penance mouths during that duration. The Terrorize eventually does come out, finds 3. Cloud on the backline now, trying to nuke down Mowgli. Will be able to do it with the help of Santa, but loses his life in exchange. And Fook, he's Kunkka, he's tanky, but he's not that tanky. Nuked down by Blackout Maniac, who now takes the movement into the back line. He's trying to bring down this Tusk, and this Brewmaster finally gets off Primal Split. They do have the detection for Ricky. A little bit of a problem for him. Does get Tricks of the Trade to dodge the Wraith Fire Blast. Blinks to IRNVU, his support, doing the supporting things even in a stage like this. DD, this Ricky harder to kill than I'm gonna stop trying to do these anagrams. Not these anagrams, these metaphors. Just stick to what I know. Which is not much. In case you were wondering. Bottom, Radiant Jungle, not a hero, doesn't have Primal Split. Blackout Maniac finds him, this Ricky with the double damage and the Diffusal Blade. It's so goddamn painful for Salt. Vanta turns with the caskets. It's just sort of delaying the inevitable. Cloud comes and uses all his mana to zip forward. Ricky, he's going to be sucked up in the electric vortex, stunning him up. Curse Crown, 2-man boat with the torrent combo. Fook finds it, he gets the Tidebringer to Iron Envy. Then to help clean up with the Bedlam Sphere as well. He doesn't have good strength, don't need it when you're right clicking. Blight does turn and actually turn the tide, bring down Penance. Fook running forward, he's got the armor, wants Santa so goddamn badly. Looks like he will find it and will tick out in exchange. Blight does survive that exchange, which is pretty good for him. And Blight will, he's got the red, so he's just going to farm up Senior Squad's Ancient Camp. Penance didn't actually, he hasn't actually gotten the drums. He's saving up for something. Maybe he's gonna go nah, he gets it. He does eventually bite. Bottom lane, tier 2. Fook TP's in to defend. With a nice Tidebringer, gets an X since he's not a hero. Torrent, bring him back. X marks the spot. Tidebringer not in range to get that cleave damage. So it's infamously known for.
Got it. Invisibility.
Fook farming golems. Trying to get the Heaven's Albert. Not a Radiance Kunkka game, surprisingly, and Blight already has his Radiance. He's got an Invis rune, there's smoke behind him by his supports. Perhaps trying to find the way in to the Senior Squad jungle. They got good vision here, really good vision. Up on both the entry points, well, the obvious entry points into the jungle. Ricky Maru, he's farming this little camp here. Salt, get their claws on him. Really enjoy that.
Radiant's bottom tower has uninvited guests. Dire's top tower is not on top of things. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment.
Fook
Radiant's bottom
X marks
tower
himself
is
as he
under
goes back to the fountain.
Dire's top tower is
Does he?
under
Never mind, he just goes bottom to push out the wave. It's nicely done.
Dire's
Kunkka
top tower
able to
isn't well
use
at
that
the moment.
ability.
Dire's top tower.
Tusk. Snowball forward, Blight's behind him, they pop the dust, trying to find Blackout Maniac, who just blink strikes backwards. Fook with Penance and the God Strength, they get a nice 2-man boat with a torrent and the Ghost Ship. So much rum. Blight, he's got a regen, he's got a second life. This is the case. Not a hero. He's already used the primal split to try and help his teammate out as they turn their attention onto Fook, who's being nuked down. The death ward in the back from Blitz Doctor is a lot of damage. Blackout Mania goes for the easy kills. He will find one, but he might die in return. The Static Gremlin does find the kill. Nice 4-through 2-man terrorize from IO Envy. Not enough to keep Sven alive. The Penance drops to the Storm Spirit and Cloud wrapping up. He's got the Electric Vortex, Curse Crown on his head, but it don't matter. Senior squad get wiped for the first time in the series. 5 heroes to 1. That's a bit concerning. Roshan will be the next objective for Salt. They know objectives are the way to play this game and win it. Wraith King looking unstoppable at the moment. He's gonna get an AC up so quickly in Assault Cuirass. Look at that. I heard a Stormhammer. Oh, it's a farming Stormhammer that's used to hit the creeps. Pipe of Insight queued up for Penance's Sven. And Ricky Maru. Invisible little rat. Well, he is a rat. He's based on a rat. I think that's what the law implies. It's a rat with daggers. Imagine you dealing with that in Bryanston, huh? Quite a tough one. Mowgli, he's done a lot this game. Not his best. 0 and 8 on the Shadow Demon. Looks like he might make it 0 and 9 because Sparkles is a haste rune. Jeez. Reincarnation. Blight. It's oh, that was, what was that? Why did I hear reincarnation there? Mid. Sansa. Was looking for kills.
Bounty. Middle town is in the wrong.
I guess we'll see how the plus 3 Sven works. Thunderclap. They see Ricky. Really good. Cinnamon is quite a nasty ability. X marks the spot from Fook. Blight. He cuts them off. Cloud goes forward immediately up onto the high ground. They find Ricky Maru. They're going to bring down Blackout Maniac. There's no Ricky for this fight. Senior squad need to disengage. They're getting dived on their tier 2 tower. Blight will call off the assault. Turn his attention onto it.
Radiant has reinforced their structures. Radiant.
Curse Crown don't do nothing. Assault keep on pushing. Momentum behind them. 9k net worth behind them. You seal off the grand final. Well, get a 1-game lead in this grand final. Senior squad. Mowgli in a lot of trouble again. He will be 0 and 10 now. Buys back. Don't think that bothers Salt. Shadow Demon can buy back all he wants. It's probably more that the Ricky's back. That's a respectful disengage. The Blight, he's got, it's 26.5 minutes. He's got Phase Boots, Radiance, and Assault Cuirass. Like, I have never seen a more farm Wraith King. I'm gonna be honest. Haven't played against one. This is very quick to get these items. And a Quickening Charm. Probably be pretty nice on Tusk even, who's dead. Found by 4 heroes, 4 against 1 in any fight, no matter if it's real or not real, is very difficult to win. Unless you're like a very high level Diablo player. Blackout Maniac, he's scouting forward. Looking at Cloud, gets the Diffuser Blade off with the smoke screen, Yule's up. by the Storm Spirit. The dodge of the cast, tricks of the trade will let you do that. X back, Fook, he wants the kill. We'll try bring him back, and they do find the ghost ship, but now all of Salt are back to defend their mid lane, and they don't want Cloud to die. They're going to find Rikimaru. Blackout Maniac, no, he blinks to Fook to safety. They pop the drum charges, but he's burning to Cinderbrew. And that spell gets the kill. That was a bit aggressive, a little bit hopeful. I don't know if maybe Senior Squad are feeling like they need some play like that, some high risk play to get back into this game. But perhaps it's not the answer.
No, I'm feeling it. Invisibility.
They forced off Brew forward. Cloud, the long range zip. Finds Mowgli, who's dead again. Oh, he's rewritten the Jungle Book all on his own. Mowgli doesn't survive, he gets killed by a Storm Spirit. Stormhammer, Penance, just delaying really. They get an X and a Curse Crown onto Blight. Storm Cloud, Storm Spirit zips forward, dodges all the Bramble Mazes, and the nice shards from Sparkles preventing IR Envy from finding any form of escape. He's forced to buy back as not a hero, soaking up the front lines, letting the rest of his team take this tier 3. Rikimaru goes in the back line, gets a chip from the trade-off. They get the Ghost Ship and the Torrent onto Blight's Wraith King. He still has that second life available to him. My camera just disappeared, and that's a problem because I'm trying to watch as Tusk goes for the back. Rikimaru, Black Maniac, he's so near IR Envy, who gets another trick of the trade. They do turn their attention on the Tusk. Penance back in the front of the fight. He's heading away. He doesn't have God Strength. It's on cooldown for a long time. He hopes it's enough to keep him alive as Cloud, on barely any HP, he zips straight into a Bramble Maze root and dies. No, Cloud, but it seems to be Salt's fight to win. As the cores of Senior Squad are forced to buy back, Mowgli increases it to 0 and 12 on the Shadow Demon, and Blight, he's got 10 stick charges, he's got Reincarnate. You can terrorize all you want, but he'll come back crawling like they always do to finish your racks and take your hopes and dreams of staying in this grand final. If Salt take this, it'll be one game left for them to win to be ELSA League 1 champs. But they play the safe game, pull back, maybe take Roshan, which will be up shortly. Perhaps in a minute and 40 seconds, there's still a tier 2 in the top lane and a whole set of fresh buildings to destroy.
Got it.
There's the bounties.
For the treasury.
Sparkles, actually Blackout Maniac finding Santa, 4 staff away for the Witch Doctor. A little bit ineffective against a Ricky who closes distances so quickly. Taunt, jumps of speed, jumps of endurance, BKB pop from Not a Hero. That's great for Senior Squad. Sol, however, want the Roshan, the Dust, Blackout Maniac, he's going to be caught in the Electric Vortex, nice play from Cloud, zips past the smoke screen, so he's not silenced to get the turn, and tricks in the trade aren't going to keep you alive, brother. Cloud, he's not done, there was a Terrorize from the Dark Willow, IR Envy, you TP's out. Very close. Cloud's scary, man. Cloud is, yeah.
Radiant's top tower is getting walloped.
30 racks, tower falls very quickly.
Top tower was crushed to smithereens.
Brewmaster, Not a Hero in front, the repair kit put onto the tier 3 tower, letting it regen through a lot of this damage. They even use the fortification to Senior Squad. Soul Catcher put out down the snowball save from Sparkles. He's been on point this whole series. Just keeping Wraith King alive, letting him use that reincarnation when he really needs it. Not a Hero pops the BKB to escape this high ground. Cloud zips forward, was looking for IR NVU, but the Shadow Realm prevents any sort of spells from targeting him. Sparkles get X, but after he blinks, brought back into the smoke screen, Blackout Maniac, Penance finds a nice two-man Stormhammer, pops the God Strength in the middle, the Bramble Maze is locking it down, Ghost Ship does connect too, Sparkles will be falling, so will Mowgli, Cloud, he's got a Curse Crown on his head, but Penance, he's the real trouble, soaking up a Death Ward, does drop two, Ire Envy uses the Shadow Realm to escape from that Earthrock Boulders, Blackout Maniac still hungry, looking for kills, he's very alone, trying to bring down Santa, he can't even do that, gets caught in the electric vortex that Cloud puts down to lock this Ricky Maru into place as I envy you, the focus of Wraith King. Blight reincarnates, he goes into Fook, that's a lot of crit damage, Curse Crown on Wraith King's head, they turn and bring down Ricky Maru, Fook has a lot of HP, but I feel like Salt will be more than happy to burst their way through it. GG called by Senior Squad, and we're going to game 4, 2-1 to Salt. Wow, explosive. That's the quickest game we've had all series. But I will shortly be handing you over back. I will shortly be handing you over back to the panel.
Is your shirt off? I don't know.
Anyway, boys, how do you think of that game 3?
Are we live?
Ew.
At the panel.
Yeah, are we live? Or not?
We'll be live in.
Okay, cool.
Sorry,
All right, thanks so much, guys. Game 3 in the bag, and of course, it does mean that we were kind of looking at a regular best of 3 now with one game already decided. I like looking at it that way. Just 2 more to go, and of course, one team, 1 game away from winning it all. Gentlemen, give me your take on the last matchup and what's still to come.
So I think this game was kind of just like a shit show in a way, because the draft to me was very weird. Like, first of all, offense Fen, right? Like, the only situation you want to pick that is when it can bully the enemy carry. Like, if they have, let's just say, a PL or Naga, right? Or something that you can just sit there and bully, and they don't have the highest regen, but a Raid King has passive life regen, it has super high health. It's like, you can't even harass that. So it makes no sense to pick the offense Fen there. It just doesn't really do anything. And it's not going to transition well. It's just a very bad pick. Then next, the Ricky pick. I think the only hero it actually does well versus is the Witch Doctor. And I'm pretty sure like 8 out of 10 times the Witch Doctor just sat getting a full duration ulti off in most of these fights. Like, so you didn't even shut that down. Like, you jump on Raid King. Cool, he's got another life. Tuskar. Super hard to kill, right? Even, like, it's just... For a last pick, I felt 0 impact from the hero, except for the laning stage where it did well. And then... it can't do anything versus 5 years, right? So like they just grouped up on Salt and then they just won every team fight because they couldn't do anything. So I think the draft is where they need to think about like how they're going to win this game, because you can't draft like that badly, I'd say. I don't want to just be mean, but like their draft is really bad. Like I didn't see how they won in any situation. So I think that first 3 needs to be addressed. I think they can just ban the Tuskar now. It seems to be giving them too many issues. So they need to ban that, and I think they just need to possibly go back to what they did in game 1, right? Like, just pick this late game hero, put the enemy under pressure, make them do the moves, right? Like, if you just pick like a Naga, even in the second phase, you forcing your enemy to run at you, you forcing them to play proactive Dota, where you can just defend and farm for the late game, right? Like, maybe that's something they can go back to. They seem to be comfortable with that. So maybe if we see something like that, they'll have a lot higher chance of winning the next game.
I heard 2 things. I heard you say Jabba was right, but he was wrong with the whole Sven going into the off lane.
Okay, Jabba.
But it like you said, I didn't see the impact of the Sven, and I think the mid lane matchup this time was sort of a classic, you could say, something you see quite often, and Cloud won that just won that, I think. But then this is a snake with 2 heads is pretty much what I saw from this game, is that sure, you can come even and even beat mid, but you still got to worry about Blight. He actually farmed up a Storm. He went unnoticed. Next thing we look, he had a Radiance on hand, and it was just, I think it was just objective after objective there. I think they could have finished it even faster than what they did. but they were just being quite methodical, keeping in mind this is a grand final, and they just took one objective at a time. So I think there's a lot of things to address for the senior squad. Even though they did take game one, it's looking like this climb is coming steeper and steeper as Salt just progressed through the evening.
I mean, I did say that it would have been a pretty good Storm game, and I think the objective was trying to pick up the Ricky to try and avoid it from being so mobile. But I kept on seeing that the Ricky was trying to keep on comboing it with the X marks the spot, and Cloud was always coming in last into battle, so he was always able to just destroy the back line. There's one or
Unless
two
he
moments
landed on
where
some
we
bramble
saw,
mazes.
yeah, and then you got to get himself killed on some bramble mazes. So I think
that we have to. I hope someone clipped it or something. I
think it's on
gotta.
Facebook. I think you can give it.
Yeah.
Give it.
Yeah, if Van Kirk is listening, just go when you upload this, just go and get that clip for me, please.
So yeah, I think Ed's right that they need to look at their draft. It seems like they're trying to be more reactive than trying to play towards their strengths. And something you guys have touched on constantly is that don't pick your 4 and 5 in the first phase. Like, leave options open to those kind of dirty plays, because you can't counter it later in the later phases. You just can't.
One thing though, if you're picking your supports at early, if you at least just pick big team fight, it's still okay, right? Like, you could still open up with a Coddle Earthshaker. And even though you revealed your lanes, it's such strong team fight that it doesn't actually matter. But like a Shadow Demon Willow is like, yes, Willow's got the terrorize, but Shadow Demon is a very niche kind of support hero. So like, if it doesn't get a good Shadow Demon game, like in the sense of like you can't disrupt someone like a PL1 or something, or Luna even, and get those images, or you're not picking it for save. But now, as you said, like they just pick both their supports, they have zero control besides like a root, and then Storm just has a field day on them, right? Like every time he sees a support, he just goes and kills them, and there's absolutely nothing that the rest of the team can do. And that's what happens when you just pick two supports that have, I feel, zero synergy together.
Yeah, we're good.
I think that has been the criticism that's been running throughout all the drafts so far, is the double support in the first stage. Do you think that's something that is likely to change in this particular matchup, or do you think we're going to keep seeing that trend?
I think it's a more of a draft mentality where people get stuck in this thing of, like, when they play ranked, right? What happens is pos 5 picks first, pos 4 picks second, then pos 3, then pos 2, then pos 1, right? Like, that's like the general consensus of how just ranked picks go. Now, a lot of people carry that similar mentality over to drafting, where it's like, okay, we need to pick our supports first, right? Because we don't want to reveal our cause in case something bad happens to them. So they pick their supports first, like both games. Like what did they pick first from Salt last game? They picked, it was a Tusker, right?
Yeah.
So, which is still fun, but then they picked the Brewmaster, which is nice. It's not just two supports, right? And what was it? The previous game was also, it was, I think the first game was like Coddle, so Coddle, I'm drawing a blank. What was it? Coddle Brew, right?
Yeah.
So
I think
it might have been Coddle Tusker, I'm not 100% sure. But like, you need to have some diversification. Like, I really just want to see them not just picking two supports up first. Or if they do, as I said, pick ones that have great team fight potential. And then it's fine. Like, I promise you, if a team picks Coddle Shaker first, right? What are you going to do to counter it? Because now they can go super greedy or super aggressive with their 3 cores, but you have this insane team fight behind it, right? Like, that's still fun, but I just want to see some kind of change in the support, like if they're going to do it, because like even Rich Clockwork, there's zero lockdown. It's very niche picks that, like, I just want to see more stable support heroes, or just like a versatile core thrown in there, and I think they'll be fine. So I hope they're listening. Wink, wink.
Well, I also would like to see the change up, just because it also is likely to generate a very different looking draft. You know, as in when you start changing the pick order, you notice that things will happen very differently, obviously, because you're now looking for a core to, or rather support that is going to counter a particular pick rather than one of your cores to counter it. So that just shuffle things up. And I liked where you guys were going in particular with the concept of these later game heroes. I do think one of the things we've noticed from these series is that it's probably these games are lasting a little bit longer than they necessarily have to. And I think one of the reasons because you're probably you're in a final, your nerves are probably a little bit less at ease than they normally would be. Take less risks, but risks are also one of the things that win you Dota games. So, if you're going to stall it out a bit, then go for a later game hero.
I was actually going to touch on that. I feel like you're talking about the nerves that they might be feeling in this. When you're on the brink, on that edge of the cliff, I think we're going to see either something ridiculous happen in the draft here, or they're just going to fall back to their absolute comfort, like the gyrocopters, things like that, and sort of like hope they can slug it out. So I think usually when you bid in a corner like this, often players they don't really they don't react well often, and then they will have sort of, okay, let's just go into our shell and try and play it sort of in a turtle manner, if that makes any sense, where they pick that gyrocopter, they pick the whatever they feel comfortable with and play whatever, or they're going to go and do something absolutely ridiculous, and please Lord let there be no techies.
I think we're safe from that, but I do think something needs to change in the way that in a kind of way I feel like the same issues just keep showing up, so you have to change something in order to win, right? And going back to comfort picks is something you can do when you really back your team and when you're firing. And I think that considering these sides are both made to a final, they probably feel like they both have what it takes to win it. But when you're one game down, you got to dig a little bit deeper, surely.
Yeah, I think, but that's the thing. We'll see if they're going to fall back into what their comfort was, or if they're going to try something different. Maybe they identified a weakness. Maybe they say put pressure on, see how much pressure you can put on Light and Cloud, and see if you can win that other lane 1v1 or whatever it may be. But we saw the tri-lanes, we've seen everything, so I don't know what more they have in their arsenal to throw at them. But I do think Senior Squad have the capability. I just hope they don't get into their own heads, is what I really am getting at.
As long as they don't pick a gyro, I think they're fine.
We're going to find out very shortly because the draft is live and we're quite a few picks in already, or rather bands in already. We got the Mars, the Centaur Warrunner, Lycan, and Tusk band out, so we do see that Tusk band coming now. The DP, Neckfist, Clockwork, and Grimstrike. I think it's Grimstrike.
It's the Cotton.
The Abaddon I can't see.
Okay, if I had to guess, right? Like, what are your predictions on this opening? Like, I don't want to see double support, but I have a feeling it's going to be something like a Lich Willow, right? If I see that, I'm crying. Like, what I'd like to see here is like even just like a Shadow Demon Ember, right? Like, or Oracle Ember, right? Like, very stable support on Oracle, super good carry on Ember, potential mid, right? Like, versatile core, very strong pos 5. Like, something like that I'd really like to see. Like,
or even like a Centaur plus something,
Banned, sir.
Oh, is he banned?
Slider, so like we can swap it to maybe Slider you can pick.
The thing with Slider, right, is like it has to go 3, so it's not versatile at all. So that kind of goes against like what I was saying in terms of you need a versatile core, right? And it's purely physical. Okay, so I really like the Shaker. That's what I was saying. Like, just please pick Shaker. Like, pick team fight. So I'm really a fan of this pick right now. I think it's like huge potential with it. Honestly, it depends a lot with what it's coupled. As long as it's like coupled with something that has some synergy, I'm going to be really happy from like their opening 2 picks. So like they either listened to what I was saying or they just did a complete like 180. So either way, I'm happy though.
Yeah, I'm now in suspense. I'm very curious what to pick up next because your Kotl Earthshaker was the example you gave. Now obviously they can't follow that. What's going to be? It's going to be a Axe. Okay. Interesting.
I mean, they listened.
I think it's a lot better.
Okay, so at least it's not 2 support, right? So they have the option with +5. But the thing is, they still revealed their offlane, which is like a good and a bad thing. If you believe it's a super strong combo and you can't like lose the lane with it, it's fine. But like obviously you know Shaker's 4, you know Axis 3, you know what you're going to be versus, right? So like you've got a Coddle, you've got a Yurt, no, I can't pick it. I don't think like if they go an Ursa, I really don't like it because we'll have to see what they go. But like I think it is a strong lane, Axe Shaker, right? Because no matter what you verse, Earthshaker can always fissure the starting wave. You can always secure your offlaner level 3 because you're an Earthshaker. You just can manipulate the creep wave. Then you can go pull. So like then at that stage you could potentially leave Axe to just cut the wave, right? And because they're pos 5 has no way to stop you, it's fine. Because it's not like it's a Bane or something that can sweep you and stop you from pulling the wave. Like Koddle can't do that at all. So it's actually like for as far as dual openers go, like I think it's pretty solid and I'm happy with it.
All right. So responses. Where do we want to go from here? I mean,
I
we've
think
seen.
Timbersaw.
Oh, interesting.
It's great.
Yes,
it's great.
plus double strength, pretty good.
Yeah. It also sort of like leaves you in that situation where, okay, we can't really be picking another melee strength sort of hero here. We need something else that's going to be tanky across the board. So I always like the Timber. I'm going to be intrigued as to where they're going to place that Timber, though.
It's
Who plays
offlane.
it?
Yeah,
I think it must be
not a
offlane
hero
Timber.
plays that. It's one of his signature offlane heroes. So I think you almost guarantee that's an offlane Timbersaw.
Yeah, so there's the Shadow Demon ban. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's offlane Timber. Like I don't think you'd commit it to safe lane because like any good Earthshaker axe will just cut the wave where to the point where Timber's not going to be doing anything to them anyway. So it's like why pick a hero to dominate the lane when they can just cut waves so easily. So
DP still in the pool.
2 deep. DP's bad.
DP.
Death Prophet's ban, dude. First ban.
Oh, it's still at the top.
My panel
I
is
thought I
on
made it
drinks.
through.
Yeah.
It's very late.
Listen, it is late. It is late.
It's
I
10
just-
o'clock,
I just-
and we could still possibly see an entire 2 more games. So, there's that.
I
Also-
was actually trying to think what would be really good against the Timber.
Senior,
I like when you go conceptually, like, obviously silence is good against Timbersaw. Kind of forces them to go Yules
Yeah.
or something.
Ursa?
Senior squad has banned Morphine at like what? At 5th every single game.
It's so weird because Salt's not really running it either, so it's not even.
Have we checked the stats?
Well, I'm quite sure they're not running it.
Check the stats.
So I'm going to go check the stats. I'll be with you in a moment. No, they're not running it. I didn't even check the stats. I'll check them again.
I feel like you should check.
They haven't run it at all.
What's this coming? Hey, I like Jakiro. It's been a while since we've cast.
They
right?
do run Jakiro though, according to the stats. So, but that's a nice sort of support. He's quite tanky, provides quite a lot in lane.
Long range engage with the Earthshake as well, so they can catch you out. I mean, the amount of catch that they have at long range is actually crazy. So even things like the Keep of Life have to be pretty careful because one stun from either Jakiro or Earthshaker from far away and you're dead without getting off Will-O-Wisp.
That's a pretty stable pick all around, right? Like you're never upset to have a Jakiro in your team. It always does its job, especially if you know what. Yeah.
If you have to play the Jakiro, you're pretty upset about having Jakiro in your team, but.
No, but like the weakness of Jakiro is if you pick it before the offlane is revealed. Like if you pick it and they pick like an Abba, Legion or an Omni, right? You're a non-factor because all your damage is dot damage, like damage over time. And Akira is like I just mentioned, that can just instantly dispel it, and that's where like his biggest weakness lies. Like then he just doesn't have a lane. So the fact that like you can see your offlaner and still pick it, like I think it will do fine. It's got a lot of magic damage versus Timber. It's got some nice control versus Ursa. So all around pretty decent pick. The Ursa pickup. So I mean, as we've seen, it's just comfort for them at this point. He's obviously comfortable playing the Ursa in pretty much any situation. Does well versus Axe, so it means they basically have to creep skip.
Is creep skipping really good here though? Like
you always want to creep skip as an Axe, right? Like the only time you want to lane is if you can bully the carry. But if you think of it, if you lane, right, you might get at best 3 out of the 4 creeps in lane, right? But if you creep skip, you get all 4 and you get a neutral camp out of it. Like your net worth is just, and your levels is just way higher by creep skipping. So it should always be like your priority. But the problem is like, if they have a good +5 that can disrupt you, then it's almost impossible. But Coddle is probably one of the weakest +5s at stopping like people just putting creep aggro.
Can I make a prediction?
Sure.
They're gonna play keeper as +4 and they're gonna bring Oracle in for salt.
They're good.
It's bold.
But they did play an Oracle.
I don't think this series. I don't think they played it this series though.
No, they did play it in ELSA. I'm
Maybe
sure.
you wanna, maybe one of the
Check
games.
the stats,
that,
Scarpy.
you guys
Scarpy,
lost.
check the stats.
So I've just been told that like the stats are, because it's just of this tournament. Because I just got spammed now from one of them, obviously watching or listening in on the draft, and said that apparently Salt do play a mid lane morphling. So that ban is.
That's because you didn't check the stats.
It's not on those stats.
Didn't check the stats enough, dude.
Check the stats,
Didn't check the stats.
I can't check their scrim
Unbelievable.
stats.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so
How can we rely on you if you can't even check the stats?
So I think Cloud's got a bit of PTSD here with this last ban.
10 seconds remaining.
So the safe lane Queen of Pain just seems awful to me. So like,
Yeah.
I think it's more of a ban towards the Timber.
How was that matchup for you? The Ember versus the Quap.
I'm not sure. It's a bit of a give and take because like good Ember should be fine because you've at least got Slide to dodge Dagger. But when Dagger cooldown's always shorter than your Slide. So it's always going to be a hard lane.
Radiant team pick.
Fair enough. Whoa.
Okay, super nice Rubik game by the way. Like Fissure,
he has so many
Ice Path,
spells.
like absolutely
Fissure.
amazing Rubik game.
Yeah. Fissure's like your want.
I think Ice Path is your one. It's probably
Really?
the best. It's so strong.
Especially another cast time because Fisher's cast time is definitely better than Ice Path. But Ice Path its uptime is insane.
Remaining.
So you take away the challenge and actually connecting with that spell. It's lovely.
Fair enough.
Both
As
styles
you
are
may have
absolutely
guessed,
amazing.
I too am a Rubik player, so I can tell you that. I totally
Predictions
stand
on the last
by
pick?
Adastam. There's my clockwork comment for the day, just so we can be both part of the cringe.
Jesus. Smite me as I stand.
That's-
Now all we need is
Well,
a
yeah.
hero.
haven't actually seen a slot for a bit in this tournament.
Yeah.
So interesting thing. Most people think like Slark counters Timber lane, but like if you go I was watching, who was it? I think it was the Liquid Enigma today, and the Timber just went 1-1-0, right? And then he just wrecked his lane because like he does not rely on the passive regen. He just gets mangoes, goes his QW. They want like a 6-second CD double pure damage spell nuke, and like they just won the lane through doing that. So I'm interested to see if that happens. Like, I don't believe it will because from looking at skill builds and item builds, like it hasn't been following like international meta as much as I'd like to have seen. But I think if he does that, you can easily beat the Slark because you only have a Jakiro contesting. You have the Coddle to apply the miss on the Slark. So that lane should win. I think the Timber Coddle beats it quite favorably. The Quap should slightly do better than the Ember. Ember can still do fine. And then I think it all comes down to this Axe lane, right? Because if Axe and the Shaker just play the lane right and get early tempo, early blink, there's so much potential to kill on this team. But if that lane goes bad, where's your setup, right? Because like Shaker and Axe need blink in order to control this game. If they're not going to get that early, or like mainly the Axe, I think Salt's just going to run away with it again. So yeah.
Look, we're not going to get a better opportunity to hand over to our casters than that. So let's see who runs away with it. Don't let the scoreboard fool you. It is 2-1 in favor of Salt, and we will be throwing over to our casters now. Mr. Von Black, would you be so kind?
Thank you very much, Albert. Excellent insight from the panel there. So Salt, 2 games up against Senior Squad's 1 victory. And it all comes down to this. This is literally Senior Squad clawing or fighting their way to stay in this grand final. Best of 5. And joining me is actually none other than you love him and you want to pinch his cheeks and you want to see him with the shirt off. It's Scarpy.
Thank you. I'm sure everyone does. Chat, you can follow me on Twitter. I have a lot of those pictures lying around.
It's just a thirst trap. Don't get involved with that type of stuff. It's been age. I think we last did this at. Ooh,
we did this in the basement.
In the basement in Rage. Yeah, we did this in the basement in Rage. Like,
yeah, I was just like a step in there. You're like, hey, you want to console?
Yeah, man, let's do it. Now we've upgraded to the comfort of our own home.
Yeah, you say comfort, but my chair is actually pretty uncomfortable. All my good computer stuff is stuck in Joburg, and I'm in Durban.
I'm sure of it, man.
But it's fine.
It should be okay.
Backs are made to be broken.
Backs are made to be broken. I don't know if Bright's back can take any more. I'm not saying he's been carrying his whole team, but he's definitely helped.
Yeah, he's actually, I mean, he's also must be really bored of pressing that right-click button, because he's been playing a lot of ELSA.
I'm happy to see that they gave Sparkles like a hero other than Tusk. He probably also asked for that.
Well, I got banned.
Tusk
got banned. So
fair.
that's why. I think he would, but I mean, I'm excited to see a Rubik game. The panel spoke about it in quite high regard, especially up against the Jakiro / Earthshaker. Quite a nice thing to really pick up for yourself. But more interested in the laning matchups, like what's going to go up against what. So the Ursa does find his way into the Axe lane, and they were talking about actually Queen of Pain going bot.
Okay,
that's where it gets interesting.
Point of concern for Jabba. Oh no, Adam. Sorry, it was a point of concern for Adam.
Yeah, you said the matchup actually favors the Quap, surprisingly. So I don't know.
I mean, Fuchs like he's definitely played well in these last 3 games. I'm pretty sure there's more he can offer. A mid lane is going to be Slark against Ember Spirit. Cloud back on that hero.
See, I don't know how Fuchs going to do anything against Not a Hero. He's just going to have to trade hits with Sparkles pretty much, and Not a Hero is just going to dominate the lane. And it's really just going to be on Blight here to make sure that Axe doesn't get a lot, and then all of a sudden Salt in a pretty happy place.
Yeah, it's hard though. I mean, Azursa, you got a lot of targets to try to focus down, and like Jakiro is going to be constantly applying those horrendous spells, especially like Dual Breath being such a unique, I'd say like early level spell, since it slows attack speed. Like that's not very common.
Good Fissure though.
Yeah, very good Fissure. Penance, he's in the chase. They do get the Battle Hunger onto Blight, but the Fissure's not long enough range to block him off completely, so he just walks around it.
I don't like Mowgli going 1 point into Liquid Fire, especially if you're going into a tri-lane. I would like the Dual Breath. Provide a lot more for you, especially for that sort of aggressive approaches. It gives a bit of slow, decent tick damage still, so I'm not a big fan of picking up Liquid Fire level 1 personally.
I don't know, you hope maybe that there's some overarching plan to like how he skills his build, but I doubt it. He now has the Dual Breath. And Sparkles, he was sort of harassing Black Armaniac mid, but he's sort of, I don't know, he's moving his way top again. Mid lane, Black Armaniac, he's turning to get the Essence Shift stacks onto Cloud, dropping quite low. Does have a salve available. No, but the zap! Oh, that's annoying. Fade Bolt
it's just so ugly. Such an ugly place to be. Not a Hero is actually not having the best time here, actually. The poison is a problem, but he is staying alive in lane. He needs this wave to be pushed out by the tower so that he can start stacking up some of the armor. So unfortunately for him, the Queen of Pain is doing a good job of making sure he doesn't get too much armor to sustain himself. But again, he's still going to get that XP. And they are rotating a lot of support up here for the Ursa, who isn't doing bad, really. If you look at the grand scheme of things, Axe has only got 6 last hits.
It's a bit more a hero that he prefers his experience to his last hits. So obviously he'd like both in the best situation, but if he had to make do with one of them...
It's like, I I think Big Daddy said is like they asked him if he likes the fact that he's playing support now. He's like, we all like hitting creeps, you know.
We all like to.
I stand by that, you know.
It's really like therapeutic, like stroking a dog.
Yeah. It makes you feel that sound of the gold. It just
it chinks.
it does things to me.
Maybe No-Tail figure like, if you stack cabs, you get the gold, so you still get that sound. And he's all about that sound. That's what he plays it for. It's going to be some static laning until... Well, who knows when.
I see... The only potential kills I see is in the top lane, but they're very defensive with the axe, so it's going to be static. Not a hero might get picked off with a good rotation, admittedly, but he does have 12 stacks up now of reactive armor, so he's not too scared of anyone who's going to come in and hit him. But towards the mid lane, there is an attempt on Cloud J. He does get pounced on.
Yep, mildly, he's made the movement in with the help of Sparkles on the back line. Going to get the telekinesis off. Brings Slug back towards Cloud's Ember Spirit, who gets the kill. Lovely searing chains, and he finds Mildly too. However, the Rubik picks up both of them. I think some right clicks, which is a bit odd.
Yeah, Cloud with the cheeky tip in between, but it was really well played from Sparkle. Positioned himself well, sort of. Did they have vision on that rotation coming in? I'm not too sure, but just preemptively well positioned to make sure that nothing will happen to Cloud there, and success. Yeah, and all of a sudden, this Slark is in a bad place.
Yeah, and you can't be losing lanes as Slark like that early. That's not your idea.
And let's just draw a picture. Remember that other game where the Ember was, I don't know, a considerable margin behind. I think that's the nicest way I can say it. Against the Monkey King. And what happened all of a sudden when he came back. Now imagine if he starts having a good start to the game.
Yeah.
It's a major concern for a senior squad here.
Played well, of course, hit those hard camps, those medium camps that Slark forced to do. Black Eye Maniac leaving Cloud to solo this lane for a little bit. Be more than happy to soak up that XP.
Yeah, rotations are moving in towards the bot though. It seems like Mowgli has decided to abandon the axe. I don't know if Axe is going to love it against the Ursa, but Ursa too has also left his own devices. But look at that.
Yeah, no, he's not a not a fan. Yeah. Not a fan. That just taught him. Penance gonna have to change his game. He's a good axe player. We saw him in game 2. Really have a cracker.
Yeah, he did have a good game, right? It's just they really got to work on their tempo. It's the most important thing that I can see for them. But Not Here is just pretty much getting the lane he wants, and Queen of Pain is getting farmed. But how much does that do? Safe lane Queen of Pain, I think Adastam said it's not a pretty thing. You don't want to see it.
I would ask you, do you think, have you seen, as a, you've been watching all the games from an analytical point of view, have you seen a distinct experience difference between Senior Squad and Salt?
Yes, I think Salt definitely has a lot of experience, and especially in competitive. Meanwhile, bot lane, okay.
Yeah,
they didn't really overcome it.
Fook's okay. Uncle Fook, as his children know him.
Ah,
yeah,
Uncle Fook.
Well, apparently we've got most of his games. He's Uncle Fook now. Yeah, he's a, I'm not saying I'm his kid. God.
Okay.
Blight.
I was just making sure.
That's a problem.
Yeah. Good rotation coming through. Actually gets the last hit on the Earthshaker, but not the end of the world.
Well, it seems to be a game where your pos 4s are going to be getting kills, so Sparkles has sort of set the tone.
It's really going to come down to a network thing. Even if you kill someone in lane, if they're still winning that lane with the last hits, that's where your problem really lies. So, I don't know. It's great, but they need to keep that pressure up on the Ursa, because we've seen how Blight can just carry on farming. He's got no problem.
He's played this hero a few times.
Yeah, no, he is definitely.
Fook, well, they do find a royal jelly on Cloud. He eats one. I don't know who got the other one. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Timber. No, he denies. Sparkles gets the deny on Not a Hero. Bottom lane.
Okay.
From that dagger, not enough. Penance. He's got some overpowered stacks on him. And Blight looking to force the issue here. Ursa very favorable against Axe when there's not many creeps in the wave.
Axe got 6 first though, which is a big thing for him. At least now Blight can be a bit more cautious about approaching the Axe, as if he does lose too much health, it can very quickly be turned around, and knowing that there's an Earthshaker around the corner is something that he will be observant of. I must say, Sparkle's movements around the map are actually so good. I've been watching him in all 3 of the games so far. He moves around the map, keeps you on your toes, and he's really been the crux for senior squad. And you were talking about experience, and that's one of it. Having
experience showing through, coming. They try to disrupt the enchant turtle. Sparkles get the telekinesis, the blinding light backwards towards the tier 1 tower of Radiant. And Blight help to circle the kill. Ground struck forward. The bounty is split between the 3 heroes. As you mentioned, like, yeah, just those rotations. And he's not brown too early. He likes to get that. Does Sparkles?
Yeah. I think it's also, you can go down to it being really good calls, good captaincy. Not a Hero has been a factor in the scene for very long. I've been saying it for a long time. A lot of people underrate him in many ways, but I think I've said it at many of the tournaments that he's been part of, is that he's an important part of a team, and he really helps with some of the decision making. Yeah. And like I say, every team needs a dad, and he's sort of that
he's
dad.
The dad.
Yeah.
Big Daddy
Like, I'm
Sparkles.
sure Uncle Fuchs probably the dad of
yeah,
it.
he must be. I mean, you look at him, Call, top lane, Blight and Rage. It keeps him alive. Fuchs making the rotation from bottom. They want to hunt down this Ursa through the tree line. He's giving them a bit of a juke, a bit of a hard time. Penance does eventually find him. The overpowered the fire, the dunk, the karate chop. Penance taunts his way out of there.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, that was cheeky.
Yeah, that was close. That was really close. Anyone else was there, maybe Illuminate being charged up could have turned that fight around. Alas.
No, Penance plays it to the end.
Yeah. That's a bit of an unfortunate one. That's 2 deaths now, actually, in the ELSA. So they are aware that he is a problem. But at the same time, I mean, Cloud's still just farming.
And Not a Hero is big. Like, Not a Hero, he did get that other Royal Jelly, and I feel like Fuchs' rotation top, it's sort of an example. Well, it illustrates how he's struggling in this lane now against this Timbersaw. You can't actually sit there, because look at this guy, just diving on the tower. They got Blight coming in with the TP2. He TP to his tower to help get up Maugi.
Goodness.
And they take the tower and the kill.
That's good. Top lane, though, there's a lot of pressure going in. Deep Penance.
It's just Santa. Over Maugi to die, so support for support. Sparkles with the fade pull. Eco Slam committed by RNVU finds one Sonic Wave. Sparkles drops 3 times kill streak, goes in favor of the Earthshaker, who just walks out of tower damage. A nice combo of spells. It's a lot of damage that Senior Squad can put out with their ultimates. Scary stuff.
Yeah. Fook having 6, making good rotation, helps out a bit, but net worth is really still where it's at, and kills are not as valuable as they once were. Something that we really got to keep in mind in these sort of situations. There's just not that much value. The value is finding objectives. And we've been talking about it a lot while we were watching the games, is that a lot of teams are making a smoke play, but not really finding the necessary objectives post a kill.
Would you prefer they took a tower, I mean, as opposed to getting a kill and then a tower, or just taking a tower then a kill?
Well, you get a kill, or at least use it to get good vision down. And then use that to get an objective, right? Whatever you do, you're doing it for an objective, for a purpose. And I've seen a lot of times they sort of put it aside, they get the kill, and they're like, we're happy, let's fall back to our side of the river, instead of maybe getting that aggressive wards down. And it comes to another thing of experience here, is holding on to some observer wards is not a bad thing all the time. I know a lot of people are like, oh, observer wards should never be in stock. That's right, but it doesn't mean they always have to be placed. You can really be quite methodical about how you place your wards, and that's something that they can keep an eye on. Mid lane, though.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Sparkles managed to steal Dual Breath and helps to burst down Mowgli, who he stole the spell from.
That thing
and
aggressive.
Slot's already used Shadow Dance, so he's got to be a little bit careful. Pounces out of the way of danger. IMVU finds a stun. Fuchs made the movement in. They're trying to get the Remnant away, but look how slowly that Remnant's moving. So we can follow it here.
Yeah, that's like me at parkrun, you know.
Which one are you? You're a Delta Park sort of guy, I take it.
Hey, no, I don't even make it to the park. But alas, I mean, that's a pretty big kill for them. That's the top net worth that they at least stopped from farming. I think that's what you really got to look at kills as well on the back of it. Whenever you get a kill, you're stopping that guy from farming instead of gaining this huge chunk of gold that you once used to. It's again, we're right back to that objective sort of Dota, which is great. I like it. It makes you have to think a lot. It makes this more of a thinking game than a run and kill and do whatever.
Cloud just playing games mid lane. Really abusing that.
A lot of people are rotating in this area. He's forced 4 people here.
Ursa's bottom Blight, they want penance. This is an axe. He doesn't do well against Timber or Ursa. Especially combined together. We'll get a Berserker's Call off. Got the airtime, get some bonus armor. Malgi TP's in. However, the Chakram cuts through any hope he has of surviving. Now the support is just left alive. Timber chain forward from Not a Hero. Hunting down this Jakiro support. Will probably get the kill. Yes, he does. That's a double for them.
It's 2 careers though. Double career kill for Slark.
Okay, so you think that's cool? Did they give those items?
I think one gave the item, one lost items. I didn't see what they were.
Slark's playing the economic game here. He's
yeah.
using the 4x trading, man. He's far ahead of all of us.
Fisher's picked up by Sparkles. That's big. I saw they also got a couple of kills here towards the mid lane. And this was my concern, that senior squad, after taking a win and then having a tough time in the last 2 games, that they're going to fall apart. So I really hope they don't. But Not a Hero should die here. Should. I say. That's a lot of commitment for him.
Yeah, it's a lot. Karate Chop 2, when they use the bonus speed from the Culling Blade to just back off a little. Nice Sparkles with the Fisher. Stuns 2 heroes. Bring back Malgi with telekinesis. This is a level 5 Jakiro, so it's not worth much in the eyes of Salt, but it's still gold nonetheless.
Yeah. I see that Sparkle's still rating the Fissure over the Ice Path. Could have stolen the Ice Path there. But I think it's actually level 2, so would be a good ability to pick up if he does get the chance next time. But Fissure, I mean, just as good, to be fair. Blight, looking for more.
There he is. Can strike forward the ground. Shock Gyro, envy you. He's just a strength hero. He just wants to live. He won't. And
punchy, man.
Yeah, punchy. It's. I suppose it was a lot better when it did bonus Fury Swipe damage, but it's still good.
Yeah, you know, once he's got this, because he's usually gone for the Basher early on, he just goes for. I don't know. Has he finished Master Madness every time?
No, I think this is the first. So usually he rushes Basher or whatever it is.
So he's gone a different route. So once I really thought it was going to slow his kill rate down, but it doesn't seem to bother him at all.
Forward, big Will of the Wisp. Santa finds it. That's what he wants. Salt needs this Ice Path to lock down 2 heroes. But there's a double damage on Cloud. He surges forward. Maybe looking for Mowgli. We'll think about it twice. Just farm the wave. They do kill Penance's axe. And Blackout Maniac still farming. He's almost got the Shadow Blade. Big item for Slark. He just needs, like, you know, this is a 1 or 2 item carry. Usually.
Yeah. Going for the Shadow Blade.
You not a fan?
No, I don't think I've been a fan for a long time. Maybe you can use it to pick up some of these supports. You can get the Rubik and the Coddle, sure, but I mean, once they've cast their spells out, it's not a problem anymore. How's he going to kill someone like Ursa? He needs to get the Silver's Edge maybe for... But Not a Hero's position 3. You know what I mean? Cloud's position 1, really. If you look at how they prioritize their farm, they don't really do it like safe lane is pos 1, mid lane is pos 1, really, for Salts. So I don't know. I don't know how good it will be, but if he runs away with kills, it could be valuable. So I won't say it's trash, but I don't love it personally.
Well, Blight picks up the Aegis of the Immortal. He has finished the Shadow Blade, Blackout Maniac, that is. And we'll see. He's looking for kills. Yeah, definitely looking for it, but it's difficult because Sol is sitting on this high ground. Well, Santa is.
Man, he could have scattered out that Shadow Blade now as well. Should have gone up the hill.
If Santa's, Santa might have pinged it out already. Going on Timber Sword. Does get the Timber Chain away. Not a Hero. Finds Fook. Blinks forward with the aggressive Scream of Pain. Blight in the backline. Still has Aegis. Gotta be careful of the Xersa. Doesn't have anything to close the distance. Never mind. Ground Shock can do it from the high ground to the low ground. Finds IR NVU. And Earthshaker's down for the count. That's 30 seconds without that big Echo Slam that they're probably going to need. And not a hero in a very bad place. Overextending the Karate Chop down. Blight wasn't anywhere near to support his Timber Saw. Still a good fight for Salt, possibly. No, stick charges. Blight goes in. They're going to burst through Fook like he's made of paper. The Will-o'-the-Wisp finds 3 heroes. Nice ice path, though, from Jakiro. Sealing, letting his team survive a little bit longer. While his core, Slark, survive a little bit longer. He will lose his life. Salt now going to put their attention on this tier 2 mid. That was
made me feel a bit nauseous watching that fight go down. Because the Ursa turning around and just wailing away.
Just stop sitting with your knees up and put your feet on the floor, bro. It'll keep you grounded.
I don't know, fetal position is actually helping me right now.
Fetal position's got me through a lot of hard stages in my life. Salt back off. Sparkles, I love this dual breath fade bolt thing he's doing. It's disgusting with the arcane supremacy.
Yeah, I don't know. Sparkles has just been my MVP.
Yeah,
you can say what you want about Blight and Cloud.
No,
I mean, they just
farm
like
great Clockwork
insane.
games, but Sparkles has been definitely.
It's between the 2 past 4s. They've really done a lot of work. Must admit that Clockwork really did great work every time. But a lot of pressure on Cloud, which they wanted to do. But sometimes I felt like they may be overcommitted. I just think Sparkle's movements have just been that little bit more efficient and effective. If that makes any sense.
It does. Makes a lot of sense.
And that's a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, that is. Penance getting chased down by some angry Dire players.
Yeah, that's their finish on the Ember. So Ember does a lot of damage with the Slider Fist.
Yeah,
you really don't want to be fighting into him now.
He's got a haste rune. Salt just pushing in the bottom lane up to the tier 3. The TP's back from Senior Squad. Mildly got the ice path. Very nice having Jakiro to defend your high ground. 2 dies. Blackout Maniac finds Sparkles. Cloud, though, has found Blackout Maniac, who leaps away into the neutral creep camp. The double ring and forward, locking them down. The burst damage with the Desolator. Cloud. He's more than a match for the Slark.
Okay. Yeah. No, Cloud definitely puts the salt in salt, eh? With these tips.
Cloud. It's all part of the game, man.
He's got a Crystallis. My word. Okay, you don't want to be fine. That's the thing. Like I said, you get a kill, 1 kill with the Shadow Blade, and you might be traded off. Like that situation. Now that Shadow Blade's value is pretty much null. He has to now finish the Silver's Edge before you can say, okay, there's some value to it. And then what is he doing? He's really just shutting down Timbersaw, who's not too concerned, really. He is frontlining, you might kill him, but we've seen him more than willing to give up his life for his teammates, and Not a Hero has always been that kind of player, in my opinion. So I don't know if it was the right direction to go for me. I think he's just going to lack too many stats and all those other necessary things that you could have got from maybe a diff. But here he goes, looking for a coddle, I believe.
Yeah, Shadow Bladed up. Blackout Maniac, the cool distraction from Penance as he goes in the back line. Though the Will-o'-the-Wisp pop down nice answer instantly. Fook does find the kill with the Sonic Wave to bring down Coddle. Will-o'-the-Wisp is there. Timber Sword pops the Essence Ring. He's trying to get some more bonus HP, but Blackout Maniac loves that type of stuff. He'll just steal all your Essence all day long as he brings down Timber Saw. And Blight looking like he might be the second target, the first hit bash. What is that? What is no? He lives! The boy who lives! Cloud helping to keep them away from the Ursa. Penance brings forward once again. The Cloud with the Chrysalis Desolator is doing so much physical with every Slider Fist. There's just nothing you can do with Senior Squad. I can't believe Blight survived.
Man, he's a wizard on this Ursa, I'll tell you. That was by the skin on his teeth. My word.
Just back to farming. Just back to farming.
That's what you do when you play Ursa, right? You're like, well, I guess they're trying to kill me. I'm gonna just see if I win it. You know,
like,
press
I actually
W.
lived, so I might as well hit some creeps, you know, until Enrage is back up again.
You know, so
yeah.
2 of these players are my ex-teammates, Cloud and Blind.
Okay.
They're ex-teammates of mine.
Who did you? What team was this?
We played for. I don't even remember what our team was called back then. We've been multiple brands. We were MDK. And something else, but we played at Rage the once, and it was the first time I saw this. He was playing with hotkeys, man. Are you ready for this?
Yes, I am. I
Camera
think so.
around with WASD.
He ran around.
No, the camera. He moved his camera. You know how you put
Yes.
your cursor to the edge to move
Yeah,
the
he uses
screen?
the key. The
WASD
movement
to
keys.
move it.
Because you don't.
And I
wanna
was
take too
watching
much-
this, and I was like, how did we make it all the way to DGC with this? Him and his brother did it. I'm like, what is?
Like, these looks are really good, or I'm really bad.
Yeah, no, he's come a long way. He's changed that up. And I mean, he's now performing really well. He's a divine player now.
Yeah, he seems to be.
Yeah, so that's something we can keep in mind.
Speaking
Cloud's in
of
trouble.
aim, yeah,
Cloud's
he's in
in.
a lot of trouble. He's just. He just doesn't exist anymore. 5 times kill streak going for a Blackout Maniac. It looked like they're not down. Mildly will be the second kill. However, Senior Squad, the one of the worst, locks down 3 of Senior Squad's heroes, but there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up stun. The Ember Spirit, usually it's his job. Get some Searing Chains, but he is dead. The Senior Squad disengaged. They're looking for the initiation. Penance.
They must be careful. There's an Abyssal Blade on the ELSA.
True. This Axe will probably feel it early if he's overextending. Haystream picked up by Blight. Blackout Maniac goes into the Rubik, brings him down with a Dark Pact.
Oh,
Oh, the call misses, unfortunate. It's difficult to lock down anything with haste though, so...
so Dancing Queen. They're on the ELSA.
Dancing Queen, only
I literally watched Mamma Mia because my girlfriend hadn't seen Mamma Mia yet.
That's what you tell people.
Well, I love it, dude. I love musicals.
I just watch Mamma Mia.
I made her watch it. I don't care. I'm manly enough. I don't need to prove it to anyone. You saw me without a shirt on, bro.
You saw me, Blight, Abyssal Blade, and Slock just...
Well, there you go.
I'm trying to find the
Two
word.
few stats, right?
Yeah.
He just has no stats to survive what the ELSA can do to him. And Slock's really just not a hero right now. And I don't mean, sorry, not a hero.
Sorry,
I
that
don't
was a
mean-
bit of a little bit of a pun. Don't know if
Yeah.
anyone noticed, but
It's like when I was talking to Adastam and he was like, with the one gyrocopter game, he's like, you just don't even count his net worth because he wasn't able to fight. And that's what it feels like Slock is right now.
yeah.
The money he spent on his item, even if if he's got a lot of gold, its value is really nullified by its usefulness.
What would you have liked to seen him have picked up?
Even a diff would have been far better for me just to provide some stats. Sanjin Yasha would even be fine. I would like that a lot more. But I would have actually liked them to have picked a different hero. If you had to ask
If we
me
had to go to
overall.
the beginning, you know,
Yeah.
if we had to really break it down. Just
You see,
along
the problem is they worry way too much about their laning. It feels like they want to win their lanes. Oh, he does well against this here. Does well
the call on Ursa's illusion. I hope they don't drop too much. We've seen Senior Squad do this before, this smoke, when they realize they're a little bit behind. Like, it feels very last ditch. You know,
Yeah, this is when you know Cloud's out of tips.
nothing's happening. Cloud's way too quiet.
Yeah, so this time the axe actually did go for the blink over getting the Vanguard, so he could be a bit more useful, but he wasn't dominating his end. Oh, he has a catch.
Yeah, Blackout Maniac finds the leash. They're going to get pennies with the core, but the Yule Scepter from Cloud quite quickly with the Ember Spirit.
Oh,
He
yeah.
escapes. No.
What a pickup. I didn't see the Eels pickup. What a great pickup, actually.
He was quick as well. He got it off before the call could connect.
Yeah. Hot fingers.
Going up the high ground, Salt. Not afraid. Roshan should be available in about 18 seconds, so I'm sure Blight will have his eyes set on that. Yules onto Penance's axe. The Searing Chains combo with Sleight of Fist. Lock him down, and Blight is there to finish the job. Ursa eat strength heroes for breakfast. To be
Yeah.
Another Yules. All these Yules and Salt are going to bring up Mildly into the air, so to let the rest of his team just clean them up. Yeah, Timber
thing
and
is
Ursa,
so
it scares
bad.
me.
Things are bad. The
Things are
Eels
very bad.
pickups were just vital. I think definitely great ideas. We saw it coming out on the Timber. We knew that was happening. But I think Cloud picked up very quickly. He farmed, I don't know, at a ridiculous pace to find that for himself. And now they're almost out of answers. They really need good calls. And I don't think Salt's the type of team who just give you or position themselves so that you can just get an easy call. So I don't know what they're gonna do here. Their high ground defense is gonna have to be on fleek.
Yeah, and Blight picks up the Aegis and a double. No, Cloud gets the double damage. This is definitely high
he's gonna
ground
do
besieging items.
So
or
much
pickups.
damage. Oh, he's got cheese as well.
Jeez. You thought it was hard to kill him before.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him. I think he should just get an axe.
Oh,
Just to seal the deal. Penance? Dead.
Oh, something we didn't really talk about is how good chakra magic is with Sleight of Fist.
Yeah. Oh,
Like
sure.
1 second cooldown, just do 800 damage or something stupid.
That's okay. Look at
that.
IONVU. He just loses like almost 50% HP. Takes one of those. Blight up, hitting the tier 3. Senior squad posturing for a little bit of a defense, forcing the buyback out onto Penance. 2-man Ice Path by Malgly. It was also stolen by Sparkle, so they sort of just ice pathed each other.
Yeah, it's way better on a rubric, right?
Yeah.
No pass time.
Oh,
Look at that.
they're gonna catch him out. The damage from Cloud. That's just one Sleight of Fist that drops Slark to almost 25% HP. Macro Pyre from Malgly. Ice Path doesn't connect onto anything. Fook desperately throwing out some daggers. Try to slow down this advance as Senior Squad watch their mid-racks go by IRNV with a 3-man Echo Slam. They'll get the Will-O-Wisp in the background. Sonic Wave does push 3 of these big tanky Salt heroes backwards, but they're still alive. Chakram comes up from not a hero. He manages to tiptoe down to the low ground as Cloud starts dealing the damage with the help of Blind. BKB not going to save you from physical. Ursa, my man. Blackout Maniac disappears again under the claws of this bear.
Man, when you get a 3-man Echo Slam like that and you lose the fight, that's when you just know you're in a bad place. And I mean, Cloud's actually styling on them right now. Did you just see?
Backline brings down Sparkles, but yeah, as you were saying, it feels good to get that big Echo Slam, and then it doesn't.
Yeah. It looked good. It really did look good. But you got Pipe, you've got all these defensive items, and then Will-O-Wisp to fight into. It's just... Will-O-Wisp was disgusting. Let's all agree.
It is. Now I agree with you. I think this is one of the most the best pos fours currently. I still feel
It is the worst to play.
the worst for the enemy.
Yeah.
Great if it's on your team.
Yeah.
But, not good to be against.
I mean, it's just one of those heroes that is easy to hate. Very easy to hate right now. I think it's the hardest thing to deal with in the laning stage, and then you have these super mobile heroes around it, make it just, I don't know. There's no words to explain it. Like an Ember can move in and out of that Will-O-Wisp freely. With even if you pick up Scythe of Ice, he feels relatively safe. And the Timbersaw, super mobile, does lots of damage.
I feel like Cloud just bought something new, like the courier's on the way to him, because he only has 500 gold.
Daedalus.
Was that it? I thought he had it the last fight. Blink Penance does invite it. Cloud with the Sleight of Fist shaving chains combo. This Blood brings forward into the ice path, gonna lock down this Penance Ursa. Blade Mail not gonna keep you alive, buddy.
What a
There we go. Cloud was just out of tips, bro. That's it. That was what the problem was.
Did you see that dodge though?
Yeah, no, it was insane. No, I did see that. It was really cool.